The internet has changed the way we live. It has changed the way we work, the way we shop, and even the way we date. It has also changed the way we kill.
I'm Donal MacIntyre, and I'm on a quest to explore the dark side of our online world, where one click can lead to murder.
The internet and social media has been a godsend to online predators. Why? Because of the speed in which they can, one, create fake profiles, but two, access victims.
I'll be investigating some of the most disturbing crimes in recent history, where the internet and social media have been used to trick, torture, and kill innocent victims, lured into a virtual world where nothing is as it seems.
Clearly, she did not realise the person she was talking to online was the man who was going to kill her.
In this programme, 27-year-old Luke Harlow groomed 15-year-old schoolgirl Kayleigh Haywood on social media. He cynically manipulated her until she agreed to spend the night with him. It was the start of a chain of events which ended with Kayleigh being raped and murdered. Not by Harlow, but by his next-door neighbour, Steven Beadman.
I want to know how Harlow was able to seduce a teenager nearly half his age. And what exactly was his relationship with his murderous next-door neighbour? And why did Beadman and bludgeon Kayleigh to death? The internet has transformed our world beyond all recognition. Communication now revolves around social media, text and email. And nobody has embraced this new technology more than our young people. But online, it's very easy to pretend to be someone you're not. And that makes our children very vulnerable to grooming by adults for sexual abuse. In 2015, teenager Kayleigh Haywood told her parents she wanted to go for a sleepover with a friend. But in reality, she spent the night with Luke Harlow, a man she'd met online. The next day, Harlow's violent neighbour, Steven Beadman, joined them in the flat. Soon, Kayleigh could be heard screaming for help. In the early hours, she tried to escape, but Beadman caught her. He raped Kayleigh before brutally murdering her. I've come to Leicestershire in the heart of England, where Kayleigh lived and where she died. And I want to find out how she so readily came under the spell of a man like Harlow. And how she came to trust a man she never met so much that she agreed to spend the night with him, a decision that was to cost her life. 15-year-old Kayleigh Haywood was the second of 6 children. She'd recently moved up to the local high school and was working towards her GCSEs.
Kayleigh was very family-orientated. She was happy, very into her schoolwork. She just loved to mix. She was beautiful. She was inside and out.
And like many 15-year-old girls, Kayleigh was constantly on her mobile phone.
A group of friends that she went to school with lived far away, quite far away from us. So when she used to come home from school, she used to go up to her bedroom, speak to her friends over social media, and just stay around the house.
Kayleigh was a pretty normal 15-year-old schoolgirl with a small, close friendship group who lived in the area she lived in and went to Ashby School where she went, just, you know, no different to anyone else, really.
Kayleigh lived on this street in Measham in Leicestershire. On the 31st of October 2015, Kayleigh received a message on social media from a total stranger, a 27-year-old man called Luke Harlow, who lived just 6 miles down the road in the village of Ipstock.
Luke Harlow first contacted Kayleigh through Facebook. Neither of them were friends. He sent her a message. It was a message that would have come out of the blue to her because she wouldn't have been expecting it in any way.
Accepting friend requests from somebody you do not know is always a bad move. And that's largely because they can present themselves as anybody that they want to. And a young person is not going to be able to see through that.
The social media messages between Kayleigh and Harlow progressed at an alarming rate. It's astonishing how rapidly Harlow was able to hook Kayleigh.
What I've got on this screen here is a spreadsheet of all the data from Facebook and the text messages between Harlow and Kayleigh. The conversation progressed, and within 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, he was asking her if she wanted to come over to his for a party. And within 90 minutes, he had her phone number.
Part of Luke Harlow's method was to ask for a phone number very early on. Now, the reason for that, we thought, was because your online chat leaves a footprint. Chats that you have on your phone leaves less of a footprint unless somebody gets hold of the phone and has a look at it.
Harlow may have been confident and assertive online, but what was he like in the real world?
Luke Harlow was a 20-odd-year-old young man. He lived in a really quite nice flat in Leicestershire. He had a decent education. He wasn't working at the time, but he was somebody who had lots of friends, a supportive family, really not somebody you'd ever suspect of this sort of thing if you met him in the street.
Many sexual predators use the internet to create a false impression to lure their victims, and Harlow was no exception. Online, he was Luke Fun Times Harlow, an all-round great guy with thousands of Facebook friends.
His Facebook showed us that he had over 1,700 friends. He had nearly 300 friend requests which were waiting for other people to accept. And he had nearly 100,000 messages that he'd exchanged with other people.
People like Harlow would be trying to groom any number of young people at any one time. They very rarely, on social media, pick on just one person unless they get the hooks in.
Incredibly, in the 2 weeks following Harlow's first contact with Kayleigh, they exchanged over 2,600 messages by text and on Facebook. Harlow was grooming the 15-year-old, showering her with compliments and slowly convincing her that he was her boyfriend.
Within a couple of days, Harlow was already intimating they were more than friends. There's one here where it says on the 3rd, "Can we be friends with benefits?" This is somebody who's gradually encroaching more and more on her and becoming more and more inappropriate.
He absolutely bombarded her with messages, and they would have all been things that she would want to hear. Things about how lovely she was, how beautiful she was, how nice she was, how he wanted to have a proper relationship with her. And the sheer number of texts would have made it feel like they were already in a relationship and that she already knew him. But of course, it's just a progression for him to absolutely overwhelm that person with attention.
The effect of so much attention over such a short period of time was hard to resist for the vulnerable 15-year-old, and she started to fall for his carefully constructed online manipulation. It was to prove to be a fatal error.
When 15-year-old Kayleigh Haywood accepted a friend request from a total stranger, 27-year-old Luke Harlow on Facebook, she was soon seduced by his online grooming. It was the beginning of a sequence of events that would end in her brutal murder. I've come to Leicestershire, where Kayleigh lived, to investigate how she came to lose her life in such tragic circumstances.
In the 2 weeks after Harlow first initiated online contact with Kayleigh, they were in contact over 2,600 times. Harlow flooded her with compliments and flirtatious messages. He told Kayleigh that she was his princess and that he would love and treasure her forever.
It was the sort of thing a vulnerable 15-year-old loves to hear. Kayleigh started to believe that Harlow was her boyfriend and that she was his only love.
Luke Harlow was exceptionally adept with his tactics as a groomer. He'd have a way of introducing himself into their lives by starting a conversation to get the hook, to get them talking. He could establish that very quickly.
But why do teenagers like Kayleigh fall so easily for the charms of online groomers?
They feel special, they feel liked, somebody's noticing them all of a sudden, and it's very heady, and she was probably very excited by the attention.
What they see is somebody who, well, is treating them like an adult, is sending them gifts, is sending them kisses, is sending them lovely messages. That's why it's a control process that in this area was being controlled by Harlow.
I feel she felt flattered by the amount of messages that she was being sent. And, you know, she felt like it was befriending her.
Like most sexual predators, Harlow had dark fantasies about his prey. He wanted to get Kayleigh to come to his home so he could ply her with alcohol until she was so drunk she'd be unable to resist. And then he'd have sex with her.
As a groomer, what he's trying to do is get himself sexual contact and the ability to live out his own sexual fantasies. And when you look at what his fetish actually is, it is about control, and it is about the person that he's having sex with almost being completely unable to participate.
Kayleigh felt safe, because all the interaction was sometimes even with her parents sitting next to her. She felt safe, she never felt at risk. Although because she is naive, she is immature, she doesn't understand the risk of talking to somebody like Harlow who is there for one purpose and one purpose only.
Kayleigh wasn't the only girl that Harlow was trying to groom. At the same time, he was contacting, befriending, and flirting with two 15-year-old girls and a 13-year-old girl. Each thought that Harlow was their boyfriend and loved them and them alone.
As our inquiries went on, it showed us that he would happily talk to girls as young as 12 years old, and that once girls got to 16, he didn't want to talk to them.
Initially, Harlow's messages to Kayleigh were flirtatious, but very soon they became intimate and explicit. For example, he wrote, "I wish I could be with you for cuddles in bed." He then told her he wanted to have sex with her, but not until she was 16. But Kayleigh knew exactly what she wanted. She replied, "I don't want to have sex yet."
But Harlow wasn't being truthful when he said he wanted to wait until Kayleigh was 16 before they had sex.
The way he acted, it was incredibly clever. He would come on full on to her in these messages. "I want to meet you." And then, when he realised that she was well under 16, he purported to back off. Oh, perhaps I'm too old for you. Sort of reeling her in.
For him to be saying to Kayleigh, I'm too old for you and I don't want to have sex, lulls her into a false sense of security that he's a really nice guy, but it also raises the subject of sex so he can see what her response is to that. And if she's somebody who says, oh, don't be disgusting, he'd probably move on to somebody else.
Another grooming tactic Harlow used was insisting that Kayleigh kept their relationship under wraps. He also talked endlessly about the great time they were going to have together.
This is classic grooming behaviour. Praising, taking the child's side, offering to meet, offering to show them a fun time. Harlow said to Kayleigh that they go to a music venue, they go to a party, they'd have drinks.
He'd got his Luke Fun Times Harlow handle that he used. He talked about having parties at his house, where there would be other people, where there would be alcohol, and he made himself sound a heck of a lot more interesting than he was. Because Kayleigh is a 15-year-old girl, and 15-year-old girls largely want to appear a little bit more grown up than they are, and that made him interesting.
Harlow's messages became increasingly insistent and explicit. He wrote, "We'll need to have drinks soon, babe, so I can get you drunk and take advantage. I'll be nice, baby, honest," he wrote. "I'll be your boss. You'll have to do everything I say. Got you all to myself now, babe. You have to give me kisses, whether you want to or not," he wrote. Well, these are the words of a classic online predator.
Harlow's sinister messages began to reflect his sexual fantasies of dominating underage girls.
Though Kayleigh's initial response to these messages were, "I don't want to have sex yet," Harlow continued to pressurize the vulnerable 15-year-old. Initially, she relented slightly by saying, "I'd have to be really drunk first," before finally, after hundreds of coercive and calculating text messages from Harlow, she agreed to spend the night with him here at his house in Ipstock.
She probably did feel she was in love for the first time, and the rush of emotions, she wouldn't have felt that before. She wouldn't necessarily have had the tools to deal with it even, and she would have been overwhelmed by it and probably ecstatically happy that she was getting this amount of attention from somebody she perceived of as very mature.
She is vulnerable, as are most children her age, and she wasn't in a position to fend him off. He didn't have to lie about his age. He was honest about most things because he's honest about them as a couple, and that's how Kayleigh saw it. Kayleigh was starting to see him as a very special friend. You don't let special friends down, but that's Kayleigh's world. The real world was he was doing his utmost to be able to groom her, control her, to get her to come and visit him for real.
Just 2 weeks after he'd met her online, Harlow had persuaded Kayleigh to spend the night with him. I've come to meet criminologist Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and clinical forensic psychologist Mike Berry to hear how they think Harlow managed to ensnare 15-year-old Kayleigh so quickly.
They had this kind of conspiracy together to keep a secret. How significant was that in propelling the relationship?
I think it was really significant, and it was quite insidious as well, because if you look at some of the language that he's using, he's being quite gentlemanly, even in introducing the idea of sex, saying, well, I wouldn't want to have sex with you until you're over 16, I'm going to respect you. He's saying things like that in the beginning, so that's creating a bit of a false sense of security in her. Oh, here's someone who respects me. But it moves along, you know, much, much quicker.
No, I disagree with you. The fact that he was saying, oh, I want to get you drunk and have sex with you and have my wicked way with you, it isn't respecting her at all.
But that's
There's
not
no
what he was saying in the
seduction.
beginning, though.
He does. He says quite early on, I want to get you drunk so we can have sex. And I think that's not a great chat-up line.
But he doesn't say that straight away. Some of the earliest things that he says to her
It's
are
within days, and that's
No,
for
but you
courtship,
see, I
short
think
time.
your mistake is that days, it does not actually reflect its calendar in terms of emotionally. The first text messages simply were, very gentlemanly, respectful, and engaging.
Yeah, that's what he needed to do in the beginning, because he's feeding off her idealistic expectations about a relationship as a 15-year-old girl whose ideas about relationships come from what she sees on television and in films and those types of things. So he's using some of those key words, some of those key phrases as the hook, the bait that gets her in. But only a few days later, he's moved on to saying some pretty horrendous things. But by that point, she's caught.
Why are we so aware of stranger danger in the real world and yet not apparently in our own bedrooms, in our own house?
Well, I think we've completely kind of transformed the meaning of the word stranger, haven't we?
He's not a stranger. Within minutes, he's introduced himself with a name. So therefore, he's no longer a stranger. When you talk about stranger danger, kids think of some man in a dark coat in a dark alleyway. That's what they see as stranger danger. This man's got a name. And as it happens, he uses his real name. So even if she checked, she would have found him to be real. He's no longer a stranger.
I'm in rural Leicestershire to investigate the murder of 15-year-old Kayleigh Haywood in autumn 2015. Kayleigh was contacted on Facebook by 27-year-old Luke Harlow, a serial internet groomer of teenage girls. They began an online friendship that was to end in Kayleigh's brutal rape and murder just 2 weeks later. On Friday, the 13th of November, just 2 weeks after Harlow first messaged Kayleigh told her parents she was going to spend the night over in Ipstock with a school friend. That was a lie. In reality, Kayleigh was going to spend the night with Harlow.
Kayleigh had told her mum and dad that she was staying with a friend. Now, she'd stayed with that friend before, so the parents didn't think anything funny of it. So she never ever told anybody where she was actually going.
We have to remember that she was just a young girl, and she probably wouldn't, first of all, have the same amount of caution in her mind that an older woman would have. And also, if she felt herself to be in love with this man, she probably would have moved heaven and earth to go and see him, and it wouldn't have seemed to her the dangerous thing that it actually was.
The last time I saw her was in my kitchen at home. I gave her a £10 note. I told her not to spend it all at once, which made her laugh. She bent down, kissed me on the cheek, told me she loved me, and walked out the house.
Kayleigh was dropped off here outside Ipstock Community College, about 6 miles from where she lived. It was a very ordinary drop-off and an ordinary goodbye, and no one could have anticipated the events that were to follow.
After being dropped off, Kayleigh walked to Ipstock town centre, where Harlow had suggested they meet before moving on to his flat.
Luke Harlow had orchestrated that he would meet her in a public place away from her home address. He gave her the suggestion about where to get dropped off, about what to do, about the excuses to give. His intentions at that point were very clear because Kayleigh was his for that night.
As soon as Kayleigh arrived at Harlow's flat, he started to ply her with alcohol.
This man was somebody who had very specific sexual fantasies. What he was looking for was somebody that he could dominate and control.
Harlow had long fantasized about getting young girls drunk so he could take advantage of them. His weekend with Kayleigh seemed to be going to plan.
Nobody but Harlow knows exactly what happened, but Kayleigh stayed the night as arranged, and the next morning she texted her parents asking if she could spend another night out with her apparent school friend.
I had a text on the Saturday morning from Kayleigh's phone asking if she could stop over at Katie's again the following night, which that was Kayleigh, you know, she'd always text and ask, and I said yeah.
Kayleigh seemed to be enjoying spending time with her new boyfriend, but that was about to change. Harlow had a friend and neighbour called Steven Beadman, and Beadman was a violent, perverted and very dangerous man.
When Harlow moved in here, by coincidence, he discovered that an old school friend, Steven Beadman, was already living next door.
Steven Beadman was a self-employed landscape gardener. He seemed to have a fair bit of work as a landscape gardener or sort of outdoors odd job man in the local area.
He had a perfectly normal background. He was in one of these rather nice but small flats in this development. It was only afterwards that the police discovered a rather unpleasant internet history.
Beadman liked to watch extreme pornography, and the day before he met Kayleigh, he was looking at explicit, hardcore material in his home.
What indecent images do to the individual offender is to motivate and justify their understanding, their belief, their want and desire. And when you search for it on Google, there's 15 million other searches. That tells you that it's an okay thing to do. Well, of course, the minute he then has an opportunity to meet a child of that age, there's only going to be one outcome.
And Beadman wouldn't have to wait long to act out his porn fantasies for real. A potential victim was sitting right next door.
Luke and Kayleigh ran out of mixers for drinks on the Saturday night. And so Harlow popped round to Beadman's in the hope that Beadman would have some lemonade or Coke or something like that that they could mix with the alcohol that they were drinking.
Harlow left his flat here and went next door to his old school pal and friend, Steven Beadman. When he was there, he told Beadman that he had a bird next door, and this was something which seemed to particularly interest Beadman. The pair then went off to the shops, leaving Kayleigh here while they bought some mixers and some more alcohol.
Kayleigh was left alone in the flat, but she made no attempt to leave, and she would soon regret that decision. Later, Harlow arrived back at the flat with his friend Beadman. Ominously, shortly after that, all activity on Kayleigh's phone ceased.
8:43 is a very early time for her activity on the phone to be stopped. We looked at the 2 weeks or so prior to her death, and this showed us that typically it finished at about 11 o'clock, sometimes after midnight, and that's why 8:43 was such a strange time to be finished.
Kayleigh was now alone in the flat with Harlow and Beadman. It isn't clear why she suddenly went offline, but there can be little doubt that Kayleigh's dream weekend was becoming a nightmare.
She is then in the presence of two extremely dangerous sexual predators. It doesn't surprise me that Beadman suddenly appeared. It's not so much of a coincidence they live next door to each other. They probably know each other's interests.
What happened next, we'll never know for sure. As we said at the trial, 3 people know what happened. 1 can never tell us, and 2 are going to lie about it.
It seems the night was going horribly wrong for Kayleigh. At around 10:30, neighbours reported hearing screaming and banging from inside the flat. Sadly, no one called the police.
One of the people in the adjoining block heard screams and banging. And as the night went on, other people reported hearing different noises from different points around that general area of Ibstock.
We don't know the horror that unfolded in the flat that evening, but Kayleigh was so traumatized she decided to flee into the cold, dark night. She ran out of Harlow's flat, semi-naked and barefoot. But Beadman chased after her.
A witness who lived near to Beadman's flat and Harlow's flat saw what he thought was a police officer restraining a young girl on the floor. He looked for a little bit longer and then thought it was two youngsters having a lover's tiff. What it clearly was Beadman straddling Kayleigh, who was trying to make a break for it.
Beadman then marched Kayleigh across a road into a nearby country park. A 100 yards down a path, he the defenseless 15-year-old. But Kayleigh's ordeal still wasn't over. Beadman forced her to walk over a mile through the country park and onto farmland.
Once you've been and you're being dragged off into the middle of nowhere in the pitch black, our view was that it was never going to end well for Kayleigh after that.
Steven Beadman took Kayleigh into some quite dense woodland. Remember, of course, that this was pitch black in November and would have been terrifying for Kayleigh. At some point, Kayleigh Haywood was murdered.
It was a truly brutal murder. I'm hoping criminologist Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and forensic psychologist Mike Berry can cast some light on this horrific sequence of events.
Why did he decide to kill her? Because he must have thought, even if I was done for rape and kidnapping, yes, but for murder, and there was no great sense at hiding the crime afterwards.
Well, I think he realises that he's not going to be able to concoct any kind of backstory to justify what he's done. She didn't know him before that evening. She wasn't expecting him to be there. He's going to go down for this. He's not going to have an easy time of it in prison, because sex offenders who target underage girls get a very rough time of it in prison, and he's scared for himself at this point.
But the fact that he's picked up a brick shows there's no planning whatsoever. He's just picked up the nearest thing and gone bang, 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 smashed it into her head. I mean, there's no planning there at all. He's panicked into killing her. And that's a tragic thing, that he's actually been forced by the circumstances to take her life.
Liz, it's really curious that despite some graphic screaming that night, no witnesses reported it.
It would seem surprising to us, wouldn't it? But I think you've got to look at it in context. So this is a weekend night, it's the early hours. There are going to be people coming home from pubs and nights out, and there's going to be an isolated shout or scream here and there. And I think this sense of community has become quite eroded. I mean, I don't think that ever has been a kind of golden age where everybody looks out for each other all of the time in every town and city. I think you're always going to have towns where the populations are quite transient, people don't get to know one another very well. But that sense of collective responsibility for people around us, even people that we don't know, is something that I don't really think is there anymore, because you always think, well, somebody else will be there to pick up the pieces. It's somebody else's problem. And that's a self-preservation thing as well. You don't want to put yourself in a dangerous situation. So we engage in all of these types of denial to justify not helping out.
I'm in Leicestershire, where just 2 weeks after meeting sexual predator Luke Harlow online, 15-year-old Kayleigh Haywood was murdered by his friend Steven Beadman.
This is where Kayleigh was brutally murdered by Beadman. After bludgeoning her to death with a nearby rock, he then left her body out here in the open, naked, in this remote farmer's field. Such a sad end to a young life and a tragic reminder of the dangers of social media.
That Sunday morning, Kayleigh's parents thought she was staying with a school friend, so didn't report her missing. But a motorist spotted an abandoned phone lying by the roadside. It was badly damaged, but he managed to extract the SIM card and put it in his own handset. He dialed the last number called. It was the friend Kayleigh was supposed to be staying with. She immediately phoned Kayleigh's parents, who then called the police.
A police officer came over and I said, I've got a tablet upstairs. I wonder if there's any signs on that. So we fetched it down, we scrolled through it with the police officer involved. And that's when we found the messages from Luke Harlow.
Harlow was tracked down pretty quickly and brought here to this police station.
Yeah, well, I obviously feel bad, don't I?
Why do you feel bad?
Because she's too young.
For what?
For coming and staying my mum for starting up.
Harlow told police that Kayleigh had left his flat with Beadman around 12 o'clock on the Saturday night and that he had no idea where she was now.
Meanwhile, Beadman was busily destroying any evidence connecting him to the crime. Kelly's body was still at this stage undiscovered, and so as far as the police were concerned, it was still a missing persons inquiry.
Initially, what happened was that Luke Harlow was treated as a witness, as the last person who saw Kayleigh Haywood.
He told them about going to get the mixer drinks with Beadman, so Beadman was the next person the police wanted to speak with. A, to confirm Harlow's story, but B, to see if he could shed any more light on what had happened to Kayleigh.
The police began to hunt furiously for Steven Beadman, and later that day, they tracked him down to a family address in Colville.
Police officers were suspicious about scratches Beadman had on his face and immediately took him in for questioning.
I'm being quite honest with you. We don't know where Kayleigh is. We don't know if she's injured somewhere. We don't know if she's not alive, if she is alive. And we urgently need to find Kayleigh Haywood.
Beadman didn't admit anything in relation to Kayleigh, but soon later he informed a medic that he couldn't form relationships with women and had been having dark thoughts for 2 years. Meanwhile, the police launched a large-scale search for Kayleigh involving hundreds of officers, but heavy rain hampered their progress.
The police were still searching this vast area of parkland. Sence Valley Park is huge, and the farmland surrounding. It was a massive operation involving the police and members of the public.
Upwards of about 400 officers ultimately were involved in that search, and with a lot of specialist equipment, including fixed-wing aircraft, helicopters, and deep water search specialists.
As the police operation continued without success, during a series of interviews, Beadman pleaded total ignorance about Kayleigh's whereabouts.
You don't know where she is?
I don't know where she is. I met her Saturday night. Anyway, he invited me round for a drink. So I went round, had a few drinks and stuff, and I left about 12 o'clock.
Beadman told police that he'd left Kayleigh at Harlow's flat when he went next door to sleep the night away. At this stage, the police still had no definitive evidence that Kayleigh was dead.
Then, after 3 days of questioning, Beadman dramatically changed his story.
In the break between, I think it was the 7th and 8th interviews, Beadman spoke to somebody who was there protecting his interests, what's known as an appropriate adult. And he made it clear to that person that the police were not going to find Kayleigh. And it was only after that that he went back into another interview and told them what he'd done.
He admitted that he'd raped Kayleigh Haywood within Sence Valley Park, and he admitted that he killed Kayleigh Haywood within a farmland and wooded area.
Beadman now gave police a rough idea of where they could find Kayleigh's body. The search had been continuing despite atrocious weather conditions at the time. In similar torrential rain, I've retraced that search with the officer who led the team, Inspector Paul Allen.
So you were in charge of the search that night?
It was myself, Detective Inspector Shuttleworth. We came down here together with torchlight. We went to the area that was indicated on the map, and we spent a lot of time searching some very, very dense areas. Beadman had given an indication of how far off the main track he'd left Kayleigh, but you know, he was confused. It was dark when he was down there, so I thought there was some value in going back, and that's where we found her after about half an hour. The amount of emotional investment that had gone into the search and the investigation by everybody that had been involved in it was incredible, and to come to that ultimate conclusion and find her there that night in terrible and tragic circumstances, you know, it affected us all. I have a daughter. One of the other officers there that night had a daughter, has a daughter, and you know, this is somebody's daughter who's lying there.
Six days after her parents last saw her, the search for Kayleigh ended as her body was carried across a field.
Kayleigh's mother, Stephanie, will never forget the moment when she heard the news she'd been dreading.
I knew it was coming, but I didn't want it to come. I wanted, you know, the other outcome. I just locked myself away. I didn't want to face anyone. Family, friends, I didn't want to face no one. All I wanted was Kayleigh.
Steven Beadman was charged with the rape and murder of Kayleigh, and Luke Harlow was charged on 3 counts of grooming and 2 counts of sexual activity with a minor.
At Nottingham Crown Court, Harlow and Beadman were both found guilty of all charges. Beadman was sentenced to life imprisonment with a recommendation that he must serve at least 35 years in jail. Luke Harlow received 12 years. Losing a child is every parent's worst nightmare, and my heart goes out to Kayleigh's mother, Stephanie, and her father, Martin. I'm meeting psychologist Mike Berry and criminologist Dr. Elizabeth Yardley to see what lessons can be learned by analysing this truly harrowing case.
So Liz, what's the balance with affording teenagers privacy at the same time while protecting them from holding secrets, dangerous secrets like Kayleigh held?
Well, I think that the secret is essentially to basically have cases like this out there in the open and say, actually, Kayleigh could be anybody's sister, she could be anybody's daughter. And if you make that connection between her case and the case of individuals around you, then I think you're more likely to actually learn the lessons from this.
Mike, what surprises you about this extraordinarily tragic case?
Very little surprises me because it's so obvious that these things could and do happen. We know that teenagers like secrets, we know they're getting groomed, we know there are a lot of sex offenders out there. They've moved away from the have a lollipop in the car game to actually using the internet to groom and seduce people.
It's a frightening picture, Liz. What surprises you about this case?
The speed at which this developed, the period of time in which Kayleigh went from having a normal life, she was enjoying school, she had friends, yeah, everything was looking quite bright for her, you know, to weeks later, her life being over. So the fact that you can be groomed by a predator in this short space of time and they can get under your skin in this way so quickly is a really frightening thing for me.
What kind of online murder is this? How do you define it?
Well, it's a complicated one because the person that groomed Kayleigh online was not the person who eventually killed her. So I'd describe Harlow as a predator, most definitely. But in terms of Beadman's role, he seems to have come into the picture later on. But he's not completely free of the social media, the network media influence, because we know that he was consuming pornography. So it's in the mix everywhere here. There isn't one corner of this story where we don't see network technology.
Following Kayleigh's tragic death, Leicestershire Police launched a campaign called Cease to tackle child sexual exploitation and to raise awareness about online predators.
What we can all learn from this case, and that's police officers, that's parents, and that's anybody who's got any kind of responsibility for a young person, is that we have to get to grips with social media. That is probably the key message and the key learning point for me and anybody who had anything to do with this case.
For Stephanie, the pain of losing her beloved Kayleigh will never go away.
Oh, I miss her terribly. Oh, it's indescribable how much I miss her. More so, you know, I keep busy with the children, but night times was our time. Like, it's not describable how much I miss her.
We've all seen the news stories of star-struck fans harassing their idols. But stalking isn't just the preserve of the rich and famous. 1 in 5 women and 1 in 10 men will experience some form of stalking throughout their lives. And it's on the increase, up 30% in the last year. In this online world, an unsuspecting victim can be stalked with simply the click of a button.
"36-year-old single mother Clare Wood was first contacted by 40-year-old George Appleton through an internet dating site. Their relationship blossomed, first online and then in person. But when Clare discovered Appleton was also seeing other women, she tried to end it. Appleton refused to accept the relationship was over and began harassing her. He terrorized Clare, causing criminal damage to her home, threatening her with an iron, and even telling her he'd have her stabbed. Tragically for Clare, on February 2nd, 2009, his threats would come to a violent head.
I'm on my way to Salford, where Clare Wood lived and where she died. And I want to find out why she went looking for love online and what she did when she realised she'd fallen for the wrong man, and how she could have been saved from her brutal end.
Clare Wood was a kind, gentle woman who saw the good in everyone she met. Her parents separated when she was very young, but she became extremely close to her mother's new husband, Michael. So much so that when she was 15 years old, she asked him to officially adopt her as his daughter.
I was reduced to mush, if the truth were known. I thought, oh, I had a lump in my throat, and I thought, oh, God. I was tickled to death. We were very close as a family, and she wasn't short of pals. She was very popular. She was a bonny kid. And I was very proud of her.
Clare had many male admirers, and it wasn't long before she fell in love and married a man called Justin Wood in 1999.
I thought Justin was a topper. I really did.
That same year, Clare gave birth to a baby daughter. Everything seemed to be going well for her. But then, in her early 30s, Clare began to suffer from what was later diagnosed as bipolar disorder. She gained weight and became increasingly frustrated by the way she looked and felt.
Clare had gone from a gorgeous figure as a teenager to starting to balloon. And I have a sneaky feeling Clare knew 4 or 5 years that she was bipolar. But that was as much as I can tell you about bipolar. When we saw her, 9 times out of 10, she was in the up. She never brought her troubles to the door. She was always pleasant, always upbeat when we saw her.
But in private, Clare's bipolar disorder was taking its toll.
Her marriage at home was not going well, and in April 2004, she separated from her husband. She left the family home, and reluctantly, she left him to bring up their only daughter.
About a year later, Claire's mother died of cancer.
She didn't get on with her real father, and as I say, it made an awful hole in Claire's life.
In early 2005, she decided to make a fresh start.
Claire settled into a new flat in Salford, not too far away from here. With a formal diagnosis of bipolar disorder, she also was on the correct medication to control her condition and was looking forward to a bright future which she could control.
Claire used to use Facebook quite a lot. That was her sort of channel of sort of socialising. She got to the point where she wanted to meet somebody, and online dating, as many of us know, is a way of doing that.
She was still concerned about her weight and was socialising online rather than face-to-face. But she did sign up to several dating sites where she described herself as a talkative, affectionate woman looking for someone relatively sane in my area. She said she wanted a serious relationship with a respectful man who liked the larger lady.
I think Claire was looking for a loving relationship. It's what she wanted more than anything. And sometimes it's very difficult to meet people physically. So online conversations are a really good way, when you don't have a lot of confidence, to spark up those conversations and get to know somebody first and let them get to know you.
In April 2007, Claire met a man who seemed to be a charming and chatty character through one of her dating profiles. George Appleton was 40 years of age and lived near to Claire. A former fairground worker, he was outgoing and had the gift of the gab.
He had certain traits that he'd use to entice women. You know, he was confident, he complimented women, he lured them in that way, made them feel good about themselves.
Within a matter of weeks, Appleton had won Claire over. As well as spending time at her house, they would chat for hours online, declaring their love for each other.
It developed quite quickly, actually. They were Facebook friends, and then they met. They met up, and for a while, things were great. You know, Claire felt like she'd met somebody who was, you know, sort of putting her on a pedestal and making her feel special and treating her the way that any woman would want to be treated.
But Appleton was a man with a past. A few years earlier, he'd been convicted of harassing and assaulting two former partners and given a custodial sentence. It seems Claire's new boyfriend had a dark side. Clare Wood was brutally murdered by her ex-boyfriend, George Appleton, in February 2009. The couple had met 2 years earlier online, and they quickly started an intense relationship.
Claire brought her new man to meet her father, and she told him how happy Appleton made her feel, how caring he was, and how she was delighted at getting her life back on track. Her dad was naturally pleased that she was happy, but being an experienced prison officer, he could smell a bad one from a mile off. And despite all Claire's compliments about Appleton, he still had serious misgivings about him.
When Appleton turned up at my house, he was somewhat scruffy. Balding, unshaved, greasy top, jeans and trainers that had seen a better day. I gave him the look and I thought, well, this is what my daughter's settling for. She's certainly started at the bottom of the heap.
Any dad's going to have that protective nature over their daughter when they start out in a relationship. It doesn't matter how old they are. They're always going to feel like that. But there was something that just didn't ring quite right with Michael.
I always give somebody the benefit of the doubt, but I never did with Appleton. There was something about the aura of the man. There was something about the way he looked and the way he acted. There was something that made me suspicious straight away.
Michael voiced his concerns about Appleton to Claire and told her he didn't want her bringing him around again. But to his astonishment, Claire told him she was very much in love with Appleton. So much so that she was going to marry him.
I was appalled. I said to her, you marry him, and I says, it'll put a serious dent in our relationship. Mark my words, I says, I won't be coming to any wedding.
Claire's dad was right to be concerned, and she was soon to discover for herself that Appleton wasn't the respectable, committed guy she was hoping for.
It seems that Claire is very happy for this relationship to move on quickly, and in her head, this is an exclusive relationship. They're both completely in love. They found each other through the internet.
But after several months of that happy new relationship time, things did start to turn sour. Claire started to suspect that he was seeing other people, and she actually found out that he was seeing other people online.
Who's this?
You?
You've got a message from a Sam
Yeah, he's a mate.
on the website,
Website.
on the dating website that we met on.
When she eventually confronted him about it, he admitted to having 4 other sexual relationships with other women while he was with Claire.
This is a girl. What are you doing tonight? Can't wait to see you again.
That would have burst her bubble immediately, because the whole thing would have crashed around her, and she would have probably at that point been able to see that he wasn't truthful and this probably wasn't love.
When Claire confronted Appleton about his infidelities, he quickly turned nasty and a violent row erupted. It was a sign of things to come.
Shut up! You don't say a thing! You don't ever read my phone ever again! You understand?
Claire was left terrified. She resolved to end the relationship.
From her home here in Salford, she wrote this heartfelt letter, begging him to leave her alone.
It says, Dear George, there's no easy way to say this, but I don't want to be with you anymore. Too much has happened, and I can't ever trust you, no matter what you do. You still scare me, and I can't be with somebody I'm frightened of. Don't use this as an excuse to go off the rails. Take care, I mean it. Claire.
It's that placatory kind of language. I don't want to wind you up. I don't want to push your buttons. Please, 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 let's just end it. You know, I'm being nice about this. Can we do this nicely?
She was frightened of him. She was frightened for the safety of her daughter, and told him in as many words she'd be delighted if he'd stayed away, and apparently that must have fallen on deaf ears.
To say that Appleton took the breakup of the relationship badly would be a massive understatement.
You're gonna regret that, you bitch. You whore, you're gonna regret that.
He started stalking her online, sending her vile and frightening messages. He also came to her house here in Salford and hurled a flurry of verbal insults towards her, threatened to damage her property and to physically hurt her.
Let me in! Come on! Open the door! I can see you!
Appleton flipped. He couldn't take no for an answer. He couldn't take it that Claire was standing up to him. He was the one that called the shots in the relationship. He was the one who had that control. And then all of a sudden, Claire's bravely stood up to him and told him she doesn't want to be with him anymore. And that's where it started to turn violent. He would turn up at the house. He'd be banging on the door. He'd actually bash the door in. He made threats to have her stabbed. He made threats to burn the house down.
It wasn't long before Appleton followed through on his threats. He came round to Claire's house and punched his fist through her door and made even more threats.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna brand your face, do you understand? You do not break up with me! Bitch! Honestly.
Claire came here to Pendleton Police Station to make a report about Appleton's behaviour and also to make them aware about his previous convictions for harassing women.
After Claire first made the allegations to police that she was being harassed by Appleton, it became a constant thing. It was a daily occurrence.
He'd threatened to set her house on fire, to the state that the police put a stopper on her letterbox to stop petrol being poured through the letterbox, and also put a panic alarm in her bedroom.
And Appleton wasn't done yet. The very next day, he arrived at Claire's house and battered on her door for hours.
He's been banging on my door all morning. I'm so scared.
Too frightened to answer, she called the police and they arrived to see her later that day.
Appleton was arrested and a restraining order was put in place against him.
With support now in place from the police and the local domestic violence unit, and with the Appleton banned from making any contact with her and even from entering her street here, she was now in a great position to leave this abusive relationship in the past.
Well, obviously, I was delighted that Claire was happy. There was no need for me to be concerned. The weight was falling off her. She was giving clothes to the lady next door as she slimmed down. And everything was on the up.
But unbelievably, despite having managed to free herself from her abusive relationship, and with things starting to look up for Claire, she went back to seeing Appleton.
When you actually look at the issue of domestic abuse, it's shocking to see how trapped a victim can feel. And it is quite easy for people to point the finger at the victim, for people who don't understand domestic abuse.
Tragically, a phrase we do still hear is, well, why didn't she just leave that abusive relationship? And, you know, we should be spinning it on its head. We should be asking the question, actually, why don't perpetrators of domestic abuse stop assaulting and being violent towards their partners?
Appleton would have used lots of methods to try and regain Claire's trust and love and to get back in that relationship and have control.
Maybe he'd groomed her to a certain extent, and if he had isolated her from other friends and family, who else could she potentially turn to?
I'm not shocked that Claire went back to him at all.
Claire chose to reconnect with her abusive ex, even though she already knew he'd been convicted of harassing a former partner and had received a custodial sentence. Why didn't she see the warning signs?
I'm meeting criminologist Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and psychologist Mike Berry to gain more of an insight into what was going through Claire's mind.
Why did Claire go back to Appleton after he'd made so many threats?
Well, this is something that doesn't appear to make a lot of sense to us if we're just looking at this in isolation. But what we always need to do is see it in the context of the controlling relationship that this was. So Appleton's somebody who can be very charming, he can be very nice, very kind of knight in shining armour type character. And he knows what buttons to push. He knows how to get Claire to do what he wants. So it's somebody who has got such a degree of control over her. It's his behaviour that's problematic here. It's not hers.
He can charm the birds off the trees, and that's part of the game. She is seduced by him physically and, more importantly, psychologically. So he can do what he wants with her. And she's desperately lonely. And isn't this better than nothing?
But he's beyond, I mean, his behaviour is so extreme. You know, on one level he's incredibly charming, and then he's extremely controlling to the point of never letting practically her out of his sight.
Yeah, he wants to be the one who makes all of the decisions and be in complete control of her. So he's got her exactly where he wants her. And things are only going to get worse because the best predictor of future behaviour is past behaviour. This is not a man who is going to change overnight.
I've come to Salford, Greater Manchester, where in 2009, Clare Wood was murdered by her ex-boyfriend, George Appleton. Their relationship had started 2 years earlier after the couple met online. When things turned sour and Clare tried to end it, Appleton began a campaign of vicious harassment, both on social media and in person, making her life a misery.
Clare reported Appleton to the police on numerous occasions, and in October 2008, he was arrested and bailed on condition that he didn't contact Clare nor enter her street.
But shockingly, despite everything that happened, Clare decided to return to her abusive boyfriend after less than a month apart.
There is often mixed messages in domestic abusive situations. Thus, by going back to Appleton, Clare is seeming at least to be undermining her relationship with the police. She is compromising her credibility with the legal system.
Obviously, the police thought this girl's not in any great danger. She's taken him back. And for the life of me, I couldn't understand why.
After they got back together, Clare wrote a letter to the police telling them that she no longer thought Appleton posed a threat. She wrote, "After much thinking in a calmer state of mind, I was wondering if there might be a way of stopping the charges. Given the violence Appleton had shown towards her previously, I can't help but wonder why she would have done this."
Appleton would have been very much playing himself as the victim. And he would have been also saying things like, you know, I've changed, I've done this, I've stopped taking cannabis for you, I can be very different. And it's not that she actually believed that he could be different, because I don't think she did. But I do think she started to feel sorry for him. And I do think, being the kind of person that she was, she wanted the best way out for absolutely everyone. She didn't want any trouble from him or for her or her family. And that was a way of saying, okay, I'll go to the police and I will tell them that you're okay. I'll save you from this.
Knowing what the relationship between Appleton and Clare was, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that actually the letter that was written into the police by Clare asking for George not to receive a custodial sentence may have been orchestrated and manufactured by Appleton. Clearly, did officers recognise that? I think they took it on face value, and it may well have been something that had been orchestrated by Appleton.
Appleton attended a bail hearing at Swinton to discuss the restrictions placed on him contacting Clare and entering the street here where she lived. Given the letter that she wrote on his behalf, claiming that he no longer posed a risk to her, the court amended his conditions, allowing him to enter the street to meet some friends he had there, but still forbidding him from contacting Clare directly.
As far as the police were concerned, Appleton was still prohibited from making contact with Clare. But despite that ruling, it seems they were still secretly seeing each other. And 2 weeks later, Clare went to Appleton's flat for an amicable visit. But it soon turned violent. The next day, Clare called the police to report that he had attempted to rape her. Appleton was clearly worried that Clare might phone the police, because he also called them to find out if a complaint had been made against him. He may have been trying to cast doubt over Clare's allegations.
He's looking for confirmation that she is going against him, that, you know, she's not being loyal to him. And, you know, the proof of that in saying, yes, there have been complaints, would have made him quite angry, I would imagine. But also, in presenting himself to the police, he's almost saying as well, it's her, it's not me, I'm just trying to protect myself.
It was almost as if to get his word in first, and it further illustrates his very controlling behaviour. Not only did he seek to control Clare, he attempted potentially to control the police.
In the early hours of January 19th, Appleton was arrested. at 3:30 a.m. in the morning, but he denied the charge of sexual assault and was bailed till April with no charges pending. The police said there was insufficient evidence to charge him.
Although no charges had been brought against him, Appleton was still legally barred from making any kind of contact with Clare. And it seems, as far as Clare was concerned, their relationship was well and truly over. But that doesn't seem to have fazed him one bit.
Over the next 2 days, in an apparent act of defiance, Appleton flouted his bail conditions and contacted Clare online.
She got messages from him and, you know, she reported these to police and said he's still contacting me on Facebook.
So Facebook has this ability to poke somebody. It's just, you click a button and it says, oh, I'll give you a poke. It's like, hi, I'm giving you a hello. So Appleton not only sends her a poke, he sends her a series of invites. It's this constant contact, but not a real contact.
For us, that might be fairly insignificant, but for Clare, it's huge. It's George in her life, in her world, in that world of social media.
The police considered this a minor breach of the bail conditions, but it's not the severity of the act, it's the fact that they intentionally breached those bail conditions.
They don't recognize it's a pattern of behavior. They don't see it as a continuation of the abuse. They just see it as an annoying gesture. It's not an annoying gesture, it's a stalker saying to its victim, I'm here, you can't get rid of me. And that's exactly how the victim feels. But the police don't recognize it, or they ignore that, or they don't understand the significance of that type of behavior.
George Appleton's use of social media during that particular period was just an extension of power and control. I've got control, I know where you are, I can reach you, metaphorically, at any time.
At the end of January, Clare was interviewed by police in relation to her sexual assault allegation against Appleton. She admitted that at the time of the alleged assault, she was seeing Appleton willingly. And suddenly, the police's attitude to her case seemed to change.
No one put all those pieces of the jigsaw puzzle together to try and understand and appreciate the risk that faced Clare at that particular moment in time.
The police are very good at investigating crime, a car theft, or a break-in. And there's not much psychology behind a car theft or a break-in. So when they go to investigate things like stalking and domestic violence, they kind of discount the psychology behind the abuser and the impact on the victim.
At the end of January 2009, with the sexual assault charges dropped, Appleton was allowed to walk free without any restrictions on contacting Clare.
On February 2nd, 2009, this case would reach its tragic and horrifying conclusion. Late that afternoon, Appleton made his way over here to Clare's house while she was out. He had murder in mind, and nothing would stand in his way.
Police think Appleton entered Clare's address using his own key. And once inside, he lay in wait. When Clare arrived home in the late afternoon, Appleton pounced. It's believed he rapidly overpowered her and dragged her upstairs, where he raped her. Once he'd finished raping Clare, Appleton then strangled her to death.
Appleton would have wanted Clare to suffer. He would have wanted her to know that he was the one with all the power, and this is how I'm exerting it, and there's nothing you can do. He would never have wanted it to be quick.
It was a horrific murder, but Appleton wasn't finished yet.
He then set fire to her body, probably in a very clumsy forensic attempt to cover up evidence, because Appleton was trying to cast doubt on the idea that he had actually killed Clare.
You can't comprehend how evil somebody can be to do that. This isn't just taking somebody's life, it's completely stripping any existence away of Clare.
It was a truly vicious and brutal killing by Appleton. He chose not only to rape and strangle Clare to death, but also to set her body alight. I want to find out what psychologist Mike Berry and criminologist Dr. Elizabeth Yardley think drove him to kill the woman who loved him.
Mike Appleton beat Clare. He raped her, strangled her, and then burned her body. Why such extreme violence?
Because he was extremely angry. This is the action of a man who's so angry that he's got to destroy the object that makes him angry. In this case, it was poor Clare. Not only did he kill her, he had to destroy her and burn her and try and wipe her off this earth. This is an act of a very, very angry, very dangerous man.
When we look at his post-defence behaviour here, he's not only raped her and strangled her, but he set alight to her body. And I think that's quite symbolic. It's saying, look, I can't control you by keeping you in a relationship, so I'm going to control you by completely obliterating you.
I mean, there must have been some sense. I mean, he placed an ashtray beside the body. Was he trying to give us a hint that she burnt herself? It was her fault?
No, I don't. I think we may be reading too much into something. This does happen in crimes, that people do things for no obvious reason at all, and then we often put too much significance on it.
His key objective is to destroy her, to obliterate her, to make her vanish off the face of the earth by burning the body.
When George Appleton's girlfriend, Clare Wood, ended their 18-month relationship, he started to stalk her online and face-to-face, threatening to beat and to rape her. And on February 2nd, 2009, that's exactly what he did. Not only did he rape her, but he also strangled her before setting her body alight.
When Clare's family stopped hearing from her after February 2nd, they soon became worried and tried calling her. It was totally out of character for Clare not to get in touch. But Clare's dad, Michael, lived nearly 50 miles away, so couldn't drop in to check on her.
I said to my son, text Clare, tell her we haven't heard from her, tell her, ask her if she's okay, and to get in touch. We got no reply, so I phoned my ex-son-in-law and said, would you do me a favour, Justin? We haven't heard from Clare. I said, will you go in past and see if she's all right and tell her to get her bum into gear and get me a phone. Well, little did I know I was sending him into Bedlam.
Claire! As soon as Clare's ex-husband arrived at the house, he saw the back door was unlocked and realised something was wrong. It didn't take long for his worst fears to be confirmed.
The police immediately launched a major manhunt for the prime suspect, Appleton. After all, Clare had reported him for threats and harassment on numerous occasions before.
The manhunt for George Appleton was nationwide. It had gone from Salford to across the country. Ports were put on alert, airports were put on alert, everyone was on alert for George Appleton, a dangerous individual that shouldn't be approached. And the police were going to use every avenue that they could to get that message across.
As the manhunt got underway, the police soon realised they'd completely underestimated Appleton's capacity for violence. Interviews with his friends revealed that he told them about the cruel and violent things he wanted to do to Clare. The police also discovered that Clare wasn't the only woman he had targeted on social media sites. The press soon dubbed him the Facebook fugitive.
There were Facebook groups, that were springing up to find George Appleton and make it easy for him to get in touch with police and spread that word, use social media to spread that word.
George, if you're listening to this, if you've accessed the website, I'd urge you to make contact with the police. If you don't feel confident in doing that, can I ask that you contact your solicitor?
But despite the huge publicity the case was generating in the news and on social media, Appleton still managed to evade the police for almost a week.
I think Appleton, while he was on the run, bit by bit, he will have realised that there was a manhunt, that he was wanted, that his attempts to cover things up were just not going to work. He knew that he was probably facing a long time in prison.
6 days after Clare's body was discovered, Appleton was found here at this rundown pub in Manchester. He was dead. He'd hung himself, but he left no suicide note or passed on any message of remorse.
As with many psychopathic individuals who are cornered, they take the option of controlling their own destiny, of wresting that last bit of control. Committing suicide for someone who's psychopathic isn't really that difficult because they have same kind of disregard for their own life as they do for others.
I thought you've cheated us. That was a man, it hurt me. More than I can describe. It's not just a Father's Day card or a birthday bloody card or Christmas card. He torn one of my family up.
After the discovery of Appleton's body here at this derelict pub, the full graphic details of his criminal record and his violent past towards women was revealed in public. For the very first time, Clare's dad knew the full truth about the man who dated and then murdered his daughter. He was shocked and appalled that himself and Clare didn't find out the truth about his violent past until it was too late, and he was determined never to let anybody else suffer the same fate again.
My daughter didn't get the protection that she deserved. The fact that there was 120 women being killed every year and possibly 5 to 6 men. Why, in this country, at least 1 in 4 women suffer domestic violence of some sort. And I didn't want another parent to go through what I went through.
Michael worked with politicians and the police to put a legal framework in place for victims of domestic abuse and their families to find out about their partner's previous convictions. Following a 3-year campaign and a pilot scheme across 4 counties, Clare's Law was launched nationwide.
Now with Clare's Law, there is a facility for an individual to make inquiries about the previous history of their partner. Looking back in Clare's particular case, absolutely Clare would have been empowered to make that application. She could have spoken to a police officer, gone into a police station and initiated a right to ask. It would have been heard by a decision-making forum, and then provided certain criteria were met, absolutely Clare could have been given information about Appleton's previous offending history.
It was a bittersweet moment. I wouldn't have been in any of this had George Appleton understood no. I couldn't do anything for Clare. I still can't. They could have called it any bloody law they liked, as long as they brought it in.
George Appleton was a sadistic human being, using the internet to coerce Clare into an abusive relationship before brutally murdering her. What kind of social media killer do Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and psychologist Mike Berry think Appleton was?
If we're going to build a map of murderers like Appleton and try and prevent them from going on to kill, how important is it to categorise them?
Well, it's really important because as criminologists, we need to understand what predators like him are doing with social media. And that's the term that I would use to describe him. He is a predator. So these online dating sites, these apps, they are his hunting ground, and vulnerable women looking for love were his prey. So he's using it to identify his victims. But he's also using it later on in the relationship. He's using it to stalk them. He is poking them, saying, look, I'm here, I'm watching you. So it's a really important tool in his toolbox.
From a psychologist's point of view, we have a predator. He has clearly targeted and groomed his victims, but then he's moved on to becoming a resentful stalker who is then gone into violence. We know that resentful stalkers are much more likely to become violent than other types of stalkers, but he has gone too far.
Liz, what surprises you about this case?
Well, I think that the thing that surprises me most about this case, that doesn't surprise me at the same time, is this victim blaming that goes on in reaction to Claire. Why did she have him back? Why did she go round to his flat? Why did she have consensual sex with him? We're so focused on the behaviour of the victim that we lose sight of the offender. The offender becomes kind of invisible.
And the offender is fought here. He's the one that's gone out to do this, and the victim has been taken advantage of.
How important in this online world is the need for a law like Clare's law?
Well, it's a really important milestone because in the age of the internet, often the relationships that we might strike up with people on dating apps or dating websites are people that we don't know in our social circles. They're people that we don't have information about to begin with. So we do need something to enable us to have that knowledge. It's not just the person who's getting into a relationship who can go and request a disclosure from the police. It's anybody who's concerned about that relationship. So it can be a friend, it can be a colleague, it can be a member of the family. So if you've seen those warning signs, you can go in and you can ask for this. So it's not just the person in the relationship.
Michael is immensely proud of the work he did to ensure Clare's law was passed. But sadly, it was too late to save his own daughter.
It's gratifying to know that what we did for the last 6 years has brought fruit. But not at the cost of my daughter. No. Whether Clare was in heaven saying I'm proud of you or not, it wasn't worth it. It'll help others, but it certainly didn't help me. I can't get that off. Clare's going to haunt me to the grave. Just, it's the way life is.
Nowadays, with the click of a button, we can have what we want when we want it, and that even applies to sex. 1 in 4 Britons has a dating app on their phone and can hook up with a new partner in a matter of minutes. But as PC Gordon Semple discovered, sometimes convenience can be fatal.
On April 1st, 2016, Gordon Semple was looking for sex on the gay dating app Grindr. After firing off multiple messages, only one man got back to him, Stefano Brizzi, a former city worker who worshipped Satan. He invited Gordon to his flat, and the pair played kinky sex games. But when Gordon was tied up and helpless, Stefano turned on him, murdering him just 2 hours after they first met. But it's what Brizzi did to Gordon's dead body that left everyone sickened.
I'm on my way to central London where PC Gordon Semple worked and died, and I want to understand why a respectable police officer would put his entire safety on the line for an afternoon of sex with a total stranger, for a deadly hookup that would cost him his life.
On the surface, PC Semple looked like he had it all. A supportive family, a long-term partner of 25 years, and he was well liked by everyone who knew him.
Gordon worked with his colleagues here at Westminster City Hall, where he was a senior officer in the antisocial behavioural unit. He'd been in the police for over 30 years and was widely regarded by colleagues as a caring, gentle and quiet man.
Gordon was a soft, sort of like a sort of teddy bear in a way. He was a very gentle speaker. I'd often say to him, "Speak up, Gordon, I can't hear you." He whispered, he always whispered. Everything was like a secret. He spoke more about his family, I think, than about himself ever. He would always tell me about going back up north and seeing his family in Scotland. Just a very kind gentleman. The community of Belgravia loved Gordon. They loved his sense of humour. They would all ask for Gordon by name. They knew him well and they trusted him. I think Gordon was seen as like a dad or a brother, older brother in some ways. You went to Gordon for advice.
But Gordon Semple was not all he seemed to be. He had a voracious appetite for sex and a way of acquiring it, totally unknown to his loved ones.
Away from family and from work, he was an avid user of the online dating app Grindr, an app for gay men seeking casual sex 24/7. On Friday, the 1st of April 2016, after lunch with an old friend in central London, not too far from around here,
Gordon signed on to Grindr, seeking casual sex with a stranger instead of returning to work.
Despite his long career as a police officer and his standing here in his local community, few of his colleagues, or indeed members of the public, knew anything about his personal life, or indeed his sexual orientation.
He has a relationship, a long-term relationship. But on the other hand, he presents himself as a straight man in work.
When Gordon joined the police service, it was a very hard place to be gay, to be different, not to be an average English, white, football-loving bloke, was to be different. Within the last 10, 15 years, that's changed dramatically. So myself and probably 3 other people in the station knew that Gordon was gay. I think as my role as an LGBT liaison officer dealing with gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender issues, he knew that I was safe to talk to.
I've come to meet author Matt Todd, who was the editor of the UK's top-selling gay magazine for 8 years. He's been researching cases like Gordon's, exploring why even today, revealing your sexuality can have serious consequences.
I don't think it's massively unusual that someone would not be out at work. I think there was a recent survey that said only 45% of LGBT people were completely out at work, and I think sometimes people feel that there is prejudice in the workplace, but I think sometimes people feel a certain shame about being gay, because it is, even though the world has changed, the world is still quite hostile to LGBT people. And also remember that, you know, he was an older man, he would have grown up through this time where you could actually be fired for being openly gay, you know, at work. So I think people do feel a lot of shame, and so it doesn't. I mean, it's shocking and it's upsetting, but it's not massively surprising.
And PC Semple was clearly very good at keeping secrets. Gordon's long-term partner had no idea he was a regular user of Grindr. With just the push of a button, he could search for potential partners nearby to hook up with for sex. Different codes on their profile denoted what kind of sex they were into.
People were very certain about what they were interested in. So some people wanted to be dominant, and there was a whole vocabulary around that. Some people wanted to be subservient, and there was a vocabulary around that.
And it's clear from looking at Gordon's Grindr messages, he wanted to be dominated by another man.
That shocked me, because if anything, I would have expected it to be the other way around. Although he was very softly spoken, he held a power within him, and I would have expected it to be him being the master.
Gordon was able to use the dating apps to locate men who could dominate him, all the while keeping his fetish hidden from those closest to him.
His partner was unaware of his online life, but certainly by all accounts, their real-world relationship was perfectly normal and harmonious. This shows that individuals like Gordon Semple are able to live multiple lives in both the online and the real world.
In April 2016, Gordon was spending a significant amount of time on Grindr, and being at work didn't stop him using the app.
During his shift here in central London on April 1st, Gordon was already canvassing sex partners on Grindr from 10:27 that morning. By 2:06, he'd already messaged 3 users, telling one that he was looking for a hot, dirty, sleazy session, and another that he was looking for no-strings-attached sex now. The next message, the 4th, he would send just a minute later, would be the fateful one. It was also the first he would receive a successful reply to.
Gordon wasn't looking for danger, he was looking for sexual relief. The problem in Gordon's case is that he was desperate. He needed sex there and then that afternoon.
He'd had many successful meetups with different people and it hadn't led to anything disastrous happening. I think it gave him a false sense of confidence that it would all be okay.
He was putting himself in a vulnerable position. He was willing to take chances that he might not ordinarily take because he had urges that he needed to satisfy.
On April 1st, 2016, PC Gordon Semple used the gay dating app Grindr to hook up for sex with a total stranger, former city worker Stefano Brizzi. It's a decision that would prove to be fatal.
It's really interesting to see that these two men with apparently very little in common would want to have sex together. But when you look at their online interactions on Grindr, it seems that being available for sex right now was the only encouragement they needed.
Gordon signed on to Grindr on Friday, the 1st of April, and sent out multiple messages looking for no-strings-attached sex. He had no idea where his hookups that day would lead.
We do know from their Grindr history that both men were interested in dangerous liaisons and fetish sex sessions with strangers, often with the use of a variety of illicit drugs. But when they connected on that fateful Friday afternoon, what do they really know about each other? Who was Brizzi? What kind of man was he?
Brizzi was born in Italy and came to the UK later on in his life, but we know for him that his religious upbringing clearly had a marked and significant impact on how he viewed his sexuality.
Brizzi would have grown up thinking that if people knew the real him, they wouldn't love him, they wouldn't respect him, they would think he was dirty, they would think he was sinful, they would think, as he said himself, that he was from Satan.
And in the early 2000s, one event enforced Brizzi's own belief that he was evil.
Brizzi was diagnosed with HIV. He saw this almost as if it was punishment handed down from God on high.
Having a Catholic upbringing in Italy, Brizzi felt his homosexuality made him sinful. So in 2012, he moved to liberal London looking for a fresh start.
When Brizzi first came to London, he was not that dissimilar to Gordon. He was passionate about his career and had a very well-paid job as a developer with Morgan Stanley. However, the newfound freedom he found amongst the London gay community and also the explosion in dating apps led him into a habit of casual sex and also a dangerous addiction to crystal meth.
Brizzi's state of mind was going to be affected by the drugs he was taking. Absolutely. There's just no way that he would be functioning normally.
Brizzi's drug use overwhelmed him and started to affect his work.
He was having hallucinations. He was in meetings at work and suddenly talking about tying men up. His behaviour became more and more bizarre.
Brizzi was realising that his addiction was getting out of hand, and he attended a self-help group for crystal meth.
Within the sanctuary of the group, Brizzi shared alarming details of his private life.
Members of the group were shocked by Brizzi's honesty about what he liked sexually. I mean, he was talking about people tying people up and being very violent with people, and they just found him bizarre.
Despite attending the self-help group, Brizzi's drug addiction spiraled out of control.
I think the point that Brizzi lost his job is really critical in his downfall. He's taking more and more drugs. He's on Grindr all the time. Morning, afternoon, night. It's part of his life.
Grindr has over 2 million worldwide active users every day and can be accessed from anywhere, home, work, even a local cafe.
One of the most fascinating aspects of this app for me is just simply how easy it all is. The search, the sign up, the sex, it can all be done in just a matter of minutes, and all without anybody realizing who anybody else is. So I'm going to try and sign up to one of these accounts and to see how anonymous I can be here and now to arrange a hookup, or in the case of Brizzi, to find the victim to murder. I've just put in a bogus email address, but one I'm connected to. I've put in my password, my date of birth. I'll declare myself 20. How about that? And off I go.
I've set up my profile, and it's taken just 40 seconds for me to receive my first messages from strangers nearby offering me sex.
Now I have a plethora of men up here, so offers to message me. And there's no photograph. I haven't offered a photograph. One man here giving a full name, giving his age. He's a kilometre away. I mean, if I wanted to, I could message and maybe arrange a hookup. And it doesn't appear to be terribly discerning, particularly as I'm pretending to be a 20-year-old and I don't have any profile photograph up. It's extraordinary to me just how vulnerable people on this dating app are and how they're prepared to meet and have sex with strangers without even seeing a photograph, to take them home, to spend time with them.
Many users seem to accept their vulnerability because the dating app offers so many rewards.
One of the advantages of internet dating is its an anonymity, in that where people were embarrassed or felt that they would be judged by having sexual fantasies that didn't meet the norm, such as sadomasochism, they can now go online and meet like-minded people and meet up.
He had a loving relationship at home. He wasn't looking for a loving relationship. He was looking for quick, easy, in his words, dirty and sleazy sex.
And at the same time he was secretly looking for dirty and sleazy sex, Gordon was phoning his long-term boyfriend.
Just looking through the police evidence about the case, it's clear that Gordon's telephone history reveals something quite unusual. From the same phone, and more or less at the same time, as he's firing off texts to total strangers looking for sex, he's also trying to arrange evening dinner with his long-term partner at their local pub.
Hey, it's me. I love you. Okay?
Gordon's partner had no idea about his secret double life. Just how did he manage to do this so successfully? How common is that one partner will lead a secret life and completely unbeknownst to the other?
Open relationships are perhaps more common amongst gay and bisexual men, and something which, because it's two men, and men have very intense sexual needs, so that's something you can discuss, and it's not frowned upon amidst the LGBT community. So I'm surprised that he wasn't open about that. That's quite unusual.
Gordon's final secret journey was caught on CCTV as he made his way to Brizzi's central London home, arriving at 3:03 p.m. From this point, there's no online activity for an hour. Just after 4 p.m, both men started messaging again on Grindr. They wanted to set up a sex party.
These apps where people can meet up with strangers instantly, if they want to, are obviously creating a landscape where people like Brizzi can very, very easily have access to a victim.
So it seems, just as the two men had finished their first sex session, they couldn't wait to invite other people around for more sex. This is a key turning point for me. Why would Brizzi invite more people to his flat, potential witnesses, if he had murder in mind?
I'm meeting with criminologist Dr. Liz Yardley and psychologist Mike Berry to try and gain an insight into what was going through Brizzi's mind before he killed Gordon.
Well, the curious case of Brizzi. Can anyone explain why you would invite other people to a murder?
Well, it would seem absolutely ludicrous, wouldn't it? That if you were planning a murder, the last thing that you would want would be more witnesses. So what on earth is really going on?
If it was his mates, and they talked about it and fantasised about it, you could understand them saying, well, come over, we're going to do a killing. But I can't imagine anybody in any mind saying to a complete stranger, pop over, we'll have a killing.
It does seem extraordinary that he is inviting potential victims and potential witnesses to this crime scene.
I think what's essentially gone on here is that Gordon has gone round to Brizzi's flat and they've had a good time together and they want the party to continue, but something else has happened in the meantime, which means that things just don't go to plan.
On Friday, April 1st, 2016, PC Gordon Semple was looking for casual sex. He used the dating app Grindr to meet a complete stranger, Stefano Brizzi. It's a decision that would prove fatal. After an hour-long sex session, both men sent out messages on Grindr trying to recruit more men to join their bondage party. But when the sex game started, things turned deadly.
Gordon was happy. He was telling people how, good looking this guy is Italian, come round, let's have fun. Whereas Brizzi was starting to feel something very different. And I think that was probably the start that he was becoming in a very different mood. When Gordon turned up, I think he wasn't what Brizzi was expecting. I don't think he was into it as much as he thought he would be. So I think he was quite passive-aggressive at that point.
But on this occasion, it left him helpless in Brizzi's hands.
His chronic drug use reduced his impulse control. The idea of strangling someone to death popped into his head as Gordon was in front of him. His inability to be rational because of the drugs is why he possibly went through and continued to strangle Gordon. Brizzi is in his apartment. He has a dead man in the bedroom. Somebody was on Brizzi's doorstep and rang the buzzer. Brizzi would have panicked when he realised the enormity of his situation.
One of the Grindr users Brizzi messaged earlier was now outside his flat.
Brizzi, after a few minutes, said, "We're having a situation here. Someone fell ill. We're taking care of it. The party's cancelled." Later that night, Gordon's partner reported him missing. But as he didn't know he was on Grindr, he never thought to look there, and nor did the police.
Nothing was heard from Gordon for 6 days. It was entirely uncharacteristic of him to vanish without trace, and his loved ones were beside themselves with worry.
On the 7th of April, almost a week after the murder, neighbours here, though, reported a foul-smelling stench emanating from around Brizzi's flat.
Neighbour Martin Harris lived in the same apartment block as Brizzi and remembers the distinctive smell.
God, it was terrible. Terrible. It smells sweet, and then you get an acid, like a citrus smell. And once it's up here, you'll never forget it. And I thought to myself, this ain't wrong here.
Martin Harris was so concerned about the odour that he went to see Brizzi.
It looked like he just got out of bed. He didn't show any panic, nothing. Cool as a cucumber.
What smell?
And he went, no problem, he said, I'm cooking for a friend. There were nothing in his eyes that would have said to you that there's a dead body in the bath.
CCTV footage from this shop, just a short hop from Brizzi's own flat, later confirmed exactly what he was up to in his flat and, of course, the source of the stench surrounding it.
He buys the things that he needs to buy in order to dispose of the body in a most horrific way, a way that he'd learned from a programme that he was really obsessed with, which is the Breaking Bad series, where in Breaking Bad they dispose of a body in a bucket of acid.
Gordon's death was clearly very rational and cogent. Plenty of CCTV footage of him, even images of him measuring the size of buckets, putting buckets over his own head to see if perhaps it would fit a human head in there.
Having bought all the tools he needed and inspired by the TV series Breaking Bad, Brizzi returned to his flat and commenced the grisly task of cutting up Gordon's corpse.
Clearly, we have a man who is further along the psychopathic spectrum. He's not frightened of the consequences. He's not frightened of dealing with a dead body. This man is not somebody who's thinking like the ordinary person at all.
He's Machiavellian in his planning. He shows no remorse. He shows very little panic or anxiety over what he's done.
Brizzi was well on his way to disposing of Gordon's body and destroying any evidence that he'd ever been at the flat. But I have to think at this stage, did he really think he would get away with it? And what do his attempts at disposing of Gordon's remains tell us about his state of mind and his motive for murder?
I hope experts Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and Mike Berry can help me better understand the evil lurking within Brizzi.
So why do we think Brizzi killed Gordon Semple?
Well, I think that potentially it could have been a situation where they had been playing very close with that line between something that's enjoyable and something that's dangerous, and perhaps it went too far.
So what do you think his attempts to dispose of the body says of Brizzi?
I think, to me, it says here we've got somebody who is quite cold, who's quite detached, because he's dismembering the body of his victim, and he's not disgusted by it, he's not repulsed by it. There's going to be a lot of gore, a lot of blood, and yet he's still carrying on with the task of just disposing of this body that we know has become a problem for him.
The way he disposed of the body is painting a portrait of a potential serial killer had he got away with this particular murder.
Well, this is very much about modern consumption, isn't it? I've got what I wanted, now I've had my pleasure, time to move on. So I'm going to dispose of this product or this service or this individual.
Mike, does this start out as a murder with a fantasy to dismember the body afterwards?
No, I think that dismembering the body is the way of getting rid of the body. I don't think that's the real kick. I think the real kick may be in the killing. It also very similar to when men get involved in autoerotic games and they get to the point of strangulation. And every now and then you'll find somebody dead through autoerotic games. This could have been slightly extension on that principle.
When Stefano Brizzi killed PC Gordon Semple at his London flat after connecting on the gay dating app Grindr in April 2016, he thought he could get away with murder.
Brizzi attempted to dispose of Gordon's body in the days after the killing by cutting up the corpse and dissolving it in acid. But with the smell of rotting flesh filling Brizzi's apartment block, police were alerted.
Hello? We've had complaints about the smell coming from your flat.
Smell? No. I'm cooking dinner.
According to the police report, Brizzi greeted police officers at his front door wearing nothing but a pair of pink underpants. When they entered the flat, the smell of acidic chemicals and rotting flesh was overpowering.
He answered the door in his underpants, which is quite interesting actually, because in Breaking Bad, the character Walter White, there's a scene where he's making the crystal meth in his underpants.
Thank you, sir. You can come back.
PC Edwards at the scene asked Brizzi if there was anything he wanted to say. And he replied, "I've killed a police officer. I killed him last week. I met him on Grindr and I killed him. I tried to dissolve the body."
What they saw, I suspect, will live with them for the rest of their lives.
It was an absolute scene of carnage.
It was a truly horrible sight. There were bin bags with body parts and parts of the carcass in the bin bags. There were buckets full of substances that the police would not have been able to tell straight away what that was. And it was clear that something very nasty had happened in this flat.
Brizzi had also tried to dispose of parts of Gordon's body in the River Thames.
Bizarrely, he said that when he threw some of those body parts into the river, he said a small prayer because he felt it would be a nice way to make a funeral on the River Thames. It just shows that somebody who'd murdered somebody at the same time was trying to do the right thing. Stefano Brizzi was very definite that Satan had told him to kill, 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 and that he was possessed by the devil. He called himself evil and referred to his gayness and meaning that he was evil.
Following their gruesome discovery, the officers took Brizzi to the police station to be questioned.
Is there anything you can tell me about what you did between the 1st and the 7th, before you were arrested?
No.
comment.
Brizzi had confessed to Gordon's murder to officers here at his flat, but back at the station, he claimed that Gordon died as a result of a tragic sex game gone wrong. When confronted with his previous admission and the talk of satanic voices in his head, he simply said, no comment.
Brizzi didn't want to go to prison. It would frustrate his life. If he changed his story to go for sex game gone wrong, that would mean probably no jail time for an accident.
But there's clear evidence this was no accident, but a conscious choice to kill.
If you are going to strangle somebody, you can actually make somebody unconscious within 20 seconds, maybe 15 or 20 seconds. If you stop strangling them at that point, they're going to come round and they're going to survive.
To strangle someone to death takes minutes, not moments. It was clear Brizzi had deliberately killed Gordon.
Pathologists examined Gordon's remains and found bruising and marking consistent with strangulation. They also found high levels of ketamine and GHB in Gordon's tissue. I wonder how this could have affected Gordon's ability to resist Brizzi's murderous advances.
That would have a profound effect on him. He would have been in a very vulnerable situation because he wasn't able to escape at the point that he realised it was going wrong.
Engaging in drug taking takes away your self-control, and you may engage in activities which you would normally not consider acceptable.
Discovering Gordon had taken drugs stunned those closest to him.
Finding out that Gordon had drugs in his system was another shock. It's a bit like saying your granddad's been taking cocaine.
I also think that the amount of drugs taken were certainly going to have an effect on Brizzi in the way that he was thinking. He'd been taking many drugs over the last few days. He hadn't had much sleep. So he had been in quite a disturbed frame of mind at the time.
When police returned to Brizzi's flat to forensically examine the crime scene, they found something that was truly shocking.
I don't think anything can prepare any human for this, because it goes into such uncharted ground. The whole thing is almost a fantasy. It's peculiar.
There was clear evidence that in an effort to dispose of the body, Brizzi had resorted to cannibalism.
There were bite marks on Gordon Semple's ribs, and of course there was DNA evidence on the chopsticks. So from that, the prosecution surmised that Stefano Brizzi had almost certainly taken part in some sort of cannibalism and eaten parts of Gordon Semple's body.
Cannibalism is one of the most evil acts we can engage in. For some people, that's one of the most grotesque human acts possible. Brizzi probably felt this is what you have to do if you're a Satanist, and he was just ticking the boxes from his satanic Bible of what he felt he needed to do because his life had so little in it.
The detail of the cannibalism, of the dissolving of the body, of the chopping up of the body was shocking. This was a human being we were talking about. He was someone's brother, he was someone's son, he was someone's lover, and it was shocking to hear what had been done to his remains.
Good morning, I'm Commander Alistair Newcombe and I'm going to read a statement to you. This is a very sad day for Gordon's colleagues. There are many officers who have served with Gordon in London during his 30-year career who will acutely feel his loss. Thank you.
Brizzi appeared before the jury at the Old Bailey, charged with murder, an accusation he denied.
Sofyen Brizzi was one of the coolest people I've ever witnessed in court. He was very, very calm, and there was no sense of emotion or reaction to anything that was being said.
Despite his pleas of innocence, Brizzi was found guilty on all counts. On December 12, 2016, he was sentenced to life imprisonment and ordered to serve a minimum of 24 years in jail.
I don't think there's any doubt at all that Brizzi would have gone on to kill other people. And he was too comfortable with violence, too comfortable with bodies, too comfortable with the sexual assaults. He wouldn't have stopped.
Gordon's murder and Brizzi's harrowing attempts to dispose of the body would be shocking in any era. There can be little doubt that without their connection through a dating app, that PC Gordon Semple would still be alive today. I hope criminologist Dr. Liz Yardley and psychologist Mike Berry can cast some light onto why Gordon risked his life for casual sex.
As a policeman, might he not have been much more aware of the dangers he was exposing himself to?
Well, you'd think so, yes, but I think we've got to remember that when you have that quite distinct dividing line between your personal life and your professional life, you're putting on different identities at different times and on different days. So on the day that he set out to meet Brizzi, yeah, perhaps he didn't have his copper's hat on, his copper's head on. Perhaps he was thinking about other things, and those risks and those dangers just simply weren't at the forefront of his mind.
Do we think the killing of Gordon Semple could have happened outside of the era of social media?
Yes. In many ways, all the social media does is speed up the process of contact, but he could have easily picked up a guy, gone back with him, and the same thing could have happened. Now, he's a policeman, so people could say, well, surely he would have smelt danger. My argument would be that if he's aroused and sexually interested, that often overtakes any sense of sensibility.
And I think we also need to look at who is actually using apps like these. So obviously you have people who are looking to hook up with others in the area that they're in at the time. But are some of these people vulnerable people who aren't going to be missed? And as criminologists, we call them the missing. Gordon was missed. People picked up on the fact that he wasn't around very quickly. So I think there are some incredibly vulnerable people in society who could be using these apps, who really do put themselves in an awful lot of danger.
What was it about Gordon Semple that precipitated the murder? Is it the case that someone was going to die that day and it just so happened it was Gordon Semple?
I think Gordon was just an unlucky person in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't think the murder would have taken place that day. I think it's quite likely a murder or attempted murder would have taken place in the near future.
Liz, what kind of online killer was he?
Well, I think when you look at some of Brizzi's behaviour, it's quite predatory, isn't it? He's going out there, looking at this app, looking at who's around, who fits what I'm after. He's essentially going fishing. So I'd say that he's definitely a predator.
Despite Brizzi being sentenced to a minimum of 24 years in jail for this horrific crime, he served just 2 months. On February 5th, 2017, he took his own life in Belmarsh Prison.
When I heard that Brizzi had committed suicide, I wasn't in the slightest bit surprised. I expected him to. And although he won't suffer prison, if prison is anything to suffer, I don't care. I don't care about him. I don't care about anything about him, really. I don't have a feeling in particular about him. I'm still cold, and I think I'm still cold about Brizzi, and I don't think I've yet felt an emotion quite yet. Perhaps later on in life I will, when the police officer has gone from me.
In this internet age, hooking up with strangers for casual sex is easy and fast, but so too is finding a potential victim to murder. If you're using dating apps, take care. Tensions and fights between rival schools are nothing new, and most are over pretty quickly. They certainly rarely end up in murder. But in the case of London schoolboy Sofyen Belamouadden, that's exactly what happened.
On March 25, 2010, at Victoria train station, 15-year-old Sofyen was killed by a gang of knife-wielding teenagers. As crowds of horrified commuters looked on, this conscientious young schoolboy found himself on the front line of a pitched battle between pupils from rival schools. Unarmed and alone against the baying mob, he was stabbed and kicked to death in a ferocious attack that lasted just a matter of seconds. How did a petty school rivalry turn into a bloodbath in the space of just 24 hours?
I'm on my way to West London, where Sofyen and his family lived and where Sofyen went to school. And I want to investigate the role social media played in his murder and how he got caught up in the violence that was to cost him his life.
Sofyen Belamouadden grew up in Acton, West London. One of 4 siblings, he had a brother and 2 sisters. Sofyen's mother was the daughter of Moroccan immigrants who arrived in Britain in the 1970s.
He came from a very loving family. He observed Ramadan. He was quite a devout Muslim, and to all intents and purposes, he looked like a young boy who was going to go off and have a successful, happy life.
Sofyen was a lively boy. He was always smiling, always happy. Well, he was a family person. It was all happy memories, like never bad memories. Obviously, we had our ups and downs with our brothers and sisters. But we used to go bike riding. He used to play football with me when we was younger outside the house. I was like, I'm mini him. So every time I walk out, I get told that I look like him. Even at dinner, I get told that I move like him. So he's forever going to be a part of me, no matter how old I get.
Sofyen went to this school, which was then called the Henry Compton School for Boys. The teacher said he was industrious and smart. He was considered polite and popular among his peers, and he was also a talented sportsman. He played centre-half in his local football team.
His father was convinced that had he lived, Sofyen would have gone on and played for England. He certainly wanted to play for England, and Chelsea and a number of clubs were interested in him.
How did things go so wrong for this teenager with such a promising life ahead of him? What exactly were the events that led to Sofyen's tragic death? For several months, there had been an ongoing feud between Sofyen's Henry Compton friends and students from another school, St. Charles College, following a fight at a party.
She's going me, she's going me, yeah? Yeah? Yeah, watch yourself, mate, watch yourself. What do you mean watch?
Things came to a head on March 24th when pupils from both schools clashed again outside a McDonald's restaurant.
No, I'm not walking. You're going to embarrass me, are you?
I think some chips have been thrown, and things had obviously clearly escalated into a bit of a fight.
A friend of Sofyen's threw a punch at one of the rival gang. And for the St. Charles kids, this loss of face was too much to bear.
The St. Charles School gang decided that they were going to mount a major assault the following day to put their rivals out of the picture once and for all.
As soon as the fight was over, messages started to fly back and forth over Facebook and BlackBerry Messenger.
Well, back in the day, the BlackBerry was the phone of choice for businessmen, criminals, and indeed teenagers. It was easy to use, the messages were highly encrypted and very difficult to intercept. The kids from St. Charles used the BlackBerry Messenger to set up a closed group so they can chat amongst themselves. When the news came through of the attack on McDonald's, they used this app to orchestrate their revenge.
We need to understand that at that time period, the BlackBerry was very much an image for the gangster, an image for the street person, an image for the urban collective, an image for the one that's looking for the surrogate family. Why? Because it means that he or she can set up a group chat, that his friends may not need to be involved in it, and it's a way of continuing to promote that negative lifestyle or that negative behaviour without another group knowing who you're talking about.
Bad blood already existed between the pupils from Sofyen School and those from St. Charles, following a bust-up at a party some months earlier. And the scuffle outside McDonald's in Victoria was simply the latest incident in a simmering feud between the teenagers from both schools. And while that incident may have seemed trivial, it was to prove to be the key trigger for the tragic events that followed.
On the 25th of March 2010, London schoolboy Sofyen Belamouadden was murdered in broad daylight in a fight between two rival schools. I'm on a journey to find out how a minor scuffle between these two groups of teenagers could have escalated into a murderous rampage in just 24 hours. The day before, a fight had broken out between Sofyen's friends from the Henry Compton School and pupils from St. Charles, a rival school. News of the fight spread like wildfire on social media as the St. Charles pupils took to Facebook and BlackBerry Messenger. They were desperate for retribution, and it wasn't long before they were discussing when and where they would exact their revenge. The students suggested using nanks, slang for knives. This language is all too common among teenagers who find themselves involved in gang activity. But the St. Charles students weren't your average thugs or gangsters.
I've been able to find the police notes on the case compiled after the killers were caught, and they reveal something really interesting. Now, most offenders go through various stages of criminality, and the police call this the forensic escalator. Typically, an offender might start with petty crime before graduating in stages to more serious offences.
But in this case, most of the young teenagers prosecuted in relation to Sofyen's murder had no criminal record whatsoever.
What was surprising was that the majority of those taking part in the attack were actually well brought up, industrious pupils, interested in learning, interested in getting qualifications from decent backgrounds.
These were the children who were going to make it, they were going to go to university, they were making the effort to get to school on time, to take 2 buses across London, there and back each day.
But even for teenagers as studious and well-behaved as those from St. Charles, the allure of the gangster lifestyle, glamorized online and in modern youth culture, can still be extremely strong.
The profiles that you see on some of these people's, Facebook accounts, it's all about the gangster image.
To them, this lifestyle seems fun. And to many of these kids who were doing well at school, and a lot of people are always saying, but they were doing well at school. This is not about that. This is about fitting in.
To young people, fitting in often means being part of something bigger than their ordinary everyday lives. The fight with the Henry Compton kids gave the St. Charles gang something to focus on, a flashpoint that would rapidly cause the situation to boil over.
These kids may not have woke up one morning and said, you know, I'm going to murder. But what happens is when people are hyping a situation up, you're no longer thinking whether the person's going to be killed or not. You're just thinking, I have to be a part of that.
I've been reading up on the events leading up to Sofyen's murder when he was set upon by an angry mob of teenagers.
But who were they? And what made them go from 0 to 10 on the forensic escalator so quickly?
These kids got involved because they were inflamed, they were hyped, they were gassed. These are the words these young people use. And they were whipped up into a frenzy. It's quite straightforward. And it's not hard to do that when you've got a social media platform that is out there free.
Social media is a very strange animal. We know that individuals on social media say things, do things, support things that they wouldn't dream of doing in the real world. We know many cases where individuals, quite rational, sane, likeable individuals, do very silly or strange or outrageous things online and then regret it afterwards. I think we can clearly see that social media and text messaging worked like a magnifier to increase the significance and the importance of what would have been otherwise written off as a spat, as a bloody nose. And something calamitous had to happen as a result of all of that activity.
Without social media and without the key players involved, they wouldn't have got whipped up into this fury that happened. We have the leaders who are talking about being tooled up, what they're going to do tomorrow, somebody's going to die. And without that, it wouldn't have had the same momentum.
As night fell on March 24th, the BlackBerry and Facebook messages continued to fly back and forth.
Throughout that evening, dozens of St. Charles' students were communicating on social media, and their tone became increasingly fevered as they discussed their desperate need to exact some kind of revenge. The chief among those voices was Samson Odugbune, who, unlike most of his fellow students, actually was known to the police. At that stage, he was currently on bail for the brandishing of a samurai sword on a bus.
Odugbune was a criminal in the making. Even at the age of 17, he had previous convictions and was on a spiral that was going to take him up to being a serious criminal.
Another key agitator was 18-year-old Victoria Osateku.
Victoria Osateku was one of the most troubling figures in the whole case. She was clearly a key figure in the whole plan to have this pitched battle. And though she didn't have a criminal record, she'd clearly come from quite a troubled background. She'd been taken in and out of care at an early age. She'd had very little contact with her mother, who'd been a drug addict.
Yet when she arrived at school, she was a good pupil. She was interested, she was engaged, she was doing A-levels, but she was also a bully.
Osateku adopted a social media alter ego with the name of Missy Mafia, in which she portrayed herself as a young gangster.
People who'd been in her classes would back that up. They said that she did have a reputation for being a bit of a bully, and she clearly enjoyed exerting a control and influence over others.
Following the fight between the St. Charles gang and the Henry Compton kids outside McDonald's, Osateku spent the night feverishly chatting with her friends on Facebook and BlackBerry Messenger. Her messages became increasingly strident as she demanded swift and brutal revenge. She urged her schoolmates to come to school the next day, tooled up.
Osateku was busy on Facebook and Twitter and texting, urging people on to take this matter up to a serious level. It wasn't good enough that there was going to be just a set to. This had to be a serious level of violence. So she was saying to them, must bring weapons.
Some of the St. Charles pupils were also in touch with students from Sofyen School. threats and counter-threats were made. And by the time everyone went to bed that night, plans for the next day's violence were well advanced.
I found out that most of the St. Charles's pupils were regarded as a credit to their school. Many had achieved high grades and were expected to go on to great things. But why did so many of these bright young students work themselves up into such a frantic feeding frenzy on social media?
I've come to meet criminologist Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and psychologist Mike Berry to find out why events escalated so quickly.
When you get on the internet, you lose a lot of the control. Now, I write a message that's lacking control, you receive it, you pass it on to other people. The control element just goes. You become disinhibited. It's like being drunk without having to take the alcohol.
In essence, it doesn't feel quite real. You're more disinhibited. You say things you otherwise wouldn't say face to face, but it doesn't seem to have the same impact.
Well, I think we've got to look at what's come before as well. So it could be that there've been confrontations like this in the past where people have taken weapons with them and nobody's got hurt, no one's died. Somebody may have ended up with a minor injury, but actually it hasn't ended up being a big deal. And I think often there's the expectation that, well, nothing serious is going to really happen. This is just a bit of a rumble.
But then when you've got them in the crowd situation, you also have a thing called risk dispersion. And what happens is that the more people you have, the risk gets dispersed. So one person wouldn't hit them, half a dozen people hit because they're all sharing less and less responsibility.
I think when you've got this discussion going on and there are lots of people involved in it, even when you are saying quite strong things like let's tool up and whatever, sometimes there isn't the feeling that that's actually going to happen. Perhaps it's bravado, perhaps it's people just engaging in this kind of honour contest and status and saying, look how big I am. That there isn't the feeling that this is ever going to really be something. And I think you often find that when you've got interaction in these virtual spaces. It doesn't feel quite real. It doesn't feel like it's going to turn into embodied face-to-face violence. It's just talk.
So why didn't anyone object? Why didn't anybody in that collective say, guys, this is getting a bit out of hand?
Because they didn't think it was getting out of hand. They're going there, they're going to have a rumble, they're going to show the other side who's boss and things like that. That's what it's all about. They just see a bit of a rumble, we're going to win, we'll put the other ones in their place, and that's it.
On a spring day in 2010, schoolboy Sofyen Belamouadden was brutally murdered in a fight between two rival gangs of teenagers at Victoria Station.
When 15-year-old Sofyen Belamouadden headed off for school on March 25th, 2010, he had no idea that this would be the last time he would make that journey.
It was just a normal day. He got up, got ready for school around 7 and left by 7:30.
Tensions between two rival groups of teenagers from different schools had built to a fever pitch, and he would be the fatal casualty of a turf war.
He wasn't the type to get involved in fights, but he was always with his friends. So if his friend had a fight, he'll obviously help his friend.
Sofyen had gone to the Henry Compton School for Boys in Film, and the day before, one of his fellow classmates had punched a kid from St. Charles's College, and that had stirred up some more bad blood between them. The St. Charles's students were now desperate for revenge.
The previous night, as soon as they got home, the St. Charles pupils spread the news about the punch on social media. Two of them, Samson Odigbune and Victoria Osateku, spent most of the evening stirring up trouble. And the following morning, more messages were exchanged at school. The pressure to exact retribution was increasing.
Intriguingly, about 4 miles from the St. Charles Sixth Form College at Sofyen School, Sofyen took time out during his lunch hour to call his mother to complain about feeling unwell and asking to come home.
I have a headache and my stomach hurts. Can I go home?
His mother, however, persuaded him to stay at school until the end of the day. We'll never know if Sofyen realised that something was brewing and didn't want anything to do with it. What we do know, however, is that Victoria Osateku knew and wanted a fight. She was up for it.
And at the same time as Sofyen was calling his mother, she was at this Argos store buying a set of knives.
Victoria Osoteku bought a £3.99 set of kitchen knives with serrated edges from Argos in her lunch break that day. As a result of the social media exchanges the night before, this was going to be her contribution to ensure that she was arming the side of the gang and to encourage others to join in. She wanted to play a part in ensuring that the gang were well armed and ready and able to commit the violence.
She was the eldest of the group. She was 18 years old. There's obviously become much tighter restrictions on teenagers buying knives because of the number of teenagers murdered, often after school with knives, and they obviously felt that Victoria would be the person who would be able to get them unchallenged and then equip them for this battle.
Victoria Osoteku reminds me of a modern-day Lady Macbeth, inciting violence and then providing the weapons to enact it. But like so many of her friends, she had no criminal record to speak of. So what made a young woman with her whole life ahead of her become actively involved in a murderous enterprise?
Osoteku had a difficult childhood and she'd been in care, and clearly not the best start in life for a young woman. But Osoteku was somebody who had learned relatively early on the power of manipulation and the power of boasting and putting up a front, putting up an image.
When she gets a role in school as this gangster girl, Missy Mafia, she takes that and she runs with it. She wants to be accepted by the boys. She wants to be feared. She likes fighting. It gives her a sense of belonging. We see that with people who join gangs. They call it street families. They seek something in their peers that they haven't got at home. And I think that explains her really well. She's seeking out something that she hasn't had.
On the day of Sofyen's murder, fevered messages continued to fly back and forth via BlackBerry Messenger. Events were beginning to spiral out of control, and the inevitability of a serious conflict grew.
During the day, the heat from the online chatter was adding to the already febrile atmosphere. The barrage of gossip, rumours and threats added to social media bravado built to a clamour for bloodletting and violence throughout the day.
Messaging on social media kept on ramping it up. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. Bring weapons, bring knives, bring bags. This is going to happen.
By the end of the school day at 3:15, there was an expectation of imminent violence. Osoteku and Odigbone and some of the other students at St. Charles College here believed that there was going to be a fight actually outside the school gates. However, when they came outside, there was no one to be seen. They then get a call indicating that their Henry Compton school rivals were headed towards Victoria. They seized the opportunity to take revenge for the previous day's loss of face and headed en masse to Victoria for a bloody fight.
Meanwhile, Sofyen and his friends were hanging out after school.
He was with a group of boys. He acted normal, nothing. When I saw him, there was nothing different about him.
But Sofyen was hiding something from his sister. In reality, he'd arranged to meet up with his school friends so they could go to Victoria and confront the St. Charles gang.
He put his arm around me and he said to them, "This is my little sister, take care of her." And then I was like, I just felt normal. I didn't think of it as anything. And then I went upstairs and the 72 bus came. That's the bus we get on to go home. And then I looked down at him and I was like to him, Sofyen, like, come on, the bus is here. And he was like, go home, I'll see you at home. And that was the last time I spoke to him.
The St. Charles gang travelled to Victoria on 2 buses. Some even flashed their weapons to one another on the bus, seemingly oblivious to the fact that CCTV cameras were recording their every move.
There was so much CCTV available all the way along the line. From the moment the St Charles gang was on the bus to arriving at Victoria Station, the whole stampede across Terminus Place outside of Victoria Station, all covered by CCTV.
You couldn't pick a worse place in Britain, perhaps the world, to try and commit an act of violence in public. There are more CCTV cameras at Victoria Railway Station than perhaps anywhere else on earth. It's up the road from Buckingham Palace. It's a main transit hub for the whole of southwest London. There's an underground station. Parliament's down the road. It is a security centre for the UK.
Now, this suggests partly that we are dealing with teenagers who are not sophisticated in their planning. The planning was intense, but it had missed the major fact which older, more hardened criminals would have spotted straight away.
The St Charles group arrived at Victoria Station just after 5 p.m. Among them was Samson Odigbune. While large numbers of the group were carrying knives and screwdrivers, Odigbune was wielding a samurai sword.
In a peer pressure environment, such as mobs or gangs, you've got one-upmanship. I'll bring a knife, well, I'll bring a samurai sword. So I've got a bigger knife than you. Now, the initial indication of using that weapon may be just a scare. But then if someone gets trapped, isolated, like predator and prey, all of a sudden the rage, the anger's there, the rational thinking has gone, and someone's trapped, and that's when we usually find severe violence and even murder can occur.
CCTV footage showed around 40 in the St Charles's College group. The adrenaline must have been racing, and it was clear that a flashpoint was fast approaching. At around 5:20, Sofyen's Henry Compton group approached from the Apollo Theatre direction on the eastern side of the station, gesturing and shouting and clearly up for a fight. The only problem was the St Charles's group had superior numbers and were better armed. Led by Odigbune and his samurai sword, the rest of his crew had knives, machetes and screwdrivers. Outnumbered and outarmed, Sofyen's schoolmates did a runner.
CCTV images showed the St Charles students charging at the Henry Compton pupils.
The charge was led by Odigbune with a samurai sword, a most fearsome weapon, barging people out of the way, scattering them in their wake, screaming and yelling.
Just behind Odigbune was Victoria Osoteku, and following them, the rest of the armed St Charles gang. In the ensuing chaos, the Henry Compton students scattered.
Most of the Henry Compton group made good their escape, but Sofyen had split from his friends and found himself dangerously isolated at the top of the stairs. The St Charles group spotted him and suddenly made him the focus of their maelstrom of aggression and hate. He became interlocked with his attackers and tumbled down the stairs. At the very bottom of the stairs, the mob descended on the defenseless Sofyen Belamouadden. He had no chance.
Victoria Osoteku was watching this horrendous violence with glee. This is what she had wanted. As her friends fled, she sauntered over to the body of Sofyen and kicked him with her foot.
The attack lasted just 12 seconds, but it was long enough for Sofyen to be stabbed 9 times. One blow to his right shoulder was 12 centimeters deep and sliced through a lung. 2 blows hit a leg. Another shattered his rib cage and wounded his heart. Other blows damaged major blood vessels.
As Sofyen lay critically injured, a reverend, Canon Anthony Ball made his way through the crowds of horrified commuters to comfort him.
I was just walking up the corridor and I saw a kid struggling to get up, surrounded by 3 or 4 others who were kicking him and making a stabbing motion that I thought was just kind of someone hitting at the time.
What happened as you approached Sofyen on the ground?
He was trying to get up and he was being kicked and hit, what subsequently I discovered was being stabbed. And as I approached, the teenagers round him kind of turned around and fled up some stairs that were just behind where he was.
And you were holding him as he was dying. Were you holding his hand?
Yeah, I was holding his hand, sometimes his shoulder, but his eyes had glazed over. He wasn't really connected. That's what I was anxious to try and sort of get some connection, but I think he was unconscious by that point.
The emergency services were called, but it was too late.
The paramedics brought Sofyen to nearby St. Thomas's Hospital, where he was pronounced dead within the hour.
After the attack, the St. Charles pupils fled the scene. A number of them headed straight for a bus to try and make their getaway.
On the bus, they then realised that many of them were still carrying their weapons. And when the police headed the bus off, stopped the bus, they had to dispose of the weapons pretty smartish. Some of them went out of the emergency back window, and the police were able to hoover them up. Others kicked them and pushed them under seats on the upper deck or the lower deck. Again, the police were able to then recover this weaponry.
They were arrested very swiftly afterwards by police because Victoria has a lot of police around it. And again, everyone was arrested within a matter of minutes. Again, I think that shows the naivety of these children. They thought they would make their getaway on a bus.
However, there was one key member of the group who did manage to escape the scene without being caught.
Victoria Osateku was one of the only ones who wasn't arrested at the scene of the crime. But instead of deciding to keep a low profile, she actually went to school the next day and began boasting about what she'd been involved in the day before.
There was a school outing to the Victoria and Albert Museum, and she was so full of what had happened, so excited by what had happened, so gloating about her part in the murder, that she couldn't stop bragging about it to her school friends.
This schoolgirl's role in this violent murder is truly shocking. What do experts Mike Berry and Dr. Liz Yardley make of Osateku?
One of the most extraordinary figures in this case is Victoria Osateku, and she seemed to wind up a lot of the participants, and yet she's a woman, she was there at the scene. It's an unusual kind of ringmaster in this particular terribly violent crime.
One interesting thing is we're finding more and more women being violent. There are violent gangs of women in all the major cities in the UK now. She seems to have adopted the role of the leader and the one that's instigating it by using the social media, which she's done extremely well. She's really wound up these kids to get behind her, and she's done that very successfully.
I mean, she knew exactly what buttons to push, didn't she? She knew exactly what things to say that would get people riled up. And I think when you have an environment like the online environment, when you're in a virtual type of communication, you are likely to be more extreme and more violent and more graphic than you would be if you were, in the lunch hall at college saying, well, how are we going to have this fight? How's it going to happen? I think when you're not face to face, you're going to be encouraging behaviour that is much more extreme.
The death of 15-year-old Sofyen Belamouadden in 2010 here at Victoria train station after an assault by 20 youths truly shocked the commuters who witnessed it and the wider British public who saw it reported on the news.
Sofyen was chased, beaten and stabbed in front of hundreds of horrified commuters. It all happened within a matter of seconds.
The build-up to Sofyen's killing was captured on CCTV. That evidence, along with footage of a fight between the two groups the day before, meant it didn't take long for the police to track down the suspects.
The police realised very quickly that because there was so much evidence that all the children had travelled together, they'd all been involved in social media messaging or buying knives or distributing the knives, that they all must have had a very good idea that there was going to be a very violent confrontation that day at Victoria.
20 St. Charles College students were charged with murder under a legal principle called joint enterprise. This law allows defendants to be charged with offences they didn't personally commit if they can be shown to have taken an active and willing part.
And under those laws, that means that everybody can be charged with the murder, even if they didn't actually deliver a fatal blow themselves.
Now, this is a very controversial arm of the law, which basically allows the jury to consider whether a gang could all be charged with the most serious crime on the basis that they knew that something was going to happen.
It was the biggest joint enterprise prosecution ever in the courts in England and Wales. 4 trials lasting over 21 months here at the Old Bailey. In the end, the judge handed down 3 murder convictions and 5 for manslaughter. Others were convicted of lesser charges. In total, the defendants received 135 years in jail.
By the time the case ended, 17 teenagers had been sentenced to prison. Among them, Obi Nwake. Before his arrest, he did charity work alongside his studies. Nwake was sentenced to life with a minimum of 18 years for murder and conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm. Also sentenced to 18 years for murder and conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm was Christopher Omorigi, one of St. Charles' star pupils. The prosecution said Omorigi stabbed Sofyen as he lay on the floor. But the third and final murder conviction was handed down to a pupil who didn't even land a single blow.
One of the most surprising aspects of the prosecution is that Samson Odigbune was convicted of murder despite never entering Victoria Station on the day of the murder and being nowhere near Sofyen when he was stabbed to death. Now, the jury did convict him because he was seen brandishing a samurai sword earlier that day and was seen to be inciting violence.
Another of the St. Charles gang seen to be inciting violence was Victoria Osateku.
She came before the court to try and create an impression that she was a poor girl who'd found herself just wrapped up in something that she had no idea was ever going to take place. And then suddenly her friends did something which she never expected, and she was frozen in the shock of the moment.
When I saw her at the court hearing, she looked at her family and said, "Shemaim, I love you." And I got really angry because you get still to say that, but I can't hear that words again, and I can't say it to my brother.
In February 2012, Victoria Osateku was convicted of manslaughter after a 5-month trial. She was found to have orchestrated the fight on social media and to have bought the knives used in the attack. She was at the epicenter of the violence and even kicked Sofyen in the head while he lay on the ground. She told the jury she only nudged his head with her foot to see if he was all right. The jury didn't believe her.
So what do experts Dr. Liz Yardley and Mike Berry make of this intriguing case?
As criminologists, we try to categorise murderers in order to prevent future offences. What kind of social media murderers were these school children?
I'd say that this fits the antagonistic category. So you've got the escalation of threats and of these kind of honour contests online, this constant baiting of one another back and forth, and it escalates into face-to-face embodied violence.
That's the one thing about the social media is you send a message, you get, if I'm awake and respond, you can get it back within seconds. And the other thing is when they're giving messages, they're writing very short words, slang words, which gives you instant information, but doesn't give you a lot of discussion. And there's not a lot of thought going into it other than, here is my message.
It seemed to me that the social media accelerated things so quickly and that it weaponized the event, that there was no time or room for anybody to intervene or put the brakes upon it.
Well, I think what social media did in this example is to set the expectation, to say this is going to happen. And by having that out there, there's this idea of data permanence. So everybody's looking at their messenger going, oh, so apparently this thing's going to happen. And whereas when things are said, yeah, it might happen, it might not. But I think it creates that expectation that this is going to come off. We are all going to be there, aren't we? And I think that did kind of secure the fact that this was going to come about.
What safety net can anybody imagine or can you think of that would prevent a murder like this happening again?
Well, I think we just need to take a very long, hard look at how young people are using social media. Why are they using it in the ways that they're using it? And actually, do we need to step back and ask any broader questions? So why are young men so prone to use violence to display their masculinity and a sense of status and a sense of honour? What is actually wrong with our society that means that this is something that's okay?
I think what parents can do, and I know a lot of people are not going to like the sound of this, we have to be involved more with what our kids get up to. Because if we don't raise our kids, the gangs, peer pressure, social media would raise your kids for you. It means, as a society, we have to reflect back on ourselves and ask ourselves as parents, how can we be more of an influence on our kids than the social media, than peer pressure and gangs? How can we influence them more? And that is a very difficult process because it's already entrenched in this generation that social media and peer pressure and gangs are more influential amongst certain groups of young people than parents are.
Sadly, in the case of Sofyen Belamouadden, the world of social media created a situation that led to his death and to 17 teenagers being sent to prison.
Still to this day, it hasn't hit me that he's gone. I know I can feel the pain and I feel that he's gone, but I always think that he just jumped on a train and he's on his way, just a train that's never ending. And one day it's gonna end and it's gonna come back. So there's always going to be that pain in my heart, so that will never be taken away, so it's always going to be there no matter how old I get, how long it's been, it's always so.
Social media is a global phenomenon. Nearly a third of the planet's population, that's 2.3 billion, regularly use it. But there's a downside. Serious relationship problems can be caused by the use of social networks. And 25% of us admit to taking a sneaky peek at our loved ones' online postings. And sometimes we don't like what we find. When Brian Lewis spied on his partner Hayley's Facebook account, he became so incensed, he decided to kill her.
After 13 years together, Hayley changed her relationship status to single.
I'm not going to let this happen.
Incensed, Lewis told friends that if he couldn't have her, then no one could. A few nights later, his resentment erupted into an orgy of violence. He stabbed Hayley, and when that attack failed to kill her, he placed his hands around her neck and strangled her to death.
I'm on my way to New Tredegar in South Wales, where 26-year-old Hayley Jones lived and where she died. And I want to find out if her use of social media was merely a harmless pastime misconstrued by her jealous husband, or whether there was something much deeper at play. Did her use of Facebook reflect a desperation to escape her everyday existence, and did that desperation lead to her murder.
New Tredegar is a small town nestling high in the Welsh valleys. The bulk of the area's heavy industries, the ironworks and mines, are long gone, but the communities that man them remain. Industrial decline brought with it big social changes for people here. In 2009, this is where Hayley lived with Brian Lewis and their 4 children.
Hayley was just 13 when she met 18-year-old Brian Lewis here at a local fun fair. The travelling fair came just once a year, and it was a real opportunity for young people to get together and to let their hair down. It appears that Hayley and Lewis were instantly attracted to each other, and their relationship developed very quickly. Relatives reported that she was completely smitten with her new boyfriend.
For experts, the 5-year age gap between the 13-year-old Hayley and 18-year-old Brian Lewis is of concern.
They would have had completely different mindsets at that time. And we need to remember 13-year-old girls are immature. And that first relationship is going to be incredibly important, especially if it fits that romantic ideal. They've got nothing to measure it against. And quite often when older men choose younger girls, it's because they find them easier to control.
As teenage relationships go, this was a pretty serious one. Lewis and Hayley saw each other pretty much every day. And when Lewis got kicked out of his home after a family row, Hayley's mum, Sally, invited him to move in and to live with her 13-year-old daughter.
The fact that Hayley's mother accepted this would have put a sanction on Lewis in that he thinks, well, that's it, it's fine, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it if her mother agrees.
Outsiders might be surprised by the big age gap between Hayley and Lewis. Local journalist Wayne Novichik has worked here for over 40 years and knows the area and its people well.
How do you think the community would have viewed a relationship between an 18-year-old man and a 13-year-old girl?
This relationship wasn't particularly unusual in the Welsh Valleys or, in fact, in any economically challenged city. They would have been concerned, yes, they would have kept a weather eye on the couple. They would not necessarily have decried the couple if it was clear to them that it was a loving relationship.
They would allow it room to nurture and grow rather than condemn it.
These are not communities where both the man's family and the woman's family would refrain from interfering. These are strong, proud communities who look after their own.
In 1999, just 3 years after they met, Hayley gave birth to their first child at just 16 years of age. This was to mark a key shift in her life. She was now a full-time mother, while most of her other friends were still at school.
She was a child when he met her. She was a child when she first got pregnant. She was a child when she became a mother. And that was all she ever knew, childhood and him.
Lewis had got a job on the railways and earned enough for them to afford a mortgage on their own house just 2 streets away from Hayley's family. Over the next few years, the couple had more children, and by the time she reached her early 20s, Hayley was a mother of 4. Lewis had her exactly where he wanted her.
4 children in quick succession, such a young person. It's not unusual for people who are very controlling to keep their girlfriends pregnant because it makes them more vulnerable and it makes them more dependent.
Lewis is not a complex character. He likes to be able to go to work, he has his young wife at home, and I think he probably thinks that's where she belongs. I'm the provider, I'm the man, and you're at home looking after the children. She's trapped.
Then in 2007, 10 years after the couple had got together, the family's whole world was thrown into turmoil.
The breakdown of their relationship, I would suggest, could be traced from 18 months prior to the incident itself. Brian lost his job, and like a lot of people with a partner and children, may have felt a bit impotent in terms of what he might provide to the family. He wasn't in a position to provide as he once did.
Lewis losing his job at age 29 was a disaster for the family. Like many men in the area, he then struggled to find other full-time employment.
Their lives are certainly becoming a mess now. 4 children, he's not working, there's control in the relationship. At this point now, it's heading nowhere good.
It fell to Hayley to become the breadwinner, to pay the mortgage and to look after their growing brood. She took a job as a care worker at this nursing home where her mother also worked. And coming up to Christmas, she was working grueling 12-hour shifts. Meanwhile, Lewis was staying at home or drinking in local establishments.
She had new friends, a new career. He was at home brooding. Lewis's life was shrinking just when hers was expanding.
As his prestige within that family unit was being eroded, his self-esteem will have been near the floor.
Hayley's wage was never going to be enough to support their large family. And their debts mounted. Stuck at home while Hayley worked, Lewis became increasingly frustrated. For a man who liked to be in control of every aspect of his partner's life, this situation was becoming intolerable.
It was around this time when Lewis started to psychologically bully Hayley. He called her names, told her she was worthless and that no one else would want her. Worse still, he tried to turn the children against her. This is now legally recognised as a form of domestic abuse.
When you're a victim and you're on that journey, it's really hard to recognise it, and it's a drip, 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 drip effect. It is like a frog in cold water that doesn't realise when the temperature's being turned up and it slowly cooks and boils. In my eyes, she was a lamb to the slaughter.
It seems Lewis couldn't handle the fact that Hayley had grown from the child he first met into an independent young woman and the breadwinner in their household. I've come to London to discuss this aspect of the case in greater detail with psychologist Mike Berry and criminologist Dr. Elizabeth Yardley.
What's going on here is what I'd refer to as role strain. So he's used to being the breadwinner, he's used to being the alpha male, the one that's in charge. But now, Hayley is emerging as an independent and a vibrant young woman. She's been a wife, she's been a mother, but now she's gone out into the workplace. She's a friend, she's a colleague.
Middle-class men often choose to stay at home with family and become a house husband and everything else. They have control over that decision. He lost his job, all the control was taken out. And we've got a man here who loves control.
So for him to lose that sole kind of pillar of power, that's really significant for him.
But it's only part of the underlying problems in their lives. And we know that she was pregnant and had a child by 16, so we know they were having sex before. That is a warning sign, to say the least.
Can I just call it what it is? It's criminal. We can't really be surprised that it ends up so tragically when it started out so criminally.
Well, you've got to look at it in context. I mean, what are the relationships like in the community? Because we've got the legal code, which very clearly says this is an illegal relationship. And then you've got the social norms and the values of a particular community, which condones this type of relationship. So when you've got behaviour going on in a community where everybody is doing it, it doesn't stand out to you as odd or bizarre. It's just the way things are.
With the relationship under increasing strain, Hayley joined Facebook. She initially used it to keep in touch with her friends and family. But as she started to spend more and more time online, Lewis began to suspect that she was using it for less innocent purposes.
Lewis is a very insecure individual who every time he hears the tapping of keys by Hayley feels that that is Hayley talking to another man. Every time he hears a tap of the keys, it's going through his heart. This will just make him resent her more, make him jealous. That makes him even more angry that eventually he's going to burst.
I'm in New Tredegar in South Wales, where Hayley Jones met her partner, Brian Lewis, when he was 18 and she was just 13. The couple had 4 children, but their relationship hit the rocks when he lost his job. Hayley took to Facebook as an escape, but Lewis grew angry about the time she spent online.
He became increasingly insecure that he was losing control of her as she forged a new independence and developed new friendships.
Lewis's frustration mounted until he eventually snapped, with fatal consequences. I've come to the Welsh Valleys in the hope that I can discover more about this tragic story. Background reading of the case notes has given me an insight into the predicament Hayley found herself in at the end of 2008.
The investigation notes clearly indicate that at this stage, Hayley was trapped in a relationship with an increasingly unpredictable and violent partner. Lewis began to drink heavily, and this exacerbated his underlying anger and frustration. What began as verbal abuse then escalated. To me, this is clearly the signs of a man beginning to unravel.
Lewis had lost control of the relationship, he'd lost control of his finances, and he'd lost control of the household.
She was no longer this little child that he was able to control and manipulate. Suddenly she was a woman who was experiencing things for herself and probably realising, actually, I don't want to be with him.
Hayley was trapped in a vicious circle. The more angry Lewis became, the more unhappy Hayley became, and the more she retreated into her online world. The amount of time she was spending on Facebook grew.
He told detectives that she was coming home from work at 8 in the morning after a 12-hour shift and spending several hours on there before going to bed. And she was also spending her spare time in the evening on Facebook as well. And he said it was interfering with their family life.
I don't think she necessarily had an adolescence away from him. She was with him from an early age. By going onto social media as she did, she probably began to realise the things that she'd missed out on.
So it's no longer just him and her in this world. It's him, her, Facebook, her friends, the outer world that he's been able to keep her from for all these years.
Why did Hayley spend so much time online? She must have been aware it was making her partner angry. So is it possible that she was actually becoming addicted to social media?
Internet addiction is really defined by the amount of disruption to somebody's life. They would prefer to be on the net, perhaps even at the expense of their social relationships. If the non-user happens to be very jealous or insecure, that can provoke a rather dangerous situation.
It releases dopamine in the brain, so it's very addictive for somebody. If you don't live an exciting life, Facebook becomes a world where you can live a different life.
Whether Hayley was addicted to Facebook or was simply using it to escape her very difficult domestic circumstances still is not clear. What is certain, however, is that Lewis's increasing resentment towards the amount of time she was spending online was reaching boiling point. He now clearly believes she was communicating with a man and having an affair behind his back.
There's never any evidence that she was developing a love interest elsewhere. The fact that she was spending so long on the internet suggests that she was certainly losing interest in him.
Something's got to give. Lewis was ready to explode. He suspects everything. He suspects that she's possibly sleeping with other men, not just talking to them. He's looking for evidence.
Hayley's obsessive internet use, wittingly or unwittingly, only served to add fuel onto her partner's paranoia. He told his friends that every time when he came into the room, she quickly closed down the laptop, which suggested to him that she was talking about him online. And she was.
Around the end of 2008, Hayley began to imagine life without Lewis, discussing it online with her friends. Maybe she was blind to the anger her use of social media was causing her partner. Or maybe she was just past caring. But for a man who craved control, Hayley's online life was too much to bear.
Usually when you've got an anxious or jealous or insecure partner, it can force the other one to be a little bit more secretive, furtive, especially if that non-user is somewhat domineering. That can be hideously misinterpreted and lead to an escalation of conflict between two individuals.
Hayley was double-clicking Double click is something where your partner comes into the room that you either go onto another screen or shut the laptop. That is going to start to send him really, really paranoid. Paranoid anyway because his wife's never done this before, but paranoid because he's also got too much time on his hands, he's not working, and he's going to start ruminating about what's going on.
Lewis was a man losing control in every sense. And at the end of February 2009, he turned his anger onto one of his kids, leaving the child bruised and shaken.
For yourself to be abused, that's fine. But from my personal experience, you stay because you're safeguarding the children. So it's safer to stay with an abuser than it is to leave. That would have been her moment where she thought, this is it, I've got to get out now.
I think at that point she probably realised that this man was not dealing with the challenges of life very well at all.
It was a turning point for Hayley. In early March 2009, she decided it was time to split with Lewis for good. But the way she announced it was befitting of her obsession with social media.
About 10 days before her murder, she changed her status to single on Facebook. She clearly thought that Lewis was a lot stricter than he needed to be.
It feels like such a benign thing to do. She couldn't possibly have known the impact that that would have had. She would have sparked his worst fear. The control is to make sure that the partner does not leave. As soon as the partner says, I'm leaving, you've poked a stick into the hornet's nest.
Lewis was incensed to discover that Hayley had announced their separation in such a public fashion.
Now she's showing everybody it's over. So it's the separation risk factor, plus the public humiliation, plus the fact that he now knows there is no way back.
Hayley changed her relationship status on March 2nd, but she's tried to continue as normal as possible for the sake of the kids. A few days later, the couple went out with friends to the local social club in their village of New Tredegar.
The couple bickered and left early.
Who is he?
The heated argument then continued in the car.
Because I know!
And friends witnessed Lewis slapping Hayley.
This was becoming more and more a serious conflict situation. At this point, alarm bells should have gone off. This is not going in a good direction.
She's being physically abused by him. I think it was always in him. I think he was an abuser, end of.
The long hours Hayley spent on social media are clearly hugely significant. But why was Lewis's response so violent? I'm going to address this with my colleagues, Dr. Liz Yardley and psychologist Mike Berry.
I suspect he's anxious that she's going to hook up with somebody else, but also it's the secrecy, it makes him paranoid, envy starts to creep in, and it just grows and grows into explosion.
Was Hayley's use of Facebook normal, or was it an addiction?
What she's doing here, she's exercising her right to privacy, which she has. You know, she has the right to have her own Facebook account, to make connections with people outside of the home. So I think that the fact that it's quite different from what's come before, we might think, oh, this is an addiction, this is problematic. It's not. The person who's problematic here is Lewis, it's not Hayley.
Disagree with you. I think it is addiction. All her life is work and the internet.
Surely she's entitled to a few hours a day.
She's working 12 hours a day, plus travelling, and then looking after the kids. 3 to 4 hours in that short time is a lot of time. It's excessive, it's addictive.
This is an incredibly oppressed woman, and here she has an opportunity to escape from that. There's a journey she's going on here, Mike, isn't there, Liz? She's expressing herself, she's going to find herself a new group of friends, and then she's going to leave him.
What she's found in social media, in Facebook, is something that's hers alone. I mean, a lot of the things in her life she's had to share with Lewis and share with the children, and it's never been very much about her. And I think it's something that she thinks, yeah, this is mine, this is exciting, and I'm going to keep it for myself.
I mean, what a role social media plays here. An opportunity for a woman domestically abused, now exercising her independence to say, I'm single.
I think that's frightening, actually, for him. She does it behind his back. That adds to his paranoia. He's already paranoid that she's having affairs on the side. Now he's suddenly dumped, and he's dumped spectacularly on Facebook.
His mates down the pub will read this on Facebook. To be told by your friend, oh, by the way, Hayley's single on Facebook now, that would be really humiliating for him. The real core of this for me is Hayley discovering her independence. That's the thing that sets Lewis off. And social media here, it hasn't sparked the flame, but it has added a little bit of fuel to the fire.
Hayley changing her Facebook status was the final straw for Lewis. The countdown to her murder had begun. I'm in New Tredegar in South Wales, where in March 2009, Hayley Jones lived with her unemployed partner, Brian Lewis, and their 4 children. Lewis couldn't cope when he discovered that she had changed her Facebook status from married to single. It was to prove the catalyst for a brutal murder. A few days after she changed her status, Lewis had been seen hitting Hayley in public.
Tell me what I know!
He was now openly abusing her.
Their relationship had broken down completely. Lewis, at this stage, is still quite immature. He doesn't know what to do. His whole life has been turned upside down.
Lewis's behaviour now provided several worrying aspects of what criminologists call the homicide triad.
The homicide triad is a mechanism by which we can look at the risk markers, the danger signs, if you like, that happen before a homicide. So we split it into 3 areas: the psychology of the offender, the high-risk markers that might be present, and the triggers that actually push that homicide to happen. The psychology is that of somebody who presents danger to Hayley. When he starts losing control, high-risk markers start coming in. So we have 2 parts of the triad now. So at this point, we are actually in a danger zone.
After the row in the car, Lewis went to stay with his family in nearby Fockroo. This gave Hayley valuable breathing space to think about the future. By the time he'd returned, she'd made up her mind that either he needed to go or she would leave with the kids.
She couldn't possibly have known that separation is the biggest trigger for things to escalate really dangerously.
On the morning of March 10th, Hayley returned home after a 12-hour night shift. Finding Lewis in the house, she went straight to the bedroom. Furious that she'd blanked him, Lewis followed Hayley upstairs.
He comes in, he sees Hayley yet again on the computer. We know he has struck her. And of course, if the relationship has broken down to such an extent and now he is bursting, it can only mean one thing, that there's going to be violence.
All of Lewis's frustration and rage spilled out. He dragged Hayley out of bed by her hair. He also turned his anger on her laptop, the thing that had come between him and his family.
In this relationship, there were 3 people. Lewis, there was Hayley, and Facebook. That laptop signified a physical human being to Lewis. He felt his partner was actually having an affair every single time she opened that lid of that laptop.
There's violence and suddenly there's damage. That is strong, strong indication that there is now a trigger. And that is something that's really dangerous because we have now completed the triad.
It was obvious to Hayley that she must act. She told Lewis to move out while she looked for somewhere to rent for her and the children. To underline the separation, the couple now also slept apart, with Hayley sleeping on the sofa in the front room.
On March 11th, Lewis headed down to the social club to drown his sorrows. As well as his problems with Hayley, money worries were also playing on his mind. He didn't think he could afford the mortgage if Hayley left him, and he thought he'd be sent to prison because he couldn't afford to pay his debts.
He was witnessed by persons in the local Woking Men's Club being fairly morose, and he saying, look, the relationship is at an end, but he didn't want it to be at an end.
Lewis's drinking companions were used to his complaints. Just 2 days before, he'd been overheard saying, "If I can't have her, nobody will, because I'll kill her first." Tragically, no one seems to have taken his threat on Hayley's life seriously.
The moment you decide that you're going, that is the most dangerous. If people would have known how desperate she was and what an abuser he was, and then somebody overhearing that in a pub, you know, him saying that, then they probably would have thought, oh my goodness, he probably really does mean this, because we know that Hayley's in an abusive relationship. You know, perhaps we better make that call.
I will never let you go. Perhaps something that anybody might say, but it isn't. It's quite a specific mindset, and it's that mindset that we see in most of our homicide perpetrators.
Rather ominously, Lewis said that Hayley was in for a big surprise the next morning.
Hayley, by this stage, was in trouble. Lewis is going to burst. He is going to want to actually hurt her because he resents her so much.
After she put the children to bed, Hayley started chatting to friends and family on Facebook. When word reached her about what Lewis had been saying in the club, she took it to mean that he was finally going to leave, and no doubt she felt relieved.
It's been shown in research globally, these murders are always planned. When he said, "I've got a surprise for her in the morning," that surprise was probably her death.
Lewis arrived home drunk and went straight upstairs without speaking to Hayley. Hayley messaged a friend to say he's in and is being a bit difficult. Shortly afterwards, she messaged a friend to say he's starting again.
The night of the incident, he came home and effectively had been told that in the following morning he would be leaving the address.
In the early hours of March the 12th, she was sleeping downstairs on a settee inside a sleeping bag, which itself was inside a second sleeping bag, and she was clothed, and that became really important during the trial that followed.
Hayley had left the television on and it kept Lewis awake. Close to breaking point, he thundered downstairs to where she was sleeping and started a row, which lasted several minutes and which woke their 5-year-old child.
Yes. I will leave you alone and chat with your friends. You know what? My friends.
Lewis then headed to the kitchen where he took a knife out of one of the drawers.
The murder had an element of planning because he went to get the knife, but to do it with no consideration that his children could be hearing what happened is so horrific.
He has gone beyond rationality. It is now simply a situation where it is his control and esteem versus her existence.
Brian Lewis had murder in mind. He stabbed the defenseless Hayley. But the blade was deflected without hitting any vital organs.
The pathology report suggested that the only reason it didn't go much further in was because the knife actually was stopped on one of her ribs. In his own account, having stabbed her, she looked up to him, said things along the lines of, "We've got children together, why are you doing this?"
Looking it through Hayley's eyes and what may be her last moment, saying to him, "I love you," as he was killing her, I can totally relate to that. Because you're trying to make him come out of that moment of madness.
Lewis didn't stop there. As she lay wounded, he placed his hands around her neck and then strangled Hayley to death.
By his own admission, he's put his hands around her throat and he's pressing so hard that he found it difficult to release her throat.
This was a truly merciless slaying. I'd like to hear from my colleagues, criminologist Dr. Liz Yardley and psychologist Mike Berry, about what they can deduce from the events leading up to this tragic murder.
There are some really important red flags here that aren't just about the violence. So there's the threat of separation. Hayley said, that's it, enough, this relationship is over. Verbal threats to kill her that he's expressed to people that he knows in the community. And those are some really important warning signs for an intimate partner homicide like this. So it's not just about the violence.
She wrote her own death warrant when she changed her status.
But what we're doing when we're putting the onus on the victim is we're victim blaming. We're saying that they are responsible for their own victimisation. It's Lewis's interpretation. It's his lack of behavioural control that has led to Hayley's death.
This was red rag to a bull, Mike.
Yes, the bells are there, they're ringing. We can see the signs, but maybe we're being unfair. Maybe because of our expertise, we know this, we've had a history of seeing this in so many clients, patients, criminals, and maybe the ordinary person doesn't always see it. But the other problem when you're in this situation is you do become blind. You become so enclosed in the world that you're trying to survive in that you don't have the vision to see outside of it, and maybe that's part of the problem.
And what we need to be really clear about here is that Lewis didn't just snap. This did not come out of the blue. This was a man who's got a history of violence, and I think he'd been escalating towards this for quite some time.
And we've also got to consider the use of alcohol. If he's been down the pub, he's angry, he's disinhibitioned, he's likely to become more and more dangerous.
Was this a premeditated murder or a spur of the moment, triggered by the events that night or by the change of status?
That transition from trying to kill her by one method to another, I mean, that there is an opportunity there for him to have decided, I'm not going to go through with this, I'm not going to kill her. So I think it does tell us something that he's deciding to do this.
Not decided, he's determined. Most men, if they've done some violence, they will get that point and they go, oh my gosh, what have I done? And stop. But no, he is determined to go on and he starts to strangle her. That's the most personal way to kill somebody because you're looking at the face, you're seeing what you're actually doing, you're getting feedback, and that is total control.
Brian Lewis was furious at the disintegration of his relationship. He even suspected that his partner and the mother of his 4 children, Hayley, had been seeing other men. When she changed her relationship status to single on Facebook, he made up his mind to kill her. In the early hours of March 12, 2009, he stabbed Hayley and then strangled her to death.
Lewis thought that all 4 children were asleep as he murdered Hayley, but he was wrong. His 5-year-old son had been woken by the row and heard all the tragic events as they unfolded.
From upstairs, the child clearly heard his mother cry out to Lewis, "No, no, I love you."
I can totally relate to that. My perpetrator, he had that glazed look over his eyes. You know, you're trying to make him sort of snap out of that moment of madness, and Hayley would have been doing exactly the same thing.
Lewis had carried out his chilling threat. If he couldn't have Hayley, nobody would. After the struggle ended, the child overheard his father calling the police and confessing that he'd killed his girlfriend.
Quite often, when these homicides happen, the perpetrator will go to the police. They might even phone from the crime scene. It's almost that they feel that they've managed to control the situation, and they say themselves, "I felt relieved as soon as she was dead."
Lewis fled the scene. Nobody but him knows what was going through his mind as he drove through the blackness of that night. But sometime later, he arrived at Blackwood Police Station, 5 miles from the family home, where he handed himself in. Back at the house, the children made a horrific discovery.
To leave his 4 children with his dead wife's body is so inexcusable and so hard to understand how any parent could do that.
It shows the mindset of the man, of how single-minded he was about this. Nobody else mattered at all. What mattered was he gained control of the situation by killing her.
Around 4 a.m, the children raced to their grandmother, screaming, looking for help. They said, "Mammy's on the floor, she's bleeding, she's dead." paramedics raced to the scene. They tried to put a tube into Hayley's airway, but her windpipe had been crushed.
The paramedics tried to resuscitate Hayley. They had difficulty in actually putting a tube down the throat of Hayley because of the crushed throat. Lewis said that he's pressing so hard that he hurt his thumbs. He found it difficult to release her throat.
Lewis was charged with Hayley's murder, but this wasn't going to be a straightforward case for the authorities.
Despite Lewis having confessed to the crime, he then pleaded not guilty on the grounds of diminished responsibility. The police would now have to prove not only that he murdered Hayley, but also that he knew exactly what he was doing.
Scenes of crime analysis would now be crucial in proving that Lewis intended to kill Hayley.
The defendant said that it all happened accidentally. Scenes of crime job was to find evidence to refute this. We were looking for the force that had been used to stab the deceased and also the force that had been used to strangle her. The deceased was lying down and still in the sleeping bag. It would indicate that there wasn't a physical argument. The stab injury had gone through the sleeping bag and through clothing. This couldn't have been an accident because the force that was applied was so significant. Strangulation will show that it wasn't done in a fit of rage, that it was actually a continuation of an attack following the stabbing. The post-mortem found that the deceased's windpipe had been crushed. There was no doubt in the pathologist's mind and the scenes of crime mind that this was murder.
The police also carried out a forensic investigation of Hayley's computer. That analysis proved that she had never used it to communicate with another man. Lewis's suspicions about her messaging love rivals behind his back had been totally unfounded.
When Brian Lewis's trial started in Cardiff Crown Court, he still denied having murdered Hayley. He said that he fully accepted the end of the relationship, but that Hayley was killed accidentally during a row between the pair. He claimed she was standing up when she was first injured, and that he only had a knife in his hand to cut his nails.
During the court proceedings, in his version of events, Hayley came at him during an argument. He was trimming his nails with a large kitchen knife, which is plainly absurd, and forensic evidence showed that that blow could only have been inflicted when she was lying down and therefore not on her feet.
That prevented Lewis from arguing in court that the eventual strangulation of Hayley had been a one-off loss of control, because by then he'd already tried to kill her with a knife.
A moment which really undermined the defence case. When he was being cross-examined, he broke down in court, talking about some of the threats that he'd made. I was only making them in drink, and then he suddenly seemed to realise perhaps I wasn't just making them in drink, and that perhaps I did mean them, because after what I did to Hayley, you know, I might have been capable of doing that.
Understandably, the jury didn't buy his version of events, and they returned a guilty verdict within hours. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum tariff of 14 years to serve.
When the verdict came in, he was emotionless. There was no reaction from him whatsoever. It was quite chilling, really.
Criminologists categorise murder cases to try to prevent similar tragedies happening in the future. So what type of murderer do crime expert Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and forensic psychologist Mike Berry think Brian Lewis was?
How do you place this in terms of online and Facebook murder?
Well, as criminologists, we've been studying homicide, we've been looking at murder and manslaughter for years and years and years, but now we've got something different to contend with. We've got social media, we've got the internet. So in terms of this case, I'd say that Lewis was very much a reactor. So this is somebody who sees something that their victim has posted on Facebook and reacts to that in a completely disproportionate way by attacking them face to face.
This is a murder that could have been prevented.
I think so, but I think we don't need to be looking at social media for the answers here. We need to be looking at the wider values that we have. Him saying, you know, she's not going to be with anybody else and I'll kill her before she does that. wow, you know, what a red flag that is. And it's this kind of closing the curtains, and what goes on behind closed doors is their business. Actually, it's not. And it's this interpretive denial that goes on in all communities when we see clear evidence of abuse, but we interpret that in a way that justifies not acting on it.
Was there something that should have been done or could have been done differently that would have saved Hayley's life?
Yes, I think her being on the internet 3 or 4 hours a night, this addiction that she had, the putting down the screen as soon as he came in adds to his paranoia. I think what people have to do is be much more open about their use of the internet.
As he was killing her, she was crying out, "No, Brian, I love you," and her children, their children, were upstairs.
The fact that the children are in the house is really, really concerning for me, because that suggests he doesn't give a damn, actually. He doesn't care about them, he cares about him. And we've seen so many cases like this where we have a kind of self-righteous family annihilator who says, this is my family, I'm in control, I decide what happens, and it's their role as a father and as a husband or partner that is central to them.
There, but for the grace of God, those children are still alive. We've seen it in other cases, and we just can be thankful that there was only one murder victim that day when there could have been 5.
Yeah.
This is a case which clearly highlights the perils of social media.
Social media is like a dark mirror. Whatever you bring to it will reflect back to you. If you're depressed, you tend to get more depressed. If you're isolated and you spend a lot of time through social media, you will become more isolated and lonely. Whatever you have, it will reflect back to you and it will get worse.
This was a murder with many victims. Hayley died at the hands of the man she once loved, and their children lost both parents that night.
It's tragic, given the 4 children who were orphaned by this. The use of social media, it opened her eyes to the fact that, look, there's more to life than being sat behind a closed door in your own home. And the ultimatum for the end of the relationship came about, but unfortunately that didn't happen.
He put his talons into Hayley, but she grew out of them. He actually killed the one thing that was of significance in his life.
Brian Lewis was a weak bully who committed a senseless crime while clinging to his fragile self-worth.
Until this country takes the blinkers off and looks at domestic violence in the light that it should be looked into, Hayley is not going to be the first and she's not going to be the last.
We're all using social media more and more every second. There are 1.8 billion on Facebook, with another 500,000 joining every day.
Increasingly, we build and maintain our social circles through Facebook friend requests and contacts we meet in the virtual world. When Tony Bushby took a liking to fellow student Katie Brisco, the teenagers got to know each other online. But the real Tony Bushby wasn't everything he seemed. On Boxing Day 2011, he visited Katie while she was babysitting her young niece and nephew. And when he arrived armed with a knife, poor Katie didn't stand a chance.
The way that I saw her, I'd never ever want to see that again. I can't describe it because words cannot describe it at all.
I'm on my way to Boreham Wood in Hertfordshire, where Katie Brisco lived and died. And I want to find out why she fell for Tony Bushby, a tragic mistake that was to cost her her life.
Katie Brisco was a popular church-going teenager and a talented artist. Although she didn't drink or go out partying, she loved having fun and being around her friends.
Katie was a very quiet girl. She was always pleasant, always smiling and happy. She just was quiet and peaceful. If I could describe Katie in one word, I would say she's an angel. She likes to express herself through drawing, and most of the stuff that she drew was so alive, you know, and expressive. She wanted to do children's book, do the covers and illustrate the covers for children's book.
I could see that she's really had the extra gift. She'd be down there doing her own drawing, sketching. Even from that early age, you could see that's what she wanted.
Like any typical teenager, Katie lived much of her life through social media.
She was always on there, from she comes in from college until sometimes 1, 2 in the morning. She was on it every day.
But the online world isn't always what it appears to be. And Katie's quiet, trusting nature would eventually lead to her death. In 2010, Katie started a foundation course in illustration at this college, the West Hertfordshire College of Art and Design. And it was here where she first met Tony Bushby.
Tony was from a broken family. He no longer had any contact with his father, who divorced from his mother when he was at primary school. Tony outwardly would be seen as a normal, everyday teenager, very involved in social networking, and he had friends at college, and most people described him as sometimes a bit of a loner, but also as someone that they wouldn't harm a fly.
Katie and Bushby both lived in Boreham Wood, and it's likely that they both caught the bus to West Hertfordshire College in Watford, which is a few miles away. It may be that that's how they met and got to know each other.
Katie and Bushby were on similar courses, and their paths overlapped on a daily basis. From there, it grew into a friendship, where they would text each other and message each other on Facebook.
Tony and Katie's relationship progressed pretty quickly online, and it appears from their Facebook exchanges that he asked her out on their very first date to the cinema in April 2011. But it doesn't appear that Katie told her friends or family about Bushby, and it seems that Bushby never told his friends about Katie. This started out as a very secret romance.
I didn't know that Katie had a boyfriend because Katie had never discussed boyfriends. I think when Katie met Tony Bushby, for some unknown reason, I realised now, at the time I didn't, that she was keeping secrets for him. And I didn't know why, but I knew that there was a change in her. I couldn't understand why she never talked to me about it.
Although she had a very good relationship with her mother, sister and friends, when they asked about her boyfriend, she would often be fairly quiet, just say that things were okay, but would never elaborate in more detail.
Clearly, when it gets to 6 months into a relationship and parents, friends have no idea about the other person, where they have no insights, where there's nothing shared, this is very unusual. It's very unusual for young people not to actually share information about their latest boyfriend, etc. This is something that must have been a bit of a red flag.
So why might Katie have decided to keep her relationship with Bushby a secret?
Teenagers are always afraid of other people's reactions to any relationship, especially adult reactions, their parents' and step-parents' reactions.
Katie, let's not forget, was a good girl. She was church-going and a very home-based girl. She might want to have some privacy and not tell the world about their relationship. She could also have been a very private person who didn't want to shout about this initial first flourishing relationship she had.
Though Katie played along with it, it seems likely that the desire for secrecy came from Bushby initially, who may already have had a sinister motive.
The grooming process really for me began straight away. he identified Katie as a victim. And the minute they accepted, or she accepted him as an online friend, that is the process beginning.
Katie and Bushby had dozens of dates in the woodlands around here. They exchanged hundreds of text messages online, and they appeared to have a flourishing relationship. But beneath the innocent exterior, Bushby may already have had murder on his mind.
I think that Bushby always had a plan to harm Katie. This was something that perhaps didn't have absolute form, but certainly the intent was planned there before the relationship started.
Joy Davis tragically lost her daughter Katie just after Christmas 2011. Katie was brutally murdered by her boyfriend Tony Bushby on Boxing Day as she looked after her sister's 2 young children. For Joy, it's a memory that will never leave her.
There was something that I would never like to experience again, to know that I'm never ever going to see my daughter again. Never ever going to see her again. And the way that I saw her, I'd never ever want to see that again.
Katie Brisco and Tony Bushby's relationship was far from typical. They kept their relationship a firmly guarded secret. Katie may not have been talking to her friends and family about the relationship, but she was talking to someone about it. In fact, she was speaking to 4 people. 4 friends of Bushby contacted her after the start of the relationship, saying that they'd heard she was Tony's new girl and could they be Facebook friends. But who really were these people? There were 2 girls, Sin Darwin and Crystal Stangard, and 2 boys, Shane Pluon and Dan Tress.
Katie and Bushby spoke to each other online, and he introduced them to her as Facebook friends. And she had individual conversations with them.
All 4 friends messaged Katie through Facebook to tell her about Bushby. Dan Tress told Katie that he and Bushby were involved in drug dealing together. And Sin Darwin told Katie that she and Bushby had been in a relationship.
They said he was a nice guy, he was fun, friendly, and of course, that would have influenced Katie to believe he was a safe individual and a safe person to go out with. She could trust him.
But disturbingly, all the time that Katie was talking to these 4 friends, she had no idea that things weren't quite what they seemed.
Dan, Crystal, Shane and Sin were all fictitious friends created by Tony. All the time, the person typing the words out, pretending to be Dan Tress, of the 3 other friends, was Bushby himself. She was unaware that they'd all been created from his own IP address. Clearly, she did not realise the person she was talking to online was the man who was going to kill her.
Why would Bushby choose to invent these 4 fake friends and then use them to converse with Katie through Facebook?
This adds to his own credibility that they can talk about him, or he's talking about himself. And you bring in these 4 different characters, 2 women, 2 men, to talk about Tony, what sort of person he is. One who's actually had a relationship with him. So every area is covered. Then you've got the drug taker, the area of life that's a bit sinister. So he's creating a whole fantasy world around him to impress, to control. There's a vulnerable victim.
It's likely that Bushby was using the fake profiles to help him win Katie over and to gain her trust. But just how easy is it for people to pretend to be someone they're not in the digital universe? I'm just making a fake Facebook profile here of a guy called Jason Brown. He's about 20. He's
one of my work colleagues' sons, and obviously I look nothing like him, and the world I inhabit and the social world I inhabit would obviously involve very few 20-year-olds. So within effectively 2 or 3 minutes, I've been able to create an email address for Jason Brown, age 20. I've been able to create a Facebook profile, not a problem. So now I can operate very effectively, you know, as a 20-year-old with a peer group, anything from 16 to 25.
To create a fake profile within any social media site is minutes work. But what isn't minutes work is how you carry on with that profile, how you become that person. Where does he get the images from? What sort of life have they got? Are they local?
If I was Tony Bushby, I would now create a number of other fake profiles to bolster my reputation, to build me as a character, somebody worth knowing, somebody maybe worth falling in love with. It's quite clear, this is absolutely the epitome of the very modern murder. This murder could not have taken place outside the era of social media.
The internet and social media has been a godsend to online sexual predators. Why? Because of the speed in which they can, 1, create fake profiles, but 2, access victims. You've got something in common straight away, and what's that? You're on Facebook together. And if you've got a public profile, then you can see each other. These are the interesting things about social media and what it's done to facilitate online sexual predators or any online predator because of what it allows, and that is access and opportunity to possible victims.
With connections made online more and more in our digital world, Katie didn't suspect anything was amiss, and she accepted each of the friend requests from Bushby's aliases without a second thought. Her trusting personality led her to believe all the wonderful things these friends said about him. But why wasn't she more suspicious?
For anybody that's able to sit outside this like us and look at it, alarm bells are all over the place. But then, for Katie, this was perhaps her first relationship that she was having. She wanted everything to be true. She wanted Sin to be real. She wanted Dan Trest to be real. And of course, she knew Tony was real because she saw him. So the alarm bells start to be silenced.
Intrigued by the things she was hearing about him online, Katie had fallen for Bushby's lies. It would prove to be a tragic mistake.
Katie never suspected that Tony's friends, who were telling her what a wonderful guy he was, were a complete fabrication. And of course, they never told her that the guy she was falling for had a dark side.
He'd been looking at pornographic and violent rape websites. One of them was called Ebony Submission, which involved the abuse of black women.
It is violent rape scenarios. It is the kind of pornography that most people would find distasteful. Even individuals who like pornography would find it distasteful. But it shows that deep within him, there is a sadistic sexual need. He wants to enact this. He is finding it extremely arousing.
Bushby was able to watch extremely violent pornography on his laptop in his bedroom, while at the same time having a Facebook Messenger conversation with Katie. And of course, Katie was completely unaware of what he was doing. So that shows his ability to compartmentalise and box off the good parts of his personality and the darker parts. I also imagine that Bushby himself got some kind of kick and thrill out of having the communications with Katie and her being completely oblivious and unaware of what was happening at the same time in his bedroom.
His experience of watching, searching for and looking for extreme pornography involving girls, black girls. You've got her gender, you've got her race, everything about her for him was what he wanted and desired.
So therefore, there's a very high probability that he was associating the images he was seeing on ebony porn with Katie.
While Bushby was watching violent rape porn and inventing 4 fake friends to reel Katie in, she innocently believed there was nothing untoward with their internet relationship.
It's part of the modern world that people of all ages and sexual orientations search for love online. But is remote romance fraught with danger? Is it all just too easy for someone like Bushby to deceive when all that can be seen is what they're writing? I'm meeting with criminologist Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and psychologist Mike Berry to try to gain more of an insight into Tony Bushby's mind. What distinguishes his actions out as a potential murderer?
I don't think we can point to what he was doing online and say he was definitely going to go and commit murder from looking at these things. But here we've got somebody who's a fantasist, and there's that very blurry line between fantasy for him and reality for him, and that's when we get into the danger zone.
I mean, one of the key red flags in all of this is the fact his habit of watching, violent racial porn, rape porn. Do you think that's why he selected her?
Well, I think he's got that fantasy world going on in the background, hasn't he? And I think Bushby has really blurred that fantasy and reality. So he has these images of women that he's seeing in these videos that he's watching. And then in real life, there's Katie.
And the fact that he can control her, that she's black, she's quite innocent, means he can do what he wants with her.
So what moved it on? So, I mean, if that wasn't the objective, and it appears that it was so constructed and premeditated, these fake profiles celebrating what a fantastic guy Bushby was, right? I mean, what else did he have in mind if it wasn't to kill her?
Well, I think it was to completely control her and to get what he wanted out of her. And then he would move on from there.
Just after Christmas 2011, college student Katie Brisco was brutally stabbed to death by her boyfriend, Tony Bushby. Tony Bushby went to this college with Katie Brisco. He invented 4 fictitious friends on Facebook to convince her to fall in love with him. And it worked perfectly.
She wants everything to be real. She wants these people to exist. She believes they exist. So, unfortunately, in this area, when you start to look at the control that Tony had, alarm bells would have been silenced at an early stage.
Just before Christmas 2011, Bushby used one of his Facebook aliases to set up a meeting between Katie and an imaginary ex-girlfriend called Sin. He used a SIM card from his sister's old phone, apparently in an attempt to cover his tracks as he lured Katie to this deserted location. What was on Bushby's mind? What was he planning?
It's a very strange location. You would expect, if you were going to meet a friend of your boyfriend, you'd go to a pub or to a cafe, not to some wood on the outskirts of the town. Needless to say, Sin didn't turn up.
Bushby had met Katie in the woods, supposedly so he could introduce her to Sin. But of course, he knew all along that there was no possibility of Sin coming. So why did he do it? Perhaps he intended to rape Katie, reenacting the violent porn he'd been watching online. Or maybe he planned to murder her, but when it came to it, changed his mind.
It looks likely that he was planning on doing Katie some harm that night. And it was only because Katie had said to him that her sister knew where she was going and that she was with Bushby, that perhaps he decided not to kill her there and then.
We can't know for sure whether Bushby intended to kill Katie in the woods, or whether it was just a trial run. What's certain is that Bushby was very keen to arrange another meeting as soon as possible. And this time, he contacted her as himself.
On the day of the killing, which was Boxing Day, Katie was looking after her sister's 2 young children. Her sister had gone out for the night. And she'd had conversations with Bushby on the Christmas day. What's interesting, of course, is that Katie, on Boxing Day, when a lot of teenagers might have gone out with their friends, had chosen to help her sister out.
That evening, Bushby twice tried to call Katie, at 7:48 p.m. and again at 8 o'clock.
Hi, Tony.
He finally got through at 8:13.
The third time that Bushby called Katie, she picked up. and they spoke for 25 plus minutes.
No, I just bought a pizza. Pepperoni, of course.
This was long enough for Bushby to make inquiries as to what Katie was doing exactly,
I'm going to spend some time with my friends, but we've got nothing big planned.
to establish that Katie was alone in the house babysitting with 2 small children, and that she was not going to be visited by anyone that evening.
Yep, it's just me. Yeah, I'm here all night.
After this phone call, Bushby goes home. He tells his mother he's picking up his ID so he could go to the pub, but in fact, he was probably picking up the knife.
On Boxing Day night 2011, Tony Bushby left his house here on this street to take a short half-a-mile walk to Katie's sister's house across the river. Now, he'd be walking in this direction on a night not too dissimilar to this. And I have to wonder what was going through his mind as he set off on this short walk. Had he already decided that the time had come to murder Katie?
He was clearly very focused. He was able to collect the knife that he needed to kill her. He collected that from his bedroom. He was able to contact Katie just before he called on her to make sure that she was still essentially on her own and that the coast was clear.
Hey, Casey, it's me again. Are you like still alive?
I told you I was here till tomorrow.
So this is an individual that was thinking on his feet and thinking very clearly. He'd taken gloves along with him as well. He was wearing black clothing. This was an individual who had murder in mind.
Tony Bushby arrived at Katie's sister's house here on this street around 9 p.m. on Boxing Day night. She had no reason to suspect he was about to murder her.
What the police know is that the last time Katie was online was at 9:14 p.m. on Boxing Day night. Shortly after that, Bushby arrived at the house.
Tony, what are you doing here?
I have to talk to you about something.
My sister will go crazy if I let you in.
Within a short space of time, he'd launched the attack.
I think he had to do that very quickly because if he spent any time in her company or had a drink and relaxed, he might lose the urge to kill that he'd probably been building up on his way over there on foot.
Agonisingly, as Katie lay dying, her mother and sister were both trying to call her to check that she was okay.
When Bushby attacked Katie and she was dying, we know that Katie's sister was calling the landline to try and see if Katie was okay and to see how things were. Katie's sister was leaving a number of messages on the answer phone, and these would have been playing loudly within the house. Bushby, no doubt, would have heard Katie's sister's voice asking if she was okay. This, of course, might have spooked Bushby and might have made him leave the property, because somebody else could have been coming round to check on Katie because nobody had heard of her.
We kept on ringing. And every half an hour, me and my daughter kept on ringing, and we got no reply. And I got concerned. I started panicking, because I was doing a sleepover at the place where I work. And I kept on ringing every 10 minutes or so, and my other daughter kept on doing the same. And we kept on discussing with ourselves, why doesn't she pick up? You know, so we rang the house phone, we rang a mobile, and we kept on ringing.
But with Katie's mother at work and her sister away for the night, neither were able to go to the house to check on her.
After a while, say about 12:30, my daughter rang me again and said to me, I know maybe they're all asleep and stuff like that because the children was already tucked up in bed and stuff like that. But she said, when you finish work tomorrow, could you just go around there? And I just went around there as a precaution, just to put my daughter's mind at rest.
As soon as she got off work the next morning, Joy drove straight to the house to see if Katie was all right.
I noticed that the light was on in the sitting room. And I thought, that is strange, it's broad daylight. Then I heard my two grandchildren talking. And from the way they were talking and their voice, I could tell that they had been up for hours. And I found that very strange. So straight away, I saw blood on the door. So I said with a voice, open the door and let Grandma in, as though I'm smiling in a friendly manner. And just before, as soon as they opened the door, she said, Katie's dead. I thought to myself, I wonder if Katie had an accident, you know. Then as soon as I stepped inside, I saw her on the floor with her throat cut and blood everywhere.
Katie had been stabbed 23 times. The most severe injuries were to her neck and a stab wound to the stomach that penetrated her vital organs. Defensive wounds on her hands showed that Katie had tried desperately to fight for her life.
Although he didn't sexually assault her in any physical way, some of the stabs, particularly to her upper thighs, were no doubt sexual in nature, and the sites where he attacked her were sexual. He didn't stab her from the back, he stabbed her from the front, and that's often a very sexually motivated way to approach a victim.
I tried to pick her up thinking I'm going to take her to the hospital, and I realised that she was stiff. And straight away, I thought about my two grandkids behind me, watching me, because they was waiting for my reaction. And I decided that the best thing is to turn around, walk out the room with them, to take them away from that scene. I had to take them away from that scene. It was just too graphic, you know. And I felt as though I needed to protect them.
Joy called the police, and they arrived within minutes.
I went round there, and the forensic people wouldn't let me in. And she was inside, but they said, no, you've got to stay out here because we're having tests and everything like that. And I just burst out crying after that. It was so emotional, I just shed tears, whatever. I just literally unfolded from there.
I can't describe it, because words cannot describe that at all.
Like me, some experts believe that Bushby always planned to murder Katie. But do Mike Berry and Dr. Liz Yardley agree?
Mike, was this a spontaneous killing or was this something premeditated and planned?
I don't think he intended to murder her. I think quite clearly he intended to work out his rape fantasies on her. I think the murder was a byproduct when it went wrong.
I think he realised that whilst he could create the fantasy Tony through his online personas, he couldn't create the fantasy Katie, could he? He couldn't get what he wanted in that regard.
Also, the other problem is that people don't work out the consequences of the fantasy. And that's clear in this case because he had no idea about disposal of body and things like that. If he was planning to kill her, he would have had the sense to look at disposal.
So you think he wasn't a killer in waiting, this was a killer tipped over the edge by circumstance?
I think what's happened is that at some point during the evening that Katie died, he's lost control. And that frenzied attack on her is his attempt to gain some control back.
I think it's quite clearly a spontaneous killing, but he had the ideas in his head of the violence and everything else. So it's opportunistic that it happened that day, or tragic for the poor Katie, but he hadn't planned to go and kill her that moment, I don't think.
You know, we have to agree to disagree, but I think the ultimate form of control is to take someone's life. I think he planned it, he was prepared for it, and then he perpetrated it.
With the help of social media and a series of fake Facebook profiles, Tony Bushby successfully lured Katie Brisco into a relationship before brutally stabbing her to death on Boxing Day 2011. Some of the stab wounds Bushby had inflicted on Katie's body suggested a clear sexual motive for the murder. But it seems Bushby's sexual desire wasn't satisfied when he left Katie dying on the kitchen floor.
Bushby, after killing Katie, was no doubt in an extremely high state of arousal.
So he's rushed into the house with his adrenaline pumping, he's high.
He immediately went straight upstairs, obviously removing blood-stained clothing and cleaning himself up. But we also know that within the hour he was back online looking at extreme pornography again.
He's then put the movie on and put her profile on to look at her. This is the end result. Yes, I've actually achieved my fantasy, my want, my desire of actually being with and murdering a young black girl.
He's committed the crime, he's highly aroused, and now he just needs to finish off that arousal that he's had.
And then it's a question of, how do I cover this up? How do I now get away with it? Realising what he's done.
It seems that as the reality of the murder began to dawn on Bushby, he went back online to look for ways to cover his tracks.
He made Google searches. How to delete a Facebook account.
We also know that he damaged his mobile phone in an attempt to stop people accessing the messages. That didn't work.
He also put his clothes in a black bin bag and presumably the murder weapon, and left them near some bins to be collected by the dustman.
Bushby was captured on CCTV carrying a bag that police believe contained the murder weapon and the clothes he was wearing when he killed Katie, but they were never found. However, he wouldn't escape justice for long. Bushby's undoing would prove to be the very same social media he'd used to groom Katie early in their relationship.
Bushby's level of forensic awareness was clearly clumsy.
We all know you can't delete Facebook accounts, you can only deactivate them. That's always been the case. There's technology assisting law enforcement. So law enforcement come into it and they will be able to do all these forensic tests. They'll be able to do forensic tests on computers, on phones that they're going to find. He now knows it's a ticking time bomb till they get the evidence showing that it's him.
Bushby was arrested here at his home later that day. Initially, he denied even ever knowing Katie, but under interview at the station, he suddenly changed his story. He told officers that the murder had been committed by one of his fictional Facebook profiles that he'd created, that of Dan Tress.
Dan.
Dan. Okay, yeah.
Tell me about Dan.
Okay, do you want his second name? That might be
You said his name is
Tress.
Dan Tress.
He immediately gives tremendous detail about his other persona. Dan, meeting him for the first time.
So how do you know him?
How do I know him? I met him through my hobby of karate. He used to do it now and again, on and off. He was with another class in London, operates in London. I'm trying to think. I wouldn't be able to spell it, but it's Okaru. That's the name of the club. I don't know how to spell it.
Okay.
But it operates in London. My club operates in Burnwood and Hertfordshire.
I think Bushby had lived with these fictitious people he'd made up for so long, he was kind of able to address them and address their personalities when he was relating this to the police. He was somebody who could possibly relate to these individuals sufficiently to be able to draw them in, to use them as his alibi, to actually produce a potential suspect for the police, who was actually a fictitious character he'd made up himself.
And they, of course, then investigated those names, not realising at first that they were imaginary and false.
Police studied Bushby's computer further and also examined the CCTV footage along the route between Katie's house and Bushby's home here. It soon became apparent that Bushby's story simply didn't stack up. Forensic officers also found Katie's blood on Bushby's door. He was spinning a web of lies, and his 4 fictional friends were all part of the deception.
When the police examined Bushby's computer, they found that the 4 characters, the 4 friends that he'd introduced to Katie, were all created on his own IP address at his house. They all came from him. And that was a question he could never answer.
He insisted that Dan Tress was responsible and that he was a victim of circumstance. He protested his innocence.
Bushby was no stranger when it came to believing fantasies. And the more that he kind of believed his story about Dan Tress, the more it became a reality to him.
Well, to me, that indicates that he has dissociated his identity with other identities. And there is a possibility that what they used to call multiple personality disorder, that he actually took on the role of those personalities when he was communicating online and became those individuals. And this splitting, or dissociative states, is a defence mechanism from which prevents people from psychological breakdown.
Bushby pleaded not guilty to murder here at St Albans Crown Court in July 2012, but the evidence was clear-cut. The jury unanimously found him guilty as charged. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years to serve before being even considered for parole.
When the judge sentenced him, he made it clear that he felt that the killing of Katie had a sexual motive. The 25-year sentence Bushby received reflects the terrible crime that he committed. The judge said that he poses and continues to pose a threat to women.
Characters like Bushby are incredibly dangerous, and if Bushby had got away with the murder of Katie, I've got no doubt that that would bolster his confidence for him to do similar crimes again in the future.
Criminologists categorise murder cases to try to prevent similar crimes happening again. So what type of murderer do Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and Mike Berry think Bushby was?
So Liz, from your research, what kind of online murder, what category would you put this in?
Well, I definitely say that Bushby is a fantasist, but I think he's a fantasist who could have gone on to commit murder without the use of social media, without the internet in the background.
This guy was controlling, he's got all the characteristics of somebody who's going to be dangerous.
But I think it's what social media enabled him to do, was to fuel a fantasy, to keep a fantasy going, and that's the key point for me.
Having deconstructed this case, what precautions could have been taken to prevent this murder?
Well, it's very difficult, isn't it, to really identify things in this case, because we're looking at how young people use the internet, how young people use social media. They put a lot of trust in it, they put a lot of faith in it, and we can warn children and young people about online predators that they don't know in real life, people who are claiming to be something that they're not. But in this case, we've got somebody who's already known to the victim.
Is there any sense of instituting some rules to ensure that all online profiles are actually of real people? Might that not have prevented this murder?
I think that's something that is absolutely fine in theory, but you try and make that happen in practice, and there would be people who don't want to have their identities known, so they will find a way around it. They'll start using other sites, other apps. You'll never be able to say that the people who you interact with on social media are who they say they are.
So, Mike, what practical advice do you suggest to people forming relationships, looking for love online?
I would take a very cynical view. Go for the old adage, if it sounds too good to be true, then it ain't true. And I think people have to adopt that one. And I make people think about adverts. Do you believe everything you see in an advert?
And that's essentially what we're doing on social media. We're marketing ourselves online. We're never going to be our true selves. We're going to be the selves that we want other people to see. So you're getting a particular tailored product. You're not getting reality.
I didn't investigate at all. And all the information was there for me to see if I had done. So some mothers who feel as though they could trust their kids and they won't get into any trouble, they just have to investigate a little bit more and find out more and monitor what they watch and what they use, who they're talking to. If it can keep your children safe, it is worth it. It feels as though it's yesterday. It's a scary experience, one that you do not want to relive, but it's always before you. And sometimes it is hard to move on from that day, because from that day, my life has stopped. My life has stopped being living. I'm only existing. And I think I have to hold on to the fact that I've got 2 gorgeous grandkids that were spared. And I just want to be around them to see if I can protect them more than I did my own child. And that is it.
Whether you're looking for love or just for sex, internet dating sites and phone apps have completely transformed the way people get together. And that's especially so for the gay community, where phone apps like Grindr, Gaydar and FitLads enable people to instantly find willing sex partners.
But for serial killer Steven Port, these online dating apps were just a hunting ground for potential victims. In the summer of 2014, he lured 23-year-old student Anthony Walgate to his home for casual sex.
Cheers.
It's here where he poisoned him, raped him as he lay dying, and then callously dumped his body outside his flat. Anthony's death was the first in a murder spree that lasted over a year and took the lives of 3 more young men in their early 20s. The tragedy is, those men might still be alive today if the obvious links between their deaths had been investigated by the police.
I'm on my way to Barking in East London, where Steven Port lived and where 4 of his victims died. And I want to find out why 4 young men would put themselves into such danger and whether the internet fueled their murderous depravity.
In 2006, Port moved to this Barking estate to be nearer the bus depot where he worked as a chef.
Steven Port lived at this bottom flat here, and seemingly a gloomy recluse. His neighbours described him as cold, antisocial, vain, and a bit odd-looking. But what turned this gloomy recluse into a prolific serial killer?
I'm meeting local journalist Sebastian Murphy-Bates, who covered Port's case.
When I spoke to the people who lived actually in his block, they all said that he was the kind of guy who, if you bumped into him in the corridor, he wouldn't say hello. It just came across that he was quite a selfish, vain, gloomy, antisocial man who nobody particularly got on with at all, really.
Port struggled to make friends in his local area and also at work.
He was a very shy boy. Port describes himself as skinny who got picked on. He didn't come out as gay until his 20s, and that was something that was very difficult for him.
His parents weren't over the moon about it. His mum was disappointed. She was looking forward to grandchildren.
That would have been a big factor for him. because he would have had to have hidden who he was as a person. So the fact that he wouldn't have known that about himself probably led to him becoming more shy and kind of pulling away from his peers.
Port found it much easier to communicate online with strangers and was extremely active on a range of gay dating sites, including FitLads and Grindr.
If you are low in confidence and if you don't want to sort of take a massive risk walking up to somebody in a bar and saying, hey, I really fancy you, it does create that space whereby you can go, do you know what, I'm not very confident, I'll just drop you a message.
Online, Port created a new and improved image of himself.
Stephen Port was an individual who was different online from how he was in the real world. That's not unremarkable. Millions of us have different sides to ourselves online, on Twitter, on Facebook, on dating apps, from how we appear in the real world.
I've been online and found two distinctive pictures of Port. One a police mugshot, and here the other from one of his dating profiles. Spot the difference. The blonde wig, presumably to make himself look younger.
For Port, the blonde wig was a symbol of power, it was a symbol of potency. He was able to take the blonde wig that he used these online selfies, and that was his link with the positive, confident Port that he was able to draw into the real world.
Police reports say that he had 20 social media accounts and multiple online personalities. In one, he claimed to be a naval officer, another that he was a special needs teacher, and another further one that he was educated at Oxford University. All lies.
And in June 2014, Port used one of his online dating profiles to connect with Anthony Walgate, a 23-year-old student and part-time male escort. Port offered £800, a lot of money for a poorly paid chef, to Anthony to persuade him to come and spend the night with him at his Barking flat.
Anthony Walgate was a fashion student from Hull. He was quite a talented guy who really wanted a future in fashion and wanted to be a designer. But we also know that he worked part-time as an escort when he needed a bit of money. So he believed he was going around there being paid to have sex with Stephen Port.
At that stage, all Anthony would have known about his date was what Port had chosen to place on his online profile.
Yes, okay. See you in a bit.
Once Anthony was in Port's flat, there would be no escape.
He was in control. He was, the god of that situation.
Port offered Anthony a drink, but spiked it with a dose of a party drug known as GHB, a drug he knew well.
You only have white, I'm afraid.
No, don't worry, don't worry.
Yeah?
Anything's fine with me. Anything's fine.
Yeah?
Port himself used GHB and other recreational drugs quite a lot, so he knew how to administer and he knew safe doses.
They're taken recreationally to induce a high, a sort of a feeling of euphoria, that will last normally around maybe a couple of hours. They're being used to enhance sexual pleasure. It's very dose specific. You don't need very much of it to get the desired recreational effect. Most people get that from about a milliliter of the drug.
Port gave Anthony a lethal overdose of the drug.
Yes. Oh, right.
And then raped him as he lay dying.
He seemed to want to dominate. He seemed to want to take control, and he seemed to want to have somebody who lay passively.
Just after 4 a.m., Port realised he had a problem. Getting rid of his victim's body.
When he disposed of Anthony, it's almost like he threw him out like a piece of rubbish. He'd finished with him. He was not needed anymore. He was discarded out onto the street. So, yes, on the one hand, it was panic getting rid of the body, but he didn't go to any lengths to hide the body, to take him further away. He literally just dumped him out on the street.
No one knows why, but Steven Port then made an anonymous call to London's emergency services, reporting a body outside his flat.
Cook Street, there's a young boy who got his caps outside. I don't know.
Outside of which number?
4758. Crap store, anesthesia or something. Just always just drunk. But, yeah.
Do you know if he was breathing?
No, I don't know.
Did you see anything happen at all?
No.
40-year-old serial killer Steven Port hunted online for victims between June 2014 and September 2015. Propelled by dark sexual fantasies, he created fake profiles on gay dating apps to lure 4 young men back to his barking home, where he then killed them. Port drugged, raped and murdered his first victim, Anthony Walgate, in the summer of 2014.
He then brazenly dumped his body just outside his flat here. The body was reported to the emergency services by an anonymous caller.
The caller was Steven Port.
That behaviour from a killer is a huge risk because he's inviting police attention to the site where the victim was murdered. Forensic links are there on the body of Anthony that would tie him to being in Port's company.
So why was Port so reckless?
One hypothesis I have about his strange behaviour is that the police would not expect a murderer to leave a body on his own doorstep. So what does Port do? He literally leaves a body on his own doorstep.
Within days, the police traced the anonymous 999 call to Port's phone.
Port is then questioned by the police, as is natural, and he tells them that he just, he just found him there, as he already said. The police then find out that Anthony was working as an escort and that Port had hired him and had spent the night with him.
When Port was questioned by the police, he claimed that Anthony had overdosed on his own drugs in his flat. He claimed he'd only moved the body because he was scared. The police took Port's story at face value, and instead of charging him with murder, they charged him with perverting the course of justice because of his earlier lies.
Port was then bailed to appear in court later that year and freed to kill again.
The fact that Port got away with this increased his sense of power. He knew that the police believed his story, and it also would have made him feel that I can do this because the police don't care. Serial killers don't pick people who are going to generate a huge amount of tension. We see prostitutes, people who are homeless. Gay men are often victims of this type of crime. Once they are killed, the authorities don't pay as much attention than if it was somebody else.
But what motivated Port to murder Anthony Walgate in the first place?
We know from police reports he was an avid watcher of extreme gay porn, and in particular had an insatiable appetite for boyish young men known as twinks on the gay scene. And we understand that he spent a great deal of time watching videos of these so-called twinks being raped by older men as they lay incapacitated through drugs, which is exactly what he did to Anthony Walgate.
But Anthony never woke up.
I think with Port, he had quite a dark sexual appetite in relation to he liked almost a lifeless partner.
The darker reaches of the internet made it possible for Port to explore his macabre sexual fantasies.
They can quite easily put their want and desire into Google and get results. Not only will they see and read about their fantasy, they will see hundreds of thousands of sites. What does that do? Well, it justifies their fantasy.
He went very deep into this hit of this fetish and just became completely obsessed with it to the point where he had to actually act it out and had to be the person doing it. It wasn't just enough to sort of watch it, he had to do it again and again.
To act out his fantasies, Port used the illegal drug GHB to render his victim unconscious. But how easy was it for Port to buy the drug?
Well, GHB, Port's drug of choice, the drug he used to seduce, subdue and kill his young victims, is widely available online. I did a quick trawl of the internet and found multiple sites, including this one, where you can order it online. It gives you information about the art of seduction and various blogs on the use of GHB and sex.
GHB may be a major part of the gay scene, but for many people in the wider community, it's a drug they wouldn't encounter.
GHB is a relatively new drug to those of us working in the profession, although we've seen it for about 10 years now. Most drug and alcohol services and most people working on the periphery of drug probably won't know that much about it. So it is possible that, the police just didn't know about this.
Port clearly found acquiring GHB a straightforward proposition. And for him, it proved to be a deadly weapon.
Port used GHB to kill Anthony Walgate. Now he was going to use it to poison his second murder victim, 22-year-old Slovakian Gabriel Kavari.
In August 2014, 2 months after the killing of Anthony Walgate, Gabriel Kavari, a budding artist, made the fatal mistake of agreeing to be Port's flatmate. Days after Gabriel moved in, Port drugged him with a lethal dose of GHB.
Cheers. 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 You okay?
As the 22-year-old lay unconscious, Port fulfilled his dark sexual fantasy of raping a lifeless body. At some point in the sickening attack, Gabriel was killed by the overdose of GHB in his system. Having killed Gabriel, Port's next task was disposing of the body. He dumped his first victim right outside his front door.
This time Port went to a little more effort, though not much. He simply carried Gabriel's body from his flat about 250 metres over here to the graveyard at St. Margaret's Church just over here. This simply was a serial killer operating in plain sight.
I can't believe that Port wasn't seen carrying a body through Barking. Barking, while it's not a sort of buzzing young metropolis full of people going out all the time, I've never seen it quiet. The fact that he dragged it down a road, quite a busy road, and then over a roundabout and then to the green is just unthinkable. He was so lucky to get away with it.
Port may have managed to remain hidden as he dragged a body through Barking unseen, but he didn't go to any effort to hide the corpse. And on August 28, 2014, a dog walker discovered Gabriel's body in the cemetery of St. Margaret's Church, which is less than a quarter of a mile from Port's flat.
The police reacted to finding Gabriel Kavari as just, it's a kid who's overdosed on drugs. It wasn't seen as particularly suspicious.
Back at his flat, Port had already set about covering his murderous tracks. On Facebook, he created another fake profile. This time, he pretended to be a man called John Luck. As John Luck, he told Gabriel's grieving ex-boyfriend that Gabriel had been collected from the flat in a green car by a mysterious man. Port didn't want people to think that he was the last person to see Gabriel alive.
With Port, lying comes easily to him, and he's so used to pretending something that he's not. It's very indicative of his personality structure, that he's got these narcissistic traits. He's got this kind of fantasist lifestyle where he makes up things.
People like him very often have difficulty communicating face to face because they're not intuitive people, so that they have to learn and then manipulate, and that's so much easier to do online.
Port seemed to be an expert in creating fake social media accounts. But just how difficult is it to set up a credible Facebook profile?
Well, I've just created this Facebook account in a matter of minutes, and I've created the name, well, John Smith, as you'd expect, pretty anonymous. I've presented myself as a 20-year-old man, and I'm based in London, and it asks for a few more details about me, and so I'm presenting myself pretty much as Steven Port would have done.
Creating a fake profile is very easy. It takes minutes, we know that. But it still takes that time. It takes time to research. It takes time to understand. You've got to be that person. You can't just have a profile. So it's quick to set up, but it takes a lot of work to keep going and become credible.
Port used his online aliases to throw the police off the scent, so they wouldn't investigate his victims' deaths too closely.
What I find really surprising is the police never linked the cases of Anthony Walgate and Gabriel Cavari, 2 gay men, 2 drug overdoses, 2 bodies dumped within a couple of hundred yards of each other. And they say hindsight is a wonderful thing, but truly there are serious questions to be asked about the police actions in this extraordinary case.
What clearly went wrong here, absolutely clearly, that no linkage was made between the deaths of these young men. Men who are gay and in a certain scene, they're expected more to die of drug deaths, and it doesn't raise enough concerns, perhaps, when we're looking at those cases.
Steven Port had now murdered 2 men and had got away with it. But were the deaths intentional, or were they simply the byproduct of his depraved sexual fantasies? Was his key motivation the desire to rape unconscious men? And were the deaths simply an unfortunate side effect he never anticipated?
I'm meeting with criminologist Dr. Liz Yardley and forensic clinical psychologist Mike Berry to try and gain more of an insight into what might have been going through Steven Port's mind when he killed.
Were these deaths intentional?
He definitely didn't seem to care whether he caused people harm or not, did he? So he's got a complete disregard for the lives of his victims. So you could argue that, yes, he did intend to kill them. I think what he's essentially trying to do is have control over his victims and gain sexual pleasure from engaging with sexual acts with them when they're subdued.
He was an habitual drug user, sharing drugs with people, strangers he wanted to have sex with. Was it murder or manslaughter?
No, I'm of the opinion that he intended to kill them, because that's the ultimate in control. He's already controlled his victims by making them unconscious. It means he can have whatever sexual practice he wants to do. He gets no feedback from them about them not liking it or him not being very good in bed. He's in total control. And then to carry on and do the murder, he's controlling that person completely.
40-year-old serial killer Steven Port hunted for young male victims between June 2014 and September 2015. Obsessed with extreme gay porn that depicted young men being drugged and raped, Port was driven to act out his fantasies and kill.
And in June 2014, that's exactly what he did to Anthony Walgate, a fashion student and part-time male escort. he gave Anthony a drug overdose from which he never recovered. And then just a few weeks later, he drugged, raped and murdered his second victim, his flatmate, Gabriel Cavari.
And just a month after Gabriel's death, Port again used a gay dating app to find his next victim, 21-year-old chef Daniel Whitworth.
Daniel went round to Port's flat, and again, very much a similar situation as with Gabriel.
Soon after Daniel arrived, Port used his familiar MO and gave his unwitting victim a lethal amount of the gay party drug, GHB. Moments later, Daniel fell unconscious. And for the third time, as his victim's life slipped away, Port raped him. Incredibly, Daniel's body was discovered by the same dog walker who'd found Gabriel's body just 3 weeks earlier. The two bodies had been dumped in pretty much the same spot, but this time, the police found what seemed to be a suicide note.
The note left with Dan's body over here read, "I've taken what Jeeves I've left with some sleeping pills, so if it kills me, it's what I deserve." Now, Jeeves referred to GHB, the party drug that Port had used previously to murder. Intriguingly, the note goes on to read, "By the way, please don't blame the guy I was with last night. We only had sex, then I left. He knows nothing of what I've done." Now, previously, Port had just dumped two bodies. Now, he was a little more sophisticated, though not much.
He said, "Don't blame the guy I was with last night." Port is inviting the police to look at him and see that he's innocent. This is his most audacious gambit so far.
Despite the glaring similarities between the deaths, three gay men overdosing in the same area, in the same manner, over a period of just 3 months, the police still took the note left at Dan's body at face value. Surely the police should have been more inquisitive. Had they simply traced the man mentioned in the note, then their inquiries would have led them straight to Port's door.
It should have been so obvious. My old editor rang up the police and said, "Are you linking these deaths?" And they told us, no, we're not linking them. We had a headline that said it's unusual but not suspicious, which is basically what they told us.
In January 2015, 4 months after Port killed Gabriel, he arranged to meet another vulnerable young man, 22-year-old Conor Huntley.
I first made contact with Stephen Port through my ex's Facebook. I decided to travel up to London because my ex had cheated on me at the time. So I thought, what a way to get back at him. We were sitting in the house drinking. I'm used to a strong drink anyway, like. But I don't know what it was. It felt stronger than it should have been. I just felt really wobbly, as if I couldn't stand on my own feet properly. And then things got a little bit sexual. And then we ended up going to the bedroom, we had sex and I passed out on him.
But unlike Port's other victims, Conor woke up the next morning. And when he did, Port showed him a recording from the night before. It was Port having sex with Conor's unconscious body.
I'm not one to keep quiet. Like, I would tell all my friends everything. They all basically said he raped you. Obviously, I didn't see it as rape, so I never told the police or nothing.
Was Conor being drugged and raped, but not murdered? A clue that Port hadn't really meant to kill his first 3 victims.
What makes me so special? Why wasn't I killed along with the others?
Conor's lucky escape meant that Port hadn't murdered anyone for 4 months. And that pause was about to be extended further due to circumstances beyond Port's control.
In March 2015, Port's killing spree came to a temporary halt when he was sentenced to 4 months in jail for perverting the course of justice. He'd lied to the police about moving the remains of his first victim, whom he claimed had overdosed on his own drugs in his flat here. The court and the police believed his version of events, and in the end, he only ended up serving 3 months in jail.
And when Port was released in June 2015, he soon claimed his 4th victim. Again, he used the gay dating app Grindr to connect with someone in the local area interested in a sexual hookup.
On the evening of the 13th of September 2015, Port arranged to meet a 25-year-old forklift driver, Jack Taylor, here at Barking Tube Station, just around the corner from where he lived. Jack was on time, and they hurried back to Port's flat.
Jack Taylor had been out for a few drinks. He then logged into Grindr and got chatting to Stephen Port, who'd obviously, put his sort of false image out there of who he was. Jack then goes to meet him.
At the flat, Port played out his tried and tested technique to satisfy his sexual perversions.
More big swigs.
At some point during the attack, Jack died from the drugs overdose Port had secretly given him.
When Port was finished with Jack, he employed his well-rehearsed MO and dragged the body over here to the same graveyard where he dumped 2 of his previous victims.
After he dumped Jack's body, Port planted a syringe in his pocket. He wanted to give police the impression that Jack had died from a self-inflicted overdose.
He then went home and closed his Grindr account, hoping to erase all digital connections to the victim.
Jack's body was discovered the next day. And yet again, it looked like Port's efforts to throw the police off the scent were going to work.
The death of Jack was not linked to the deaths of 3 other men. The police, after their investigations, felt that there was nothing untoward happening.
In just over a year, Port had murdered 4 men and dumped their bodies near his flat. Why didn't the police see that they had a serial killer on their doorstep? I'm hoping criminologist Dr. Liz Yardley and psychologist Mike Berry can explain how Port continued to evade justice.
He was incredibly lucky. And people don't realise that sometimes killers are lucky and some are unlucky. But he improved his technique, he got better all the time.
And the police culture themselves have been notoriously resistant to having gay officers. Only recently is this a new and accepted phenomenon. And so I think many of the police themselves wouldn't have been terribly educated, maybe, subconsciously prejudiced.
No, I disagree entirely with you.
Oh, well, they can be institutionally racist, but they can't be
they have
institutionally
changed.
homophobic.
I worked with the police.
I'm saying they've changed, but you're talking about it as an incremental change. What's clear in this case is that they didn't recognise that not every gay person who has sex and drugs is an overdose. The officers did not simply connect the fact that there was a possibility that these young men could have been murdered.
They should have joined up the dots.
And that's the key for me. It's the group of victims who he's targeting. These are young gay men, and they are a group of victims who we attach less value to as a society than if it was a group of young university students who were women.
Does this mean the police actually attach less importance and time to investigating them?
I think it can turn into that. Yes, we've got this idea of the ideal victim being the person who, when they become the victims of crime, we're much quicker to sympathise with them, empathise with them, and say, well, they're not to blame whatsoever for what's happened to them, they're completely innocent. And then we have other groups of people where we victim blame. We say, well, it's kind of their fault because they kind of had it coming. I think when you have a kind of dark underground feel to anything, you're always going to get predators like Paul that lurk in the shadows.
Between June 2014 and September 2015, 40-year-old chef Steven Port was driven by dark sexual fantasies to kill. He hunted for victims online using gay dating apps. Port lured 4 young men to his home in Barking, East London. where they died after he secretly gave them a lethal dose of a party drug called GHB.
He then dumped the bodies very nearby, and yet the police never launched a murder investigation into any of the cases. They believed that the victims had either accidentally overdosed on their own drugs or had committed suicide.
Crucially, though, the family of Port's fourth victim, Jack Taylor, refused to accept the police's version of events.
Jack Taylor's family were told, you know, he's died of a drug overdose because he was found with GHB and meth in his system. They just didn't take it.
He doesn't take drugs. His family know that's not right. They know that's not what he does. Because they know their son so well, they then open this investigation themselves.
Jack's family was determined to find out the truth about what happened in his final hours.
What goes wrong for Port? He selects the wrong victim. He selects a victim that he doesn't anticipate how much his family are going to get involved. He doesn't understand that level of attachment.
Taking matters into their own hand, Jack's family trawled the internet and the local newspaper archives and uncovered striking similarities between Jack's death and 3 others near Cook Street in Barking over the previous 12 months. They felt that the possibility that 4 young gay men would overdose using the same drug in the same area over such a short period of time was highly unlikely and was really questionable.
Not just the location, but the way the bodies were positioned. The fact that they'd all died through overdoses of GHB, there was something clearly untoward that the Taylor family recognised that they believed the police had overlooked.
Convinced that all 4 deaths were the result of foul play, the Taylor family brought their concerns to the police here in Barking. They told the police that on the night he died, Jack was due to meet somebody here at Barking Tube Station.
And like every station in the UK, it's covered by CCTV. Police analysed footage from that night and found clear images of the man Jack had arranged to meet walking towards the station.
He walks all the way through the town centre, which is well lit and really heavily covered with CCTV.
The cameras then pick up the man and Jack after they meet and head off together.
You can actually see moments or hours before Jack died, him meeting this man for the first time and walking along with him on what was ostensibly some sort of date.
After pressure from the Taylor family, the police released the CCTV footage to the local media and appealed for information. A police officer soon recognised Port from an incident at Barking Station several months earlier. He talked to Port because he was stood beside a highly intoxicated man. The officer had let Port and the man go. 2 days after the CCTV was released, Port was arrested. Initially, he tried to bluff his way out of the situation.
Did you kill Jack Taylor?
Did not know. No.
Did you administer any drugs or noxious substances to him?
I did not know.
With the intention of causing him harm?
No.
But it didn't take long before Port's web of lies started to unravel.
The police look back along this sort of bloody trail. There's just a litany of clues. Daniel Whitworth was found on top of a blanket with Stephen Port's semen on it.
As well as the DNA match, other evidence linking Port to the murders started to fall into place.
There's the handwriting on the suicide note. There's the fact that one of the bodies was outside his flat. There's just so much adding up.
Are you telling us the truth, Stephen?
I'm telling you the truth, yes. 100% truth.
About all of these boys?
Yeah.
Young boys, all found dead. Stephen?
Yeah, I understand, but...
Close to your house. One of them had been in your house.
After his arrest, the police accessed Port's computer and found 20 social media accounts. Some were in Port's own name, but most were under aliases. The police also trawled through 200 images and 10 million lines of data. What they found was highly incriminating.
We were specifically searching for videos of porn to do with people who are either asleep or have been drugged. and are being raped, you've typed in the word rape, haven't you?
Yeah, it's just searching for random videos or something specific in particular.
Nothing specific. Is that right?
Yeah.
As well as analysing Port's internet history, officers looked for connections between all 4 killings.
Police forces and forensic experts call crime linkage. They took behavioural aspects of all 4 deaths and looked for similarities in each and every one, and on numerous accounts, similarities were there on all 4 deaths.
Stephen, this is serious.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. It's really important that you tell us the absolute truth.
Port had used the internet to hunt down his victims, but now his own online history was proving his downfall.
As soon as they had him, it just all fell, which makes it even more just mind-blowing, by the way, that he pleaded not guilty to the 29 counts that he was facing. It's insane.
Port was tried here at the Old Bailey in October 2016, and despite protesting his innocence throughout, was convicted on 22 counts. These included not only the murders of Jack Taylor, Anthony Walgate, Gabriel Cavari and Daniel Whitworth, but also the drugging and sexual assault of 7 other victims whose cases came to light during the course of the police investigation. Conor Huntley was one of Port's surviving victims who gave evidence in court.
I couldn't believe what was being said to me by the police, because although it was a bit weird, I generally didn't think he'd be able to do something like that. But I never actually found out that he had murdered 4 people until I got to court.
Port didn't react when the jury found him guilty. Port was sentenced to a rare whole life term, meaning he will never be eligible for parole. As a criminologist, I know it's possible to group online killers into different categories, such as predator, imposter, or reactor. I want to find out what type of murderer Stephen Port was.
Well, I describe Stephen Port as a predator. So this is somebody who uses the internet and social media to gain access to victims, to lure them into their net, essentially.
How many more potential victims do you think Stephen Port may have had?
I wouldn't be at all surprised if he's not got other victims that haven't turned up for one reason or another. We assume that he's killing from home. There may be occasions when he's killed from a different place. And we're not looking at that option at all. We're just assuming that he's killed at home. Well, what happens if he went to somebody's house and killed?
Liz, how can dating apps be used more safely?
I think there are some general safety advice points, aren't there, that we can bring out in relation to any kind of dating app. So always be safe, tell somebody where you're going, when you're likely to be back, that kind of thing. But I think more broadly, we need to take a step back and say, what kind of society are we in that we've normalised this kind of approach to dating, to hooking up with people? And I think it's those bigger questions we need to get to if we're going to prevent this kind of thing happening in the future.
The increasing popularity of dating apps is making it all too easy for online hunters to find their prey.
Port's crimes were made possible completely by social media. That's not to say that they're to blame for it, it's just that it created a space whereby a dark and very disturbed individual like Stephen Port, with the fetishes that he had, could use it as a smokescreen and also a facilitator to meet these men.
Conor Huntley survived his encounter with the serial killer, but his thoughts are with those who did not.
There was justice, not only for what happened to me, but obviously for what the family have been through. They've got justice, but it's never going to bring their baby boys back.
These days, when teenagers meet and get together at school, increasingly they're conducting their relationships online, with sites like Facebook being used to keep their peers updated about how the relationship is going 24/7.
This was the case with Year 10 students Joshua Davies and Rebecca Aylward. They had an intense but brief relationship, and when they broke up, Davies was determined to save face. He made no secret of his hatred for Rebecca, and nearly 14 months after they started dating, on October 23, 2010, he took her to a forest and murdered her.
I'm on my way to Aberkenfig near Bridgend in Wales, where Joshua Davies lived and where Rebecca Aylward was murdered in 2010. And I want to discover the role social media played in transforming a seemingly model student into a brutal and callous killer.
Like most teenage girls, Rebecca, known as Becca to her friends and family, was into social media and boys. She was a bright girl with a wide circle of friends and dreamed of becoming a lawyer.
To me, Becca was my best friend. When I first met Becca, I thought she was really confident, I thought. Definitely seemed far smarter than the rest, of understanding like themselves and what they want in life and things like that. She already had like goals of where she wanted to be in life, and I was like enamored with her. I thought she was awesome.
Author Lynn Barrett-Lee co-wrote a book about Becca with Becca's mother, Sonia.
From everything I've read about Becca, she's just come across throughout as being just a fabulous older sister, very maternal, like a little mum. She worked hard at school, she had big ambitions, she wanted to be a lawyer, so just a lovely daughter.
She was great, like really protective of her friends. A really like loving person. Yeah, she was something special.
Rebecca and Joshua met at this secondary school here, where they enjoyed the same large group of friends, but they didn't start dating until their GCSE year. Now, Joshua was regarded as academically gifted and a charming boy. Even Rebecca's mother thought highly of him. She said of him that even though he towered above her and Rebecca, he had a round baby face and was soft-natured.
From what Becca told me of him, yeah, great student, normal 15-year-old kid. Everyone just thought he was cool. He seemed like a really genuinely nice guy.
He was the life and soul of many parties, of even the classroom. It wasn't difficult for him to make friends. He played rugby. He was thought of as the charming young man that every girl would want to go out with.
Good looking, by all accounts very charismatic. The sort of boy who had a sort of coterie of other boys around him that sort of gathered people to him, very much top dog. I mean, I think he called himself that once. I'm top dog, that was his big thing.
When Becca and Davies started dating in September 2009, Becca's family were delighted that she'd found such a nice young man who seemed to make her happy. According to friends and family, they were besotted with each other.
Rebecca and Davies had the classic teenager relationship for the time. The fact that they would see each other at school, see each other a bit after school, and then want to talk the minute they got home on social media. So they would have 24/7 contact with each other. But at the time, and even today, that is something that teenagers do.
Clearly, he made her happy, and she was very, very, I would say, very much in love.
He'd spend evenings having dinner at their house, weekends with them. He made comments to Rebecca's mum that he would look after her and take care of her and that she was safe with him. For all intents and purposes, it seemed quite a healthy, normal, loving relationship. However, I think there's some slight indications of his controlling nature. The fact that he said things like, "I will take care of her, she's safe with me," almost like he was the one in power.
There was more to Joshua Davies than met the eye. His friend spoke of his need to be the leader, the one that everyone followed. He would quickly turn on those who said anything negative about him, happily voicing his aggression on social media or here at school, face to face.
Joshua was a lad who found it very, very difficult to accept any kind of challenge. And he certainly didn't like any kind of rejection at all. And his friends said this kind of thing about him. He was all right, he was fine, until you somehow annoyed him. And then he would just, change into a different person. People like Joshua aren't necessarily routinely violent, but what does tend to happen, especially when they have some kind of rejection, is that a rage or a sense of entitlement builds up inside them, and it's that can make them become violent.
It was very similar to many narcissists. They don't take personal criticism very well. They will ice people who they think have belittled them and cut them out of their lives. And they will often bear grudges and vendettas against people for the most innocuous of perceived slights.
Ominously for Becca, she would soon become the focus of Davies' anger. 3 months into their relationship, during the Christmas holidays of 2009, Davies broke up with Becca unexpectedly. She was devastated.
Becca was shocked beyond belief. She did not have any idea why he'd finished with her. Everything had been going well as far as she was concerned. They were happy together. And then suddenly, out of the blue, he didn't want to be with her anymore. It's bad enough when somebody finishes with you, when you know things are going wrong, but it just came out of the blue and she didn't understand.
It was also a difficult time. Her parents had recently divorced, so she would have been feeling particularly vulnerable. Every teenager, when they have that first relationship, it's really overpowering. They spent all their time together. He was her best friend as well as her boyfriend.
From that moment on, it was almost as though she became public enemy number one. As far as Davis and his friends were concerned, she'd suddenly gone from being his girlfriend to being in some sort of enemy camp.
This is where the other side of social media really hits, because if you break up, in this situation, Rebecca would not only see him at school, but see him in the small town that they lived in, but also see activity online to know what he's doing, what he's posting, what he's saying. Now, whether that's nasty or not, she'll be able to see that, and that just adds to the pain.
Josh's cruel and vindictive streak began to surface soon after the breakup. He announced here at school and on social media that he broke up with Rebecca because she was a slag, in his words, and was trying to get pregnant with his kid. But Rebecca would have none of it. She defended herself robustly from his bullying and refused to let him have the last word. And he hated her for it.
I've come to Aberkenfig in Wales to investigate why, in 2010, Joshua Davies lured his ex-girlfriend Becca into a forest and then brutally killed her. I want to find out the role social media played in this horrific murder.
This is a photograph of 15-year-old Becca Haywood and her boyfriend Joshua Davies before they broke up in Christmas 2009. And few could have anticipated the anger and resentment that this breakup would generate. Josh, though, was always determined to have the last word and took to social media to vent his feelings about Becca. Tragically, though, his actions would not be confined just to the online world.
There are many issues surrounding social media and the risks and dangers it poses, one of which we always know is cyberbullying or online bullying. Now, Davis knows what he can say on social media. He can turn people against Rebecca. Maybe that deep down he wanted Rebecca back, so he thought, well, if I upset her, she's got to come to me. I'm the only person that's going to talk to her. That is control. And this is your classic bully tactics by using social media, because social media affords this 24/7.
He was trying to make it as difficult as he could for Becca and would make up things about her and try and spread rumours about her so that other people would turn against her. It wasn't enough that he hated her, he had to make sure everybody else hated her as well.
Rumours about Becca that I knew of were related to pregnancy, and also it was made up that she'd had like loads and loads of partners, her friendships with people as well, by saying she said different things about people that she hadn't said. Really, like, just tore her away from her friends.
When they went back to school after the Christmas holidays, Davies continued to try and persuade other students not to speak to Becca. But after school, he used private messages online to be friendly towards her. It was a masterclass in manipulation.
They would talk a lot on MSN. She'd send me screenshots of like, their conversations, and a lot of the time they'd come up and actually have a genuinely really nice conversation. Like, he was so on and off with her, and she always did quite like him.
It seems that they had an ongoing relationship even though they weren't in a relationship.
We have something called the push-pull effect in psychology, and it's used very much in domestic abuse and also grooming of people, that you pull them in with lots of emotion and love and adoration, and then you push them away with some cruel words or ending the relationship, and then you pull them back again. And the more you do that, the more you're messing with their head, and the more you're actually tying them in with you. You're emotionally attaching them to you because they're so confused by it that they're actually wanting you more. And I think because she was so young and this was her first relationship, and of course she doesn't have any experience with relationships, I think that actually made her want him more.
In spring 2010, despite being friendly to Becca in private, in public, Davies continued his war of words. And his barrage of hatred started to become even more extreme. So Becca stood up to Davies and defended her name. It led to a furious response.
For Davies, that was probably something quite new, this person challenging him, this person publicly challenging his version of events, his truth that he wanted everyone to believe. And because of his narcissistic temperament, he could not cope with people publicly contradicting him. That would not do.
During the summer term, Davies intensified his efforts to demoralise Becca on social media. And soon he advanced from insults to explicit threats to physically harm her.
That shows that he was having to escalate things because he could no longer contain Rebecca and the risk to his reputation that she posed online, and he had to take those threats into the real world.
Well, we know from the online chat histories and statements revealed by the police that far from fizzling out, the anger and resentment between the pair began to escalate, and in Josh's case, to disturbing levels.
Clearly, what was going on online between them was one thing, but there was obviously at the same time or very soon after a much darker thing emerging, and that's what we now know was going on between him and his friends, that he'd started thinking about ways he could kill her.
He occasionally would pepper his continual dialogue of "I'm going to kill her" with methods and how it would be done.
He talked about pushing her off the edge of a quarry so she'd drown. He talked about poisoning her at some length.
And these seem so fanciful and outrageous that I think his peer group didn't pay them any notice. Because surely if you're going to kill someone, you don't keep talking about it and incriminating yourself.
He's got the idea in his head that he is going to kill her. And the fact that he's talking about different methods of killing her indicate that it's the killing her that is the important thing. He wants to enjoy doing it. He doesn't want her to be killed by somebody else. He wants to be there. He wants to be master of that. The fantasy really begins to be something that he thinks, I could do this.
For everyone else, apart from him, it genuinely was a joke, because, like, I know the other guys, they did actually really like Becca. They thought he was joking. That's why it was so funny, because it's never going to happen, because it's impossible, because we all like her.
Some of Davies' online threats were veiled in text speak and accompanied by emojis. Perhaps in case an adult read them and decided to intervene.
Online conversations are very different to face-to-face conversations. If you say, I'm going to kill someone, lol, or smiley face, that takes some of the sting out of what's being said, especially as the person reading that can't hear your tone of voice, can't see your body language, doesn't know what you're doing with your face. It completely takes any menace out of that sentence at all.
But he also had that serious side to it, that he was actually planning this. Without a doubt, this was planned. We know that from what happened. This is a psychopath, but able to convince his friends he's just a bit of a bully and having a laugh. Quite incredible.
We could say that they thought he was joking. But even joking, it shows that we've become so desensitized by social media that these conversations take place, and it's almost like they're living this kind of fantasy life that's not real. But what they didn't realize, that Joshua wasn't living a fantasy life. He was planning to do this in reality.
After the school year ended, the feud between Josh and Rebecca appeared to die down. They even hung out together over the summer and rekindled their relationship. He may have been telling his friends online that he wanted to kill Rebecca, but how does that square with the fact they were getting on so well?
I'm meeting criminologist Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and forensic clinical psychologist Mike Berry to find out what they make of Davies' behaviour.
He was making a threat to kill. Kids these days, 14, 15, they know what a threat to kill is and what that means. They've seen enough television programmes about that.
No, I disagree with you. They don't understand the consequences of making a threat.
So this was make-believe for Joshua's friends?
I think they would have been reading these comments and chipping in and contributing, just with absolutely no idea of the consequences.
Is he different online to the person he is in real life?
Yes. One thing about the internet is it allows you to be much more yourself. It disinhibits. It's the effect of alcohol on the frontal lobes. When you put somebody in front of a computer, they can start being what they want to be. They can talk about the fantasies.
The thing that he really wanted more than anything was control, and particularly control over Rebecca. And when they lose that control, they change the project, essentially, and they don't seek to control them anymore, they seek to destroy them.
I've come to Wales to find out the role social media played in the brutal murder of 15-year-old Becca Aylward by her ex-boyfriend Joshua Davies in October 2010. It was the culmination of a cruel online hate campaign by Davies, which began when their 3-month romance ended acrimoniously.
From that moment on, he was determined she would never get the better of him, and he retaliated by making up lurid rumours online, including the fact that he claimed she'd had an abortion. When that didn't quieten her down, he then started talking more and more about murdering her and trying to rid her from his life once and for all.
By the start of the 2010 summer holidays, Becca had endured a 7-month hate campaign by Davies. But then, over the break, Davies revived their relationship. Perhaps Becca hoped they could put all the animosity behind them. But in reality, for Davies, this was all about regaining control.
Obviously, they had rekindled something over the summer, but clearly all wasn't well. because she was certainly nervous about going back to school and everything that implied, and her complicated relationship with him, which wasn't a relationship, but he was clearly very much on her mind. We know that she was hoping that they might be able to rekindle it, but clearly had reservations because she'd said to a school friend that she was nervous about going back.
Becca mentioned once or twice worries about going back into year 11. I could say maybe she had more enemies going into school. She was a bit nervous about it. One of the last couple times I spoke to her, she just said she didn't think she was gonna be alive for too long. She always felt threatened. I feel like it was related to Josh. In my mind, 100%. She hadn't felt like that like a year ago. It was chilling at the time and still is.
And after the holidays, following their return to school, Davies continued his constant dialogue with his friends on social media about killing Becca.
Josh's mates admitted they were getting quite bored and tired about how much Josh was going on, about how much he hated and wanted to kill Rebecca. One of his best mates, Dan, told the court, "You just ignored it. It was getting boring," he said. Perhaps this is why, when Josh returned to the subject in science class, some of his mates egged him on, and one went so far as to make a silly bet with him about what he would do if Josh went ahead with the murder.
Josh Davison's friends meet at a cafe regularly for breakfast. Now, in one of their conversations where they were talking about, once again, killing Becca, Josh Davis said to one of them, "What would you do if I actually did do it?" And he said, "Oh, I'd buy you breakfast."
It's banal. What are you going to do if I really do kill her? I'll buy you breakfast. That is not menacing. That's bringing it back into the real world. Turns it into a joke almost for them, but not for him.
I think that shows what element of boredom his peer group had with Davis and his continual vendetta against Rebecca. It clearly wasn't a serious monetary amount. It wasn't an impossible bet, such as I would bet you $1 million, which of course is impossible. This just showed the boredom and disdain I think his peer group had for this constant vendetta.
Just 2 days before the murder, Josh texted a friend. "And don't say anything, but you may just owe me breakfast," he said, referring to a bet he'd made with Liam that Liam would have to pay for breakfast at this cafe if he went ahead with the murder. Liam responded, "Best text I've ever had, mate. If it's true, I'm happy to pay for your breakfast." Josh responded, "Well, hopefully by Friday it will all be done and dusted." Revving him up, Liam responded, "I'll hear all the details Saturday, sadistic bastard." Well, it seems that Josh's plans to murder Rebecca were well in motion. But why was his friend playing on with it? Did he not realise he was encouraging him?
The state of mind that Davis is now in is that the plan to murder Rebecca has started. The message was part of the process. It is an awful shame that the friend didn't just suddenly realise what a dangerous person Davis was.
On the 23rd of October 2010, on the first weekend of the school half-term, Davies invited Rebecca to meet him here, close to his home. And given her soft spot for him, despite all the rumours he'd spread about her, Rebecca agreed. After a 10-month war of words with Davies, Becca must have felt relieved that her nightmare seemed finally to be over.
Having spoken to him the night before and made all their arrangements, Becca was obviously really excited, up very early in the morning. She'd chosen her clothes really carefully. She'd painted her nails, she'd done her hair really carefully, put on a bit of makeup. Basically done everything she could to make herself beautiful for him. Hoping this was the moment when they were going to get back together and everything was going to be okay.
There was romance in the air as far as she was concerned. Not violence, and certainly not murder.
For Joshua Davies, this was to be the climax of his deadly battle for control over Becca.
While Josh hung out with his friends Liam and Daniel here at Daniel's house, Rebecca called to say she was ready and would be there soon. As soon as Josh hung up the phone, in a sing-along voice, he started singing, "Today's the Day." He explicitly told his friends he was going to meet Rebecca and then he was going to kill her. He said he'd be back soon because he didn't think it would take too long. Why on earth didn't Liam and Daniel take him seriously? Why didn't they take him at his word?
Clearly, he's getting very excited about what he's going to do because this is something that he has been looking forward to. I think his friends must have suspected he was going to hurt her and he was going to bully her, but I don't think they thought he was going to kill her.
Becca arrived at the meeting point as arranged. But with no sign of Davies and worried he'd stood her up, she called her mother Sonia. But then Becca spotted Davies coming to meet her and ended the call, saying goodbye to her mother for the very last time.
He takes her up to Pennsylvania Woods, which is a spot where a lot of the local kids would go and hang out. Though, as Sonia said, not a place Becca would have ever hung out. She wasn't the sort of girl who'd go tramping through the woods. It remains a mystery why she went up with him willingly. We'll never know.
Soon after entering the woods, Davies turned on Becca. First, he tried to break her neck. But when that failed, he grabbed a large rock. And bludgeoned Becca to death.
The murder was brutal. Far more violence than was necessary to just kill Rebecca. I think that he enjoyed hurting her.
That would have been the most distressing and horrific sight to see. And yet he coolly does it. And then so calculating. When his friend says, "Are you with Rebecca?" he replies, "Define with." That comment makes the hairs stand up on the back of your neck.
She had no idea it was coming, which probably in a lot of ways is a blessing. It would be worse if she had lots of defensive wounds and had, knew exactly what was happening to her. So we can take maybe some blessing from the fact that she probably died quite quickly, not knowing what was happening.
I wonder if Davies had planned to murder Becca from the moment his social media vendetta began. Criminologist Dr. Liz Yardley and psychologist Mike Berry might have the answer.
Is Joshua a psychopath?
Well, he's somebody who does display some psychopathic traits and behaviours, I think. So there's a lack of remorse, there's a lack of empathy, there's a failure to accept responsibility for his own actions, there's a manipulativeness about him.
I disagree with you. I don't think there's anything in his history to suggest that he was psychopathic.
Control, narcissism, lack of remorse, manipulation, kind of bullying, humiliations upon his friends.
No history of any antisocial behaviour, no history of criminality that we would expect to see in a 16-year-old psychopath.
I suppose I think of psychopathy as a spectrum. At one extreme end, you have got people who are undoubtedly psychopaths, at the other end, people who absolutely aren't. And I do think he is kind of occupying this middle ground here. But what we really need to remember here is that he knew exactly what he was doing when he killed her. He knew what he was doing was wrong, so let's not kind of labour under the impression that he was out of his mind or that he wasn't responsible for this. When we look at the fact that he doesn't have a history of violence, many people think, well, that's really shocking. He literally turns overnight from this average schoolboy into this killer. But actually, what he has got a history of is controlling and jealous and possessive behaviour. That is the biggest risk factor.
In 2010, the village of Aberkenfig in Wales was shocked by the brutal murder of a teenage girl by her ex-boyfriend, following months of vicious threats on social media.
This is where 15-year-old Rebecca Aylward took her final steps. She was invited up here by her ex-boyfriend, Joshua Davies. She thought he was going to ask her out again. Instead, he battered her head in with a stone and left her lying face down in the ground. Joshua then texted his friends, Liam and Daniel, and asked them to meet him up here in the forest. But Liam had a bad leg and was left behind. But when Daniel arrived here and connected with Joshua, he saw Rebecca lying on the ground and immediately realised what had happened. Joshua had done what he said he'd do.
He called his friends up to see the body because he was proud of what he'd done. He'd actually gone through with what he said he was going to do, and he thought that when his friends saw that, he'd be the hero.
Daniel claimed that when he saw Rebecca's body lying on the floor, he said it felt like he'd walked into a cold shower. He suddenly felt numb, he felt very dizzy and shuddery, and it didn't seem real. And he immediately wanted to get away from there. Davies was completely different. He seemed to be more concerned that he didn't have any blood on himself. So already he was thinking about getting his way out of this situation.
Davies then tells him that he's killed her by hitting her with a rock, and that he had to kill her with a rock because she wouldn't stop screaming. He says that he's tried to kill her by strangling her and also getting her in a neck hold, as he put it, but that it was too difficult. And apparently he relates all this to Daniel with absolutely no emotion, no remorse, nothing.
Davies and Daniel left the forest, met up with Liam and went to Daniel's house. Davies told Liam to delete all his messages from that day and said, "If anyone asks, I've been here with you all the time." Liam agreed to keep his secret.
Davies does what most offenders will try and do, which is to cover their tracks. This is suddenly the classic case of not understanding technology and messaging, thinking that if you delete them, they've gone. We know that they haven't gone.
Davies' friends agreed to be his alibi. He then went online to back up his story, saying on Facebook, Joshua D is still chilling with Liam and Daniel. Davies even referred obliquely to a playful bet from one of his friends, offering him a free breakfast if he killed Becca.
The next behaviours we see from Davies are him laying the groundwork of his alibis, posting on social media that he'd been relaxing all day watching videos, providing this very dark joke about having had a great breakfast that day. Again, this just shows the amount of disregard he had for human life by making that very sick joke.
Later that day, when Becca didn't return home, her mom rang Davies and asked him where she was. He said they hadn't met up in the end, and he thought she'd gone to see a different Josh instead. Becca couldn't be located, and as news of her disappearance spread, her friends started messaging each other online. Chillingly, the person who knew exactly where she was joined in.
He is just basically calmly going through the process of covering his tracks, making sure that everybody is looking elsewhere.
He probably wants to run. He probably wants to get as far away as possible, but he can't do that because that shows guilt. So he's in a quandary. So you've got a bit of chaotic behaviour going on here, that he's doing bits of everything. He's trying to control his friends, he's trying to control evidence, but he's also trying to be this wonderful person that at school and friends think he is, this wonderful, great guy. But he can't be both.
And he probably thought he was being quite clever, and with the kind of narcissistic personality that he had, he wouldn't even have considered that he wasn't cleverer than everybody else.
There will always be an element of naivety in most offender behaviour. Did he really believe he could get away with murder? He's trying to get rid of his digital footprint, but he's actually shown and admitted murder to a friend by showing them the body. How does that work? So, in many ways, it's this control. He was proud of what he did, but in the other aspect, naive in that he felt he wanted to get away with it, but he couldn't. So there is naivety, but there's also pride in what he actually achieved. That's very dangerous.
Despite Davies' attempts to cover his tracks online and delete various text messages, the net was already closing in. By 7:45 a.m, Liam had already cracked, telling his parents everything he knew about the murder. Shortly after, the police arrested Josh, Liam and Daniel and brought them here to Cardiff Bay Police Station. But Davies still brazened it out. He told the police that yes, Rebecca was murdered, but he didn't do it. He blamed his best friend, Daniel.
One of the other things I find really, really shocking is the ease with which he apparently decided he'd fit up his supposed best friend. It almost beggars belief that he thought that anybody would possibly believe him.
He wouldn't have thought twice about blaming somebody else, and he would have been very happy to see that person go to prison probably for it, with no remorse whatsoever.
Throughout the trial, Davies protested his innocence and constantly blamed his best friend Daniel for Becca's murder. But the jury found Davies guilty, and he was jailed for life with a minimum of 14 years.
At trial, he appeared to be distant, as if he had no interest in his own trial, in his own future. And I think at that age, it should be terrifying to be told that if you're found guilty, the sentence will have to be one of life imprisonment. Well, to a boy of that age, no more girlfriends, no university, no freedom, for who knows how many years. But he showed no reaction.
As a criminologist, I know it's possible to group online killers into different categories, such as predator, imposter, or reactor. I'm meeting experts Dr. Liz Yardley and psychologist Mike Berry to find out what sort of social media murderer Davies was.
Liz, what kind of killer was Davies?
Well, I describe Davies as an informer type of killer who uses social media. And this is the type of person who will use social media to communicate an intention to kill somebody, to inform their social media followers that they have just killed someone, or both. So they're using it as a communicative tool around murder.
Why was he so keen to tell everybody what he was going to do if he didn't care what they thought?
Well, I think for him it was a performance, essentially. It was asserting power, because he felt that he'd lost quite a lot of control in that relationship with Rebecca. But here was a way of having a new kind of status, a new identity. So I think that was something that he gained quite a lot of pleasure from. Without social media, do you think Rebecca would still be alive today?
I think there's a possibility without it that after a couple of months they would have broken up from school and they would have gone their separate ways. So in many ways the internet kept the fire going and sped up the whole process.
What caused these murderous thoughts in the first place?
I think he didn't like being out of control. I think he didn't like the threat that had to his ego to have somebody in control of things when he wanted to be in control.
Liz, how could this tragedy have been avoided?
I think the key thing that we need to be looking at here isn't necessarily social media, but young people's relationships and the nature of those relationships. Now, teenagers do tend to be quite intense in terms of their emotions, but when you see the kind of controlling and jealous and possessive behaviour that Davies exhibited towards Rebecca, that's a cause for concern for me, and that's where we need to educate young people. But it's that intensity, that pressure cooker that social media can sometimes become, has played quite a large role in this case.
The unreal world of social media created an environment where a bright young teenager literally talked himself into the act of murder. Online threats are no less real than the spoken word, and in this instance led to a needless and tragic murder. Over the last decade, the world of dating has been completely transformed. Now, 1 in 5 relationships in the UK start online, and every day, 9 million Britons log on looking for love. And that's exactly what Adina Burris did in 2012.
26-year-old Nadina Burris met 42-year-old Sami Almari through an internet dating site. Despite their large age gap, Almari gave every impression to Nadine that he was her ideal man. However, their online romance soon turned to tragedy when Almari's true colours were revealed. He terrorised Nadine online, allegedly assaulted her, imprisoned her, spied on her, blackmailed her, and when he knew he couldn't have her, brutally murdered her in a frenzied attack.
I've come to Cardiff, where Nadine took her first steps into the world of online dating. This is where she lived, and this is where she was murdered. I want to discover what happens when you meet the man of your dreams, only to discover he's become your worst nightmare.
Nadina Burris was a proud Muslim from a close-knit family. She was kind and positive and wanted to help everyone around her.
I was so desperately wanting a girl, you know, because obviously I think it's a mum's dream to have a daughter in her image. She was better than any image I could ever wished for.
We kept a complete, constant connection, communication going together, and she would always make sure that we were all right.
Even when she was down, she was happy, you know? I mean, I remember once she told me before, she said, like, everything negative becomes a positive. It's almost like a silver lining in a cloud, like, you know.
Nadine was single and looking for love, so she joined the internet dating site Muslim Match, and it aimed to bring together Muslims from around the world, and it seemed an ideal fit for Nadine.
I was the one who initiated this suggestion, and then in fact I actually set up in her name. She had a very successful feedback from many users.
But of the many suitors Nadine attracted on Muslim Match in 2012, none grabbed her attention until she met a 42-year-old American called Sami Al-Mari. Al-Mari lived in New York. He claimed he was a millionaire and that he was an FBI agent. Nadine was intrigued.
Al-Mari, he was different. He had this sort of enigma about him. It was like he was saying, you want to know more about me. Trust me, I'm interesting. Nadine she was so attracted towards the idea of finding more about that person, and he was so vague, I think, in his profile. He initiated the conversation as though they were just going to be friends. A lot of the other guys, they assumed that they were going to have a relationship with Nadine, but with this guy, he held back a little bit and he was very clever. He had the ideal sort of personality that you would look for in a guy, someone who's committed, loyal, truthful and sensible.
Nadine and Al-Mari's relationship flourished as they got to know each other online.
At the beginning, it was just the Muslim dating website, had a chat implemented into the website, progressed into sort of text messages, WhatsApp.
The more they communicated, the more Al-Mari seemed to be the dream package.
He was telling everyone that he's rich and he owns these houses in America and he owns another house somewhere in Tanzania. He mentioned about driving luxurious sports cars and owning a car dealership in New York.
Very often, people who need to have control in the beginning of the relationship will do things they know will please that other person. And for that reason, they can appear like Prince Charming. And he would have been taking cues from her and offering her the things he thought that any woman would want.
Al-Mari worked hard over many months to convince Nadine that he was a perfect partner, painting a picture of a wealthy, loving and caring man. But none of his claims were ever substantiated.
Al-Mari, without doubt, is a predator and was using social media because it automatically puts you in touch with vulnerable victims.
Those who are perhaps on the psychopathic spectrum, they're manipulative communicators. They learn what to do to get the response that they want, which makes them incredibly adept on social media.
Al-Mari, without doubt, was able to identify Nadine as an individual that was soft. Not so much weak, but was willing to listen to him. Once he realises she is the sort of person who is caring, who wants to help victims, if he then portrays himself as a victim, then that will bring her closer to him.
Al-Mari deliberately preyed on Nadine's kind and caring nature. He confided in her that he was an alcoholic, using his addiction as a means of gaining her sympathy and affection.
He'd say, oh, well, I've gone to Alcoholics Anonymous because of you, and I'm starting to stop drinking because of you. She said, Mari, I can't pursue a relationship with somebody who has this addiction, and if our relationship does progress, I don't want this to be a part of our life. And he said, for you, Nadine, I'll do anything.
Al-Mari presented himself as Nadine's ideal partner, charming, sophisticated, and someone she could save. But what Nadine didn't realise was that she was being slowly and carefully manipulated.
Grooming isn't just about grooming a child. Grooming is a process. And when we look at how Al-Mari acted and groomed Nadine, she was a victim from the first time that they spoke to each other on MuslimMatch.com.
Initially, Nadine and Al-Mari conducted their relationship almost exclusively online, by Skype, email, phone and text message. Understandably, though, they were keen to meet face-to-face. And in 2013, Al-Mari flew in from New York to meet Nadine for the very first time. It was to be the first of 3 visits that year. Nadine was excited to meet her perfect man in person, and she was eager to introduce him to her family and show him off. But her mom and brother saw a very different individual to the man Nadine had described.
She said, "We're going for coffee, would you like to meet him?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely, of course I would." I met him and I felt surprised, shocked, and he was very kind of distant. Very difficult moment I felt between both of us. There was something not quite right, and I thought, okay.
He looked very shady, very dodgy. You could tell because he always wore sunglasses as well. And I think when you wear sunglasses, even in like a cloudy day, it's pretty much like an impression that you're a dodgy person.
They'd done a lot of communicating online, so she'd built up a picture of who she thought that he was, and that would have been quite embedded. And when he turned up and he was a little bit different to that, she had that background to kind of back up her view of him. Other people who didn't know him so well were probably more alarmed by the differences.
There was something about his aura that was just very off-putting. It was not attractive at all, but Nadine, being the way she was, she didn't judge and she just resumed the conversation.
Al-Mari returned to America, and despite her family's reservations, Nadine had no doubts about him. During his trip to Cardiff, Al-Mari had won over Nadine in person. He was creeping his way into her life, and the pair continued their transatlantic relationship. In 2012, 26-year-old Nadina Burris hooked up with American Sami Al-Mari on an internet dating site. She thought her dreams had come true as they continued their online romance over many months. But in contrast to his carefully constructed online persona, Al-Mari had a sinister side that would ultimately lead to murder. I've come to Cardiff to investigate this tragic case. In the year after they started dating online, Nadine and Al-Mari's long-distance relationship appeared to flourish. They discussed getting married and spending the rest of their lives together.
He continued to be very charming on the phone, very charming on Skype, and he made sure that she could see his house, and he had a dog as well, and he made sure that she could see that he was having a life of friends, of family, of a house, of security, of stability. And I think Nadine craved that, she needed that in her life. So yeah, it was definitely going to be a marriage.
Al-Mari gave Nadine the impression he was really besotted with her. He bought her gifts and even gave her money, which she used to buy a car. But long-distance relationships are notoriously difficult, and Al-Mari really struggled with not knowing what Nadine was up to day by day.
The distance would have become much more of a problem for him than it was for her, because he would feel, although he could watch and he could see and he could take her time, he wouldn't actually be able to control anything she was doing.
He was somebody who was prone to being very controlling, somebody who was possibly used to getting their own way in every avenue. To have a relationship which was over this kind of distance, where he couldn't be sure what she was doing from minute to minute, would be very disturbing for him. And every little bit of darkness in the areas of what she was doing, Al-Mari would have filled with paranoid ideas.
Over the months that followed, rather than become more secure about their relationship, Al-Mari became increasingly demanding of Nadine. He even created fictitious personal tragedies to try to gain her sympathy.
My mother's sick and dying in hospital, my sister's died, so much tragedy to keep her focused on him. Even if she was with the family, well, you'd better leave them and I need you now. It was so intense, constantly.
It may have been intense, but it was working. Each online message was a calculated step by Almari to groom Nadine, and she was falling for him more and more as the months went by.
Throughout 2014, Nadine and Almari remained in contact, and during that summer, she flew over to stay with him in a trip all paid for by her newfound friend.
Nadine was over the moon at the prospect of a dream holiday to the Big Apple with her perfect man.
She was really happy to finally get out of Cardiff and explore the world and, you know, have sort of artistic explorations. He even said, well, you know, when you come here, we're going to look at houses. And myself and Nadine, we would look at houses and we would build their future together.
Since they first met, Almari had proudly shown off his home and lifestyle online. And now Nadine was finally going to see it firsthand. But her dream trip turned into a total nightmare.
She came back from New York with a bruised eye and bruised lip. That was also swollen. She lost a lot of weight in New York. She was only there a short time. She frankly said, I don't really want to talk about it.
I know something's going on and you're not letting us in. You're hiding something. I know it's painful, but whatever it is, we've been through too much together as a family for you to hide anything like this. She said, it's worse than you can ever imagine. I went, how, what? And then she described her situation when she went to New York and where she'd found herself basically holed up in a cellar which she'd been imprisoned.
According to Nadine, when she arrived in New York, Almari drove her from the airport to a house that bore no resemblance to the images he'd shown her online. Nadine was then held captive in a basement.
It was her prison, and she knew that moment that everything had been a lie. And I think even when she witnessed what was happening, even in the car right there, she was telling herself, no, this can't be real. This, you know, I've spoken to him so many times, you know, this is not real. He showed me his house on Skype. She saw so much evidence to believe that he did have this sort of dream life that she could be a part of.
Shockingly, being imprisoned was not the worst thing Nadine had to endure.
She said he had tried to rape me, if not succeeded. I don't think she wanted to admit that to me. She only said he tried.
When she met him in New York, I think she got the full force of actually who he really was, and that must have been the most awful shock. She must have been absolutely terrified.
When she got back home, Nadine called Cardiff Bay Police Station on September 15th, 2014. She told them that whilst in New York, she'd been raped by Almari and he attempted to strangle her. But tragically, she never followed up the complaint.
Nadine probably dropped the rape claim due to the fact that she would have difficulty in proving the case.
She probably thought, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. No one's going to believe me. I'm never going to beat this with the system. So I'm just going to try and manage it myself.
Nadine's dream turned into a nightmare. Safely back in Cardiff, though, she believed she was now beyond Almari's reach. She could draw a line under the relationship and move on with her life. But almost immediately, Almari began to bombard her with abusive messages, telling her, you will be in hell. He also left a very sinister voice message saying, I've been calling you a lot. I will never ever stop now or give up. I will harm you, he said.
This man is a dangerous man. There is just no doubt about that at all. And what's going on in his mind at the moment is probably, how dare you? How dare you not do what I say? And he responds to that with all sorts of things. He is showing that he's not going to give up and he is going to maintain this control by force.
Nadine was adamant their relationship was over, but Almari refused to accept they were finished. And then odd things started to happen.
There were strange situations where Nadine said to me, "Mum, he seems to know where I am, that I'm not in the house or I'm not home. Oh, that's really freaky because he knows you're standing there and he knows that we've been talking and he knows that I've texted you to meet me." And she said, it's kind of, I'm intrigued by it, but I'm scared.
Disturbingly, without Nadine's knowledge, Almari had illegally installed spyware on her electronic devices. From 3,000 miles away, he was monitoring Nadine's every move.
There's spyware that you can buy and put on a computer. And that's quite easy. You just email somebody an infected file. When they open that file, it installs the spyware on the computer. The victim doesn't know. Mobile spyware is more difficult because you really need possession of the phone. If that person has had access to your phone, it actually only takes about 5 minutes to install the spyware. Allows them to access the microphones, the cameras, the messaging, everything that you can do on the phone, they can do as well. It's, an attractive proposition to a stalker.
Stalkers are fixated on a person. He was definitely fixated on Nadine. But they also have this obsessive need to know exactly what that person is doing and when and how and who they're with. And 21st century, we've got electronic devices that can achieve that very easily for people who know what they're doing.
Almari had invaded every part of Nadine's private life. Whenever he wanted to, he could switch on her camera phone and see everything she was doing. He could also turn on the phone's microphone, listen to her phone calls, and follow her movements. And with all this information, Almari was bombarding her with threats.
He sent her very unpleasant texts, threatening her and threatening to injure her and using abusive and foul language towards her. And there were hundreds of these texts.
And Almari's unrelenting harassment was taking its toll on Nadine.
You could see she had bags under her eyes. She wasn't getting up in the mornings. She wasn't focused. She's starting to lose her happiness. You wasn't seeing her smile as much, a beautiful smile, And it was at that point, I started to get a bit firm with her, and I said to her, listen, if we don't see you start changing your routine, then I'm gonna have to literally break your mobile phone.
Well, this is all part and parcel of the whole process that this individual as a predator is in, because a predator has to stalk, but it comes into play as part of the predatorial behaviour that he's going to show.
There's no doubt in my mind that the obsessive, possessive, manipulative Almari was a cyberstalker of the most extreme kind. These are the actions of a very disturbed individual, capable of the most callous and brutal crimes.
If things weren't terrifying enough for Nadine, Almari then resorted to blackmail.
Mum, she said he's got pictures of me, very compromised pictures of me in various forms of undress, and he's blackmailing me. And I'm going to have to leave Cardiff, and I'm going to have to leave my life.
In the course of their relationship, he had obtained photographs of her, which I wouldn't want anyone to believe were in any way unpleasant, but were not necessarily the sort of photographs that you would want to share outside your relationship. It's understandable that Nadine would not want them either shown to other friends or family, or, as he was threatening to do, simply exhibit them on the internet.
Now, in the case of a good Muslim girl, this is particularly pernicious. This is something that could destroy and dishonour her for a lifetime. And this would have been a really serious threat to Nadine.
Nadine tried to hide the blackmail from her family, but her brother Eamon discovered her secrets.
just flicking through her phone, you know, not on anything personal, but just, you know how brothers get, they get a bit nosy, don't they? And yeah, this message just popped up on the screen. And then literally, then it was just bombarded with messages talking about if you stop talking to me, or if you think you're going to leave me here now, you know, I'll put these photos all over the internet, you know, I'll show your family these photos. And it was at that point when I read that message that I knew there was a lot more to what's going on here. And so obviously I was anticipating to see whether he'd come back to the UK or not at that point.
For Nadine, the continual harassment followed by the blackmail must have felt like an impossible and frightening situation.
Ultimately, it's about getting her back to make sure she stays with him. At the moment, it's about staying with him electronically, because he's in New York. But of course, the whole process here is about meeting up again.
Nadine was a lonely woman looking for love, but loneliness can lead to mistakes. And I can't help wondering if online dating, as opposed to the more traditional methods, is more likely not only to lead you to the wrong person, but also into danger.
I'm meeting criminologist Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and clinical forensic psychologist Mike Berry to find out how online dating can be exploited by predators like Al-Mari.
Is there the sense that vulnerable people, when they go online looking for love, they are particularly vulnerable to finding the wrong lover at the wrong time?
I think it's a possibility, because there are people on these dating sites who are quite predatory, and they will pick up on people's vulnerabilities and those types of things.
I mean, are we led to believe that just that online conversations really can disguise the genuine character and motivation of the people communicating?
Oh, without any doubt. You're selling. The whole courtship is about selling yourself to a potential buyer. And what you do on the internet is you lie. You bring up the good things and you forget to tell them the bad things.
For a predator, the online world is a paradise for victims.
It really is quite a hunting ground for people who are setting out with an intention to harm others.
I've come to Cardiff, where in 2012, Nadine Burris thought she'd met the man of her dreams, Sami Al-Mari, on the internet dating site Muslim Match. But Al-Mari wasn't the man he claimed to be. In the 2 years that followed, Al-Mari had allegedly raped, imprisoned, stalked and blackmailed Nadine. And when he realised he couldn't control her, he then murdered her.
In late 2014, Nadine was still being stalked by Al-Mari online and in the phone. But by November, it looked like her love life would take a turn for the better when she met a 36-year-old interior design student called Daniel. A few weeks later, the pair went for a cup of coffee. Daniel was clearly interested in Nadine, and she was flattered by the attention.
She said, I seem to like him. And I said, oh, that's absolutely wonderful, lovely. You know, she said, well, he's actually got my number. And I went, really? Okay. And I was happy. I thought, great. You know, this is something that she needed now.
Nadine thought her relationship with Al-Mari was over and began communicating with Daniel. But what she didn't know was that Al-Mari was monitoring her every move, using spyware he'd illegally installed on her phone.
When she met another man, it doesn't really matter what stage the relationship was at. That would have been a massive trigger for him to up his behaviour. Al-Mari would have seen that as absolutely intolerable.
Furious that Nadine had found someone else, he escalated his abuse and name-calling online, demanding she didn't meet Daniel. Desperate to stop the intrusion into her life, Nadine then tried to block Al-Mari from contacting her through Viber and WhatsApp messaging. But he continued stalking her. Al-Mari was determined to control Nadine come what may. The spyware, blackmail and abuse weren't working, so Al-Mari decided to fly to the UK and confront her in person.
On the morning of the 27th of December, he arrived at Heathrow on a flight from New York. Surprisingly, Nadine agreed to meet him face-to-face at the airport.
At that point, Nadine was almost encouraging it because she wanted closure. So I think that was what she thought. She thought it'd be on her terms, her country, her city, and he couldn't hurt her. She was invincible here, and she wasn't.
Nadine would have felt obligated to meet Almari. One, she wanted to make sure that Almari was not going to dishonour her in terms of sending photos to her parents. And two, he would be very persuasive and demanding, and Nadine would not be the first female, particularly, who actually gave way to the demands of a stalking, jealous, controlling individual.
She probably still felt she could manage the situation by being reasonable, because she was a reasonable person. It's him that's not.
We don't have a complete picture of what happened after Almari arrived in the UK on December 27th, 2014. But thanks to her family and CCTV, there are glimpses into Nadine's final 4 days.
The day after Almari arrived in the UK, Nadine cancelled her cinema date with Daniel, saying, "Sorry, but feeling unwell after the trip to London. I won't be able to make it today," she said. She then followed up with another message. "To be honest, a crazy situation has presented itself. It's kind of complicated. An ex has turned up on the scene."
2 days later, at 5:09 p.m, there is CCTV footage of Almari leaving Nadine's apartment and then returning a few minutes later.
About an hour and a half after that, Nadine's brother Eamon arrives at the apartment to collect some post.
As I approached her house, I rang the bell and there was some shuffling going on inside. So I opened up the letterbox and I could see, a pair of man's legs. They definitely weren't women's, So I called out through the letterbox, saying, "I can see you, open the door, who's that?" And the legs just kind of scuttered off somewhere down the hallway. A few minutes later, he just said, "Oh, is that you, Eamon?" And he opened the door. So I was alarmed by this, to see him in my sister's flat, my sister absent, I don't know how he got in here. And then we kind of got into a bit of an altercation.
Shortly after the argument with Eamon, Nadine arrives at the flat with her older brother, Jamal. Protected by her brothers, she told Almari she wanted nothing more to do with him. And then Jamal drove him to Cardiff Central Railway Station. Here, he warned Almari to stay away from his sister for good. But Almari had no intention of giving up. He had more sinister plans in mind.
At 7:54 p.m, Almari is spotted on CCTV at a local store buying a bottle of gin. About a half an hour afterwards, at 8:23 p.m, he checks into the Futures Inn Hotel in Cardiff Bay. Shortly after booking in, he goes to the bar and starts drinking tequila.
Almari had been violently rebuffed by Nadine's brothers and told where to go, which will not have gone down well with a controlling individual. This is someone who really wants to assert himself over the situation rather than being sent running by relatives. This was a very dangerous bomb waiting to explode.
Almari asked the hotel reception to call a mobile number. It was Nadine's. He told her he'd left his passport and phone at her flat and she needed to bring them to the hotel so he could leave the country. She agreed to meet him, a decision that would prove fatal.
This was a kind of, you must come back, you must come to me. This element of control was reaching out again, and Nadine really couldn't argue with that, as Almari wouldn't be able to leave the country.
She came to the hotel just after 9 o'clock and went to Almari's room, number 203.
They then went out to a nearby restaurant where witnesses reported that things were clearly not that good between the pair. They then returned here around 11 o'clock, and for reasons which we simply can't fathom, she accompanied him to his room. She was never seen alive again.
No, please, no.
2 years after they met online, and after a campaign of stalking, intimidation and blackmail, Al-Mari finally killed Nadine. He then left her lifeless body in room 203. Downstairs, Al-Mari asked the bar manager where he could withdraw £10,000. Al-Mari was then caught on CCTV casually walking into a casino. He had to register as a member. And then he went to the bar where he had 3 shots of tequila as Nadine's body lay in his hotel room. Al-Mari seemingly didn't care whether he left a trail or not. Shortly after 3 a.m., Al-Mari left his hotel room for the last time, placing a Do Not Disturb sign on the handle. He asked directions for the M4, telling the night porter his sister was still sleeping. The final time we see Al-Mari is him arriving at Heathrow Airport, driving Nadine's car at 7:05 a.m. Why did Nadine agree to meet Al-Mari in private? I want to find out what Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and Mike Berry's thoughts are on this.
Why did she go back to the hotel room, Mike?
She thinks if she goes back to him, he is going to give her that information, all the pictures, everything she wanted.
Liz, do you think he thought out how he was going to murder her?
I think he probably had thought about it, and that's another thing that we need to be aware of here. Murders like this do not happen out of the blue. The perpetrator does not snap. They don't turn from a normal person one day into a murderer the next. This is somebody who had a gradual escalation of controlling and possessive and jealous behaviour. This was always a possibility.
And what he does is interesting. He actually kills her in a very personalised way. Strangling somebody is you have control in your hands. You are slowly throttling that person. It's a very personal, very aggressive, very violent way to take somebody's life.
It's an inevitable consequence of his controlling behaviour. Ultimately, he would meet some resistance and eventually he'd have to enforce his control. So if it wasn't Nadine, it would be somebody else, Mike.
Yeah, but he wouldn't necessarily have killed her. Most cyber stalkers don't kill. Most stalkers don't kill. He had a very high risk of violence, which may have resulted in permanent damage to somebody or death.
I'm in Cardiff investigating the tragic murder of 28-year-old Nadine Abouris by American Sami Al-Mari on New Year's Eve 2014. The pair had met online via an internet dating site. The morning after he murdered Nadine, he drove to Heathrow Airport and boarded a flight to Qatar in the Middle East. He was trying to flee justice. Meanwhile, back in Cardiff, Nadine's body lay undiscovered in his hotel room, and Nadine's family had no idea where she was.
We were texting her, do you want to meet us uptown? What's happened? Where are you going? Where have you been? What are you doing, you know? And no response from Nadine was very unusual. And I was worried and scared.
Then, while Nadine's loved ones were frantically trying to contact her, Nadine's body was found.
The duty manager went into the room and discovered Nadine's body. The room, I understand, was dishevelled. There were towels all over the floor. The drawers had been moved. There was bottles everywhere, and it looked like some towels had also been stained. And from what we heard in court, Nadine's body had also been washed, and she had been left underneath the bed covers, so you could just see her face at the top.
Soon after Nadine's body was discovered, the authorities gave her family the bad news.
Our brother Jalal came in the door, and he had 2 women with him, and I just knew that something had happened. I just knew. And they told her and told us that she was gone, and the first thing that we said was, he did it. I couldn't wish that moment on my worst enemy. Sorry. Sorry.
Al-Mari had the money to try to escape justice.
Soon after he arrived in Qatar, Al-Mari boarded another flight, this time to Tanzania. He was determined to get away with Nadine's murder, no matter how much it cost. Bizarrely, during his time on the run, he was in regular phone contact with the police in the UK. He told them he was in Thailand.
This man is not somebody who is thinking straight. He probably thought that just a little bit of distance would be enough.
Sami Al-Mari clearly wanted people to know that Nadine was dead, because he rang the hotel several times saying, have you found the body yet? He also spoke to the police in the hotel and gave them details about what room she was in and the fact that she had died. But he also said that she had asked him to help her commit suicide. He said that she wanted to die and he was assisting her, and he had fabricated this with a suicide note that he'd left on the side. Some of the words incomprehensible, but it was signed from Nadine, allegedly.
An international arrest warrant was applied for, and it took some time. He was eventually tracked. I think the correct expression would be in the bush. He was many miles from any known area, but in an area, I believe, in which he had relatives.
After more than 2 weeks on the run, Al-Mari was arrested and flown back to the UK to face justice. It was only during the post-mortem that the true horror of what happened to Nadine was revealed.
The coroner's report found that Nadine's body was covered in 17 bruises, marks and abrasions, including a bite to her forearm.
This was somebody completely out of control. Going back to what we know about him, he's got a chaotic life. And now he's committed murder in a very chaotic fashion. That he could have just strangled her, but he didn't. There were the bite marks, there were scratches, and without a doubt she fought back. But he just wanted to physically hurt her so people could see her like that. He had no feelings for her, no empathy for her, which shows that area of being a sociopathic predator.
Sami Al-Mari was tried at Cardiff Crown Court in November 2016. Initially, he only admitted to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. But on the second day of his trial, he suddenly changed his plea to murder.
Al-Mari claimed he was suffering from an abnormality of mental function and said that he heard the voice of God telling him to kill Nadine Aburis. The judge gave him a life sentence for murder.
Clearly, he decided he no longer wished to put forward what we had always said was a false defence.
Al-Mari was a dangerous and obsessive man who used social media to conduct a 2-year relationship with Nadine before brutally murdering her. Without social media, would Nadine still be alive today? I want to hear what Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and clinical forensic psychologist Mike Berry think.
Liz, what kind of murderer was Al-Mari?
Well, Al-Mari was a predator because social media allowed him access to his victim. Social media was all the way through this dynamic between these two people. So he used it to monitor and control his victim as well. So it wasn't just used to find her, but it was an integral part all the way through of this relationship, and it was a really important tool in his toolbox of control.
Mike, what are the red flags that you would suggest that people look out for online?
If they've made claims of being world champion boxer, world champion this and this, check it out. Use the internet to find out about them. Also, if they're on Facebook, look at their Facebook connections, things like that. Do a bit of homework before you fall in love with a guy.
Liz, what needs to be done and what could be done online to protect someone like Nadine?
Well, I think first and foremost we need to raise awareness of this kind of behaviour, because it's something that is getting all too common now. We see abusers using social media, using technology as a way of meeting victims and as a way of controlling them once they've got them under their spell.
Without social media, there can be little doubt that Nadine would still be alive today.
Our life now will never be the same. We have to take comfort in each other, but that's a very difficult thing to do. We're scattered, we're still grieving, we're still sad, and we're still blaming each other internally about what we could have done. How could this ever be stopped? And I hope that there will be some warnings to others that it won't always end up as happily married forever.
Almost half of British men admit to straying from their partners at least once. 32% of women admit the same. Thanks to social media, it's never been easier to find a partner to have a secret affair with. Fortunately, very few end in murder. But that's exactly what happened here in Cheshire in 2009.
In November that year, when 25-year-old Vicky Roberts checked her husband Michael's text and Facebook messages, she quickly realised he was being unfaithful, and not for the first time. When she confronted him with the evidence, he flew into a rage and strangled her to death.
I've come to Runcorn where Vicky lived and where she died, and I'm here to discover the role social media played in destroying her marriage and to find out how it led to her murder.
Vicky Roberts was a carefree, church-going girl with lots of friends who remember her as having a vibrant and caring personality. She grew up in Cheshire with her brother and 2 sisters.
Vicky worked at this IKEA store, and it was here in 2006 where she first met Michael Roberts.
The son of a chemical engineer, Roberts had left school at 16.
Described as lanky and slightly awkward, it was also said he could be very self-assured, funny and confident, particularly around women. He was also said to be extremely flirtatious.
It was clear from his Facebook profile that he enjoyed the company of women. There was scores of photographs on there with him smiling, wearing sunglasses, looking like quite a cocky, confident young man.
He was a bit of a ladies' man, or he at least thought he was. He sounded like he had quite a few admirers where he worked for a start.
If I'm honest, when I first met Mike, I wasn't too sure about him. He seemed very loud and a bit full of himself. But I got to know him and I thought he was a pretty decent guy. He was nice, he was funny, but he was very flirtatious with all the women he came across.
To the people who met him, Robert seemed like an average outgoing guy. But was there more to his personality than met the eye?
Roberts, in my opinion, was very insecure. He relied on company. He couldn't be independent. He had to have somebody with him the whole time, somebody on his arm.
Vicky quickly fell for Roberts and they soon embarked on a passionate relationship. It seems that Roberts had an insatiable sexual appetite and clearly felt the need to brag about the physical side of his and Vicky's relationship. Apparently, he told people they were having sex up to 5 times a day.
Anybody that has such an insatiable appetite for sex, 5, 6, perhaps even 7, 8 times a day, becomes a bit of a sign, an indicator that says, well, what's this person up to? What does this person want from the relationship? Roberts treated sex a bit like a drug. He couldn't do without it.
He wasn't driven by love or care. He was just driven by sex and domination and somebody who really just wanted to have his own way with somebody.
With Roberts, the root of his sexual need is the same as the root of his psychological need. It's about serving himself. He was making love to his ego. He's got all the traits of a narcissist.
Sex was clearly important to Robert's self-image, as were people's expectations of his relationship with Vicky. But very early on, it seems that something may have happened that severely impacted their sex life.
Roberts claimed that in the early stages of their relationship, Vicky fell pregnant and had a termination, resulting in a drop in their sexual activity. For a man with a voracious sexual appetite like Roberts, this was always bound to be an issue.
I imagine for Vicky, the decision to terminate a pregnancy would have been a terribly upsetting one to have to make. But it seems all Roberts cared about was how it affected their sex life. And later he claimed that he tried to rekindle things with Vicky in the bedroom by getting her to agree to engage in kinky, rough sex.
It would have become very much an S&M activity, a sadomasochistic activity, which may or may not have actually entertained Vicky to some degree, but certainly would have stimulated Roberts' appetite for more.
Not long after Vicky and Roberts got together, he left his job at IKEA to take up a position at a shop called Phones for You.
His new colleagues regarded him as a bit of a Flash Harry. Soon after he started his new job, he went on a training day, and there he met a woman called Kerry. Roberts was instantly attracted to her.
Roberts engaged in an affair with a woman he met at Phones for You who had been enlisted to train him. This woman called Kerry described how they had an intense sexual relationship. She was a single mother, but he often visited her at home, and they enjoyed gymnastic sex.
I think Roberts would be attracted to Kerry because she was sexually confident. Because again, if he can get her, again, it's feeding his ego. And he likes that. He's got a very caring, loving woman at home, and he's going out for this, you know, this kind of sexual woman who is almost like himself in many ways. And he would have enjoyed that conquest. He would have enjoyed the fact that he could get somebody like that.
Just a few months after, one of her friends spotted a love bite on Kerry's neck. Kerry confided it was from Michael Roberts. She told her friend the sex was amazing and that they tried out things she'd never tried before. She said Roberts liked rough sex. Ominously, she confided in her friend that he also tried to throttle her.
It was clear early on that Roberts had a predilection for unconventional sex. Should the throttling incident with Kerry have rung any early alarm bells?
In domestic abuse risk assessments, there's a risk factor which is strangulation or even placing the hands around the neck. And the reason why that's a risk factor is that if you're doing that, it means that the escalation is there, that you can go from placing your hands round to squeezing. And that's very, very indicative of an underlying risk.
Despite Roberts taking every opportunity to indulge in his extramarital affair, he and Vicky set a date of June 2009 to get married. But it wasn't long before Vicky would discover that the man of her dreams wasn't everything he seemed. Vicky Roberts was murdered by her husband Michael in November 2009. From the moment they met, they enjoyed a whirlwind romance, and before too long, they were engaged to be married. But in the months leading up to their wedding, Vicky became more and more suspicious of her husband-to-be. Unable to control her doubts, she checked his messages and was distraught to find proof that he'd been cheating on her. Although she was devastated, Vicky still wanted to give their relationship another chance. So before they were due to be married, she wrote Roberts a letter, pleading with him to change his ways.
Roberts was a man who could talk his way out of any situation and tell people what they wanted to hear. Vicky, I think, was so desperate that she resorted to writing to Roberts because she knew that a face-to-face conversation would just result in him talking his way out of the situation and telling her what she wanted to hear. She needed him to take her seriously. The only way she could do that was to write it down for him to consider it.
Vicky wrote in a letter how much she was looking forward to their wedding day. Clearly, she wanted to spend the rest of her life married to Roberts. But this wasn't a story that was destined to end happily ever after.
The letter talked about how she was desperate to forgive him and desperate for the marriage to work. It talks about how much she loved him, but that she wasn't willing to share him with another woman. She was obviously head over heels for him. It's clear from the letter that she was desperately in love with him and desperately wanted them to be together.
After Vicky found out about the affair, Roberts promised his bride-to-be that he'd change his ways. But he lied. He didn't end his affair with his mistress, Kerry, and he didn't lose his interest in other women either.
There were rumours that Mike was seeing other women, but I didn't find that out till much later on. But Phone's view was, we were all like a family. We did go out for drinks and meals together and events. Mike was very flirtatious with a lot of women.
Despite Vicky's misgivings, she and Roberts were married in June 2009. Their wedding photos show them as the very picture of happiness. But the smiles in the pictures masked a more sinister reality. And within weeks of their wedding day, Roberts was back on the prowl.
Not long after he got married, Roberts tired of his affair with Kerry. He cooled off the relationship and set his sights on his next conquest, Karen.
Karen was a fellow Phones For You employee who Roberts had met when he visited a branch of the shop in Bangor.
Karen had a fiancé at the time and confided in Roberts that she was unhappy in her relationship. He reciprocated by saying he was unhappy in his marriage and told her that he wished he'd never actually got married to Vicky and that it was all a mess.
Michael looked Karen up on Facebook, and it turned out they had mutual friends. They began an online conversation which soon progressed to flirty text messages, dozens and then hundreds a day.
It's interesting that Roberts actually got rid of Kerry, who was a more feisty person, but took up Karen, who was far more submissive, somebody who would feed his ego very much.
Over the next few weeks, the pair met regularly, and in November they embarked on a sexual relationship, meeting in hotels and having sex in Robert's sports car. And his new affair quickly began to have an impact on his marriage.
In just over 1 month, he sent Karen over 5,000 messages. He's sending her illicit messages whilst he's having nights in with his own wife, while he's having dinner with his parents-in-law. It allows the pervasive presence of the third person in the relationship into the home.
It's probably stimulating him, the fact that he can talk sexually and talk to these mistresses while his wife is sitting there. This would have been a turn-on for him.
To most people, this kind of behaviour would seem unthinkable. Was there perhaps something in Robert's personality that facilitated this level of duplicity?
Serial adulterers like Roberts often come up with psychological mechanisms for why they can do what they do. Often, they convince themselves that they deserve it. Why shouldn't they be happy? Why shouldn't they have their cake and eat it? And they will come up with these strange reasons that they use to justify the hurt and the upset that they could cause. Ultimately, of course, what we're looking at is someone who's selfish.
So soon after their wedding day, Roberts was deceiving Vicky once again. And once again, he was going to be found out.
Michael Roberts had a voracious appetite for regular sex with numerous partners. He also had a craving for rough sex, including throttling his partners. Was he a sex addict? Was this simply about pure hedonism or about controlling the opposite sex?
I've come to meet criminologist Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and psychologist Mike Berry to find out what they make of Roberts' extramarital affairs.
Was Roberts a sex addict?
There was some argument about whether such a thing as sex addiction exists or not. But what we can say in this case is he certainly liked the chase. He seemed to enjoy chasing after women, going from one to another, quickly moving on. I think he found that exciting, as do a lot of men, apparently.
And I think we've got to take a step back from it and say, well, what does sex represent? It represents power. It represents kind of status for him, essentially. And he's a man who wants to have his cake and eat it. He wants to have his wife at home, looking after his needs there, cooking his dinner, doing those types of things. And then he wants to go out and have fun on the side as well.
It is about fun. It's about hedonism. I mean, is this about control? Is it not simply about, listen, I want to have a lot of fun and sex is a recreation and, and if my wife doesn't like it, well, I'll just see if I can get away with it.
Essentially what it's about for me is his priority is his own wants and needs and desires. Doesn't matter about anybody else, as long as he's fulfilling the things that he wants, he's achieving the outcomes that he's pursuing, then, to hell with everyone else.
Vicky stayed with him throughout. She knew he was being unfaithful. She thought she resolved it. Why did she continue to stay with him?
Well, when she first met him, he wouldn't have been off having affairs with other women. He would have been very, very charming towards her. He would have been her knight in shining armour, and she'll want to be recreating that. So she wants him, she just doesn't want the cheating part of him, and she's hoping that Michael that she met is going to one day come back.
Mike, she clearly was prepared to forgive him as long as he could forget his past affairs and his past and current girlfriends.
But the history shows that he would continue. Once he's had a number of affairs, being married I don't think would have made the slightest bit of difference. Plus, he likes the excitement. This is clearly a guy who loves juggling all the balls up in the air and doesn't care about the consequences to other people.
He is right at the centre of a number of women's lives, and that's where he loves being in the spotlight.
Vicky Roberts was murdered by her husband Michael in November 2009. The couple had been married for just 5 months, and the wedding had gone ahead despite Vicky finding out he'd been having an affair. He promised to change his ways, but within weeks of their big day, Roberts was cheating on Vicky again with a colleague called Karen. On November 21st, 8 days before Vicky's death, Karen texted Roberts to say she had ended her relationship with her partner so she could be with him. Roberts replied to say he had also ended his relationship with Vicky and that he was now living at his parents' house.
Roberts clearly told Karen that he was leaving Vicky, leaving her for good. The marriage was finished. In order to keep things going with Karen, in order to keep her on board, because she is someone who is giving up a relationship herself and would expect the same from him.
Roberts clearly wanted to have his cake and eat it by keeping both Karen and Vicky on side. But his behaviour at home soon began to arouse Vicky's suspicions once again. He was spending an unusual amount of time online or texting other people and would fly into a rage if Vicky challenged him. Close friends remember that around this time, she grew increasingly unhappy.
She almost became obsessed with finding out information. And you can feel what an awful dark place she would have been in. And the more she doubted him, the more her self-esteem and the more darker place she would have entered, which led to her trying to find out as much as she could of what he was up to.
With her doubts mounting, Vicky decided to read her husband's Facebook messages. And she soon found clear-cut evidence of his affair with Karen.
She was distraught and heartbroken to think that despite just a few months of marriage and him promising to be faithful to her, that Roberts had begun an affair with another woman at work.
Vicky began to print out page upon page of Robert's secret correspondence. She told her friends that she was going to spy on him at work in order to catch a glimpse of his mistress. She was clearly distraught, though still keen to save her marriage.
In any relationship you're in, if you still love your partner, whatever that partner's going to do, you stand by them. You may confront them. Now, it's very easy for us to say, why didn't she just get out? She knew he was having affairs, but she loved him. And this was true love, and of course true love can make us all blind at some stage.
When you look at her actions and how she's starting to look at his Facebook messages and his social media accounts, you can almost feel the desperation in her. She was so wanting her husband not to cheat on her, and she was devastated when she found out he was still doing that.
As well as making printouts of Robert's Facebook chats with other women, Vicky went through his wallet and found receipts from a hotel where he'd been spending time with his mistress, Karen. Vicky now felt she had conclusive proof of Robert's new infidelities, and the situation was now about to reach a critical point.
For Roberts, things would have been coming to a head because he was trying to live too many lives in the days of electronic recording, social media, photographs, and Facebook evidence.
Roberts repeatedly told Vicky that his extramarital affairs were over and done with. But at the very same time, he was also telling his mistress, Karen, that his marriage was over. If he really wanted to be with Karen, why didn't he just end things with Vicky?
Vicky gave him stability. Vicky gave him a sense of normality. This is my wife. This is my home. I finish work, I go home. Everybody likes to have an element of normality in their life.
Roberts had become trapped in his own web of lies and must have felt that he risked losing both Vicky and Karen, and that his whole world could come crashing down.
On the night before she died, Vicky and Roberts went to dinner at his parents' house before returning back to their flat here in Runcorn to watch TV. All the while, Roberts was texting his lover Karen, making arrangements to meet the following day. At the same time, Vicky was contemplating the receipts she had in her bag, which proved her husband's infidelity, including a bar bill from a hotel where he had taken his lover, Karen. It seems she had decided to confront him about his affairs once and for all.
On the morning of her murder, Vicky used her laptop to look up the hotel that Roberts had stayed in with Karen. It seems that finally she had decided to take action.
Vicky confronted him with some printouts of Facebook messages between him and Karen, and also some receipts from a hotel where they both stayed.
What did you get?
They argued, and it's thought that she threatened to tell his parents that he'd been cheating on his new wife. That appears to have been the tipping point.
I think at that point, he began to see no particular way out. He began to see this as a brick wall, as something whereby he was going to lose Vicky anyway, he was going to lose face. I think there was probably a rush of sadistic violence within him that came to the fore.
It seems that when confronted by Vicky, Roberts flew into a rage and overpowered her. And in a fit of anger, he put his hands around her neck. She resisted, but he was much too strong. Within a few minutes, Roberts had strangled Vicky to death. For the vast majority of people, taking the life of another human being is something they'd never contemplate. But what Roberts did after he killed Vicky suggests he wasn't like most people.
When we look at murder cases, the behaviour of the perpetrator after the murder is always really significant. That tells us a lot about what thought processes are going through their mind. It also tells us a lot about their personality. Anybody who has a kind of normal functioning personality, when they've done something like that, is going to be in a state of stress. They're going to be elated in some way. They're going to be nervous. They're going to be talking in a way that's not normal.
Hey, Karen. How are you?
Robert's actions after he killed Vicky showed a shockingly callous side to his character.
Oh, you watched the X Factor? Really?
One bizarre thing that happened on that night is he phoned his lover, Karen, and they spoke for over 2 hours, I think, about relatively mundane things, such as the X Factor, which kind of struck me as bizarre, really, because it's not the kind of thing that you talk about when you've just killed somebody.
For him to speak in such a normal way shows that he's got no remorse, he's got very little emotion, which is actually very significant and very indicative of psychopathic traits.
Thanks, bye.
Roberts clearly showed his lack of empathy and the fact that Vicky didn't really mean that much to him.
Could it be that Michael Roberts had been a psychopath all along? Roberts had killed Vicky in a fit of rage after she confronted him about his affair with Karen. But far from showing any remorse, he decided to carry on with his life as if nothing had happened.
The day after Roberts killed Vicky, he spent the afternoon shopping in Chester with his mistress Karen. He then headed off to a travel lodge in Bangor where they had sex. The next day he arrived at work late and looking very tired, and he told a colleague that he was late because Vicky had left him for someone else. That afternoon he sent a bogus text to Vicky. "Hey honey, how's your day going?" Roberts appeared to be a very accomplished liar.
Roberts sent text messages and other messages to family and friends of Vicky and used her own phone to try and establish that she was still alive and responding to stuff. He probably thought this was a pretty good way of covering up her disappearance.
His behaviour is really interesting. He's trying to create a situation where it's looking like he's not involved by sending messages to himself that makes it look like she's still alive.
I think, in fact, he probably saw this as some kind of success. So he probably began to enjoy this process because it's a process of manipulation and control over others, which he would have enjoyed.
It wasn't until December 1st, 2 days after he killed Vicky, that Robert set about disposing of her body. He visited a local supermarket where he bought refuse sacks and sponges. CCTV captured him casually eating crisps as he left the store.
It was just an everyday thing for him. It's as if he was shopping for oranges and apples.
The way that he's doing it is very calm. He's not hurried, he's not nervous. All of his behaviours are so indicative of a man that is not feeling anything. He's not feeling any emotion. He's not feeling upset, but he's also not feeling scared that he's going to get caught out. At this point, he really believes that he is going to get away with it.
Clearly, this shows that there was no empathy. There was no base care. Roberts was quite psychopathic in his nature.
Robert's actions seemed to display the mind of a calculating, cold-blooded killer. But do psychologist Mike Berry and criminologist Dr. Elizabeth Yardley agree that Michael Roberts was a psychopath?
I find it horrifying that he actually kills her and then is on the phone as if nothing had happened. He seems to be very psychopathic in the way he's dealt with her.
There's a real callousness and a complete lack of empathy, and it's not in the way that we would see it, oh my goodness, I've just killed my partner. He's not thinking that way. He's thinking, well, I've just solved a problem. And then he goes about his daily business covering up that problem.
Was Roberts planning to kill Vicky for some time?
I don't see any indication of this being a planned killing at all. It just doesn't have the planning that you would expect.
So you think it was still an impulsive act and not a planned
Yes, I think
act?
it was impulsive. I don't think he planned to kill her. I think the I'm going to leave her or it's all going to be over, it's just merely a way of keeping the mistress on the hook.
Might have been impulsive, but it was still murder.
Well, premeditation doesn't have to be days or hours or even minutes in the planning. It can be seconds. If you make a decision to end someone's life, that's murder, that's not manslaughter.
And he intended, and it's a whole issue of intent. If he intended to harm her and knew the consequences of what his intentions were, then it's murder.
In June 2009, Vicky and Michael Roberts were married in what seemed like a dream wedding. But just 5 months later, their marriage would come to a deadly end.
When Vicky discovered evidence of his serial adultery, she confronted him, and he brutally murdered her in cold blood.
In the days after the murder, Roberts launched a diabolical campaign of deceit. Using Vicky's phone, he tried to cover his tracks and throw her friends, family, and even the police off the trail.
He sent himself a text from her mobile phone saying that I love you, but I can't keep this up anymore. I'm going to leave you. And I think he hoped that people would simply believe that he'd ran off, and that would explain why she'd disappeared.
Roberts's psychopathic ability to manipulate others came to the fore when he began to sort of give the illusion that Vicky was still around, that she'd actually gone off with somebody else. You know, and he was devastated, of course. And he just fluently made up a story and followed it through with friends and her relations, and used her own phone to actually text family and friends to give the illusion that Vicky was still alive.
Roberts was clearly planning to get away with murder. While he weaved his web of lies on social media, he also set about trying to dispose of the evidence of his crime. He carefully wrapped up Vicky's body and then dragged her corpse out of the flat so he could hide it in their garage. With Vicky's body stowed away, Roberts then went about his everyday life as though nothing unusual had happened.
Roberts was so convinced that he would get away with killing Vicky that almost immediately he began to prepare his flat to entertain his mistress, even to the extent of buying silk sheets for the bed. All the while, Vicky's body was secreted in the garage. Well, Vicky's parents got very worried. On December 2nd, her dad contacted Roberts to ask about her whereabouts. Roberts maintained the subterfuge and said, "Haven't you heard? She's left me."
Her parents were demented with worry. It was so unusual for her not to call or text. They just couldn't believe that she would have run off with someone else and made no contact with them.
Roberts continued the ruse of texting from Vicky's phone to give the impression that she was still alive and that she'd just left him. He texted her mother and wrote, "Hey Mama, I assume by now Mike has shown you the message I sent. I'm really sorry for all of this and I'm okay. I didn't mean to worry you. Please don't be upset with me. I know it's all a huge shock. But I couldn't lie anymore. I will call you soon. I just need to sort my head out first. Please, please, don't be upset with me."
Roberts must have thought he had the mind of a criminal genius. But little did he know that it wasn't going to be that easy to deceive Vicky's loved ones.
Roberts believed he could get away with it. He was a man who's been able to talk people around his entire adult life. All he needed to do was get access to Vicky's phone, tell a few lies to the people that mattered, act that he was the injured party, and it was going to be easy. He's been lying to Vicky all this time about his relationships and had got away with it. Why would lying now not be any different for him?
He didn't even seem to take care in how he worded the text. It was obvious to Vicky's mum and dad, for instance, that he was using language that she wouldn't normally use.
After 4 days, they became so suspicious that they decided to report her missing to police.
Within hours, the police were on the phone to Roberts.
Hello? Hello, Hello, is that Michael?
It is.
Hi, Michael, it's the police here at Runcorn.
Okay.
We've had a phone call off your wife's dad, saying that she's missing at the moment.
Right.
Obviously, we're a little bit concerned at the moment. Is there anything else that you can tell us as to why she's gone?
Basically, I got a message yesterday saying that she's left me for someone else.
Oh, right.
She's basically left me for someone else. She's got her stuff with her, but all the clothes have gone. And as I explained to, because obviously they're a bit worried that it was, you know, like a snatch and grab or something like that.
Right.
But as bad as it sounds, I've gone through everything. A passport's gone, a driving licence is gone, and so obviously, as you can imagine, I'm devastated.
Okay. What I'll do, I'll just have a word with the sergeant and just see what he says. Obviously, I'll just tell him what you told me, and I'll see what he says. Am I all right to give you a ring back in a bit?
Yeah, sure.
With the police now involved, Roberts was rapidly losing control of the situation. And just a few hours after he first heard from the police, he received another call.
Hello, Mike Roberts speaking. Hi, Mike. It's Sergeant Phil Day speaking from Cheshire Police. Well, what we'd like to do, Mike, is report a missing from home. Right. I spoke to your colleague this morning. It's technically not, because she's kind of said what she's done, if you get what I mean. It's not in person. Yeah. What I need to do, it might be difficult. I need you to go home and meet a police officer at your home address. Right. Can you leave now? Because there's a police officer been assigned. Yeah, give me 2 seconds. Okay, get back to work then. All right then, yeah, I'll leave now. I'll be about half an hour. All right, that's great. All right then, cheers. Thanks so much, mate. Cheers, Mike. Bye-bye.
At 2:40 p.m, officers visited the couple's home and did a quick search of the flat and the garage, but they never saw Vicky's body. They did notice, however, that Roberts appeared agitated.
The officers left, and Roberts may have thought he'd gotten away with his crime. But the police were intrigued by his anxious behaviour and decided to question him further.
They arrived back at the address that evening, and they noticed a laptop bag full of printouts of Robert's online conversations. They asked him if he'd had an affair. He denied it. Suspicions raised, they decided to search the garage again. This time, they noticed a large wrapped-up object. They opened one end, and it revealed Vicky's blood-stained hair and part of her head.
As the police officers were making their gruesome discovery, Roberts realised the game was up and made a break for it while they were in his garage. He sprinted off and managed to escape.
Roberts remained at large for 3 days, staying at hotels and using a variety of aliases.
The whole time his movements were being recorded on CCTV. While he was on the run, Roberts was even captured buying new clothes to try and throw the police off the scent.
He then went to Wrexham and waited for a female colleague to leave work. He then ushered her down an alleyway and begged her to believe that Vicky had died as a result of a sex game gone wrong. He claimed she'd choked on a dressing gown cord that Vicky had asked him to tie around her neck. His colleague didn't believe him, and the police were called.
Roberts knew the game was up. From the moment they were alerted to his location, the police tracked him using CCTV. His erratic movements show a man who had realised there was now no way out. As they finally apprehended him, Roberts told the police he'd been waiting for them. He stuck to his story that Vicky had died in a sex game gone wrong. And given Roberts' liking for rough sex, he must have thought it was an entirely credible story. So was he about to get away with murder? Michael Roberts went on trial for Vicky's murder in September 2010. When he was in the dock, he thought he'd be able to convince the jury that he was innocent.
Roberts was very adept at producing stories, plausible stories. He was a salesman, and he approached the court case basically along the same lines.
He continued to maintain that he was innocent. He said that he admitted to the police that he had killed her, but claimed it was all an accident and part of this sex game that had gone wrong.
He had the obvious thing that, yes, he indulges in sadistic sex that involves that kind of strangulation, and that, unfortunately, he did make up the idea that he was using a gown cord to strangle Vicky, whereas in fact the labs would very definitely prove it was definitely not a gown cord, and really just undermine his story entirely.
How could Roberts continue to protest his innocence in the face of such overwhelming evidence?
Roberts had no empathy. In his own mind, he was innocent. And in his own mind, he had concocted this story, and he wasn't going to give way on that. He wasn't going to, let his ego, his narcissism dissolve through the floor of the court.
The prosecution easily proved that Roberts' version of events just couldn't be true, and his defence fell apart. After a 3-week trial, Roberts was found guilty of murder. He was jailed for a minimum of 17 years.
When the sentence was handed down, he cried quite a lot. He had been sobbing throughout most of the trial, but he certainly seemed to go to pieces. It's impossible to say why he reacted in that way. Obviously, nobody wants to go to prison, but I think part of him did genuinely think he would have gotten away with this crime. When he found out that that wasn't going to happen, I think a lot of his expectations came crashing down around him.
It's important for criminologists to categorise social media murderers to try to prevent similar cases happening in the future.
Doesn't matter about anybody else as long as he's got
What kind of murderer do Dr. Elizabeth Yardley and Mike Berry think Roberts was?
Liz, how does this tap into the wider phenomenon of murders through social media?
Well, when we look at the function that social media played in relation to this murder, we've got the case of an imposter here. So this is somebody who uses social media to maintain the illusion that the victim's still alive, to buy themselves a little bit more time. But it's not just the murder that social media is playing a role here. He was using it to conduct his affairs at the same time. So it is in every corner of this case. It runs right throughout it.
And of course, Vicky used it to catch him out, to put him under surveillance, Mike.
Yes, I mean, she was very good in the sense that she actually got the evidence. Rather than do the usual emotional argument, I think you're with somebody, she actually was able to use the internet to show he had been playing away from home. And I think that was a very good use of the internet.
Is there any way this murder could have been avoided?
Well, I think we've got to look at the bigger picture here. We've got to look at not just the use of social media, but controlling and abusive relationships. So when you've got men like Roberts who are having affairs, who aren't changing their behaviour, everything is about them, they're incredibly narcissistic. When we start to hear reports from women that he slept with, that he's into strangulation and throttling, that's sending off some alarm bells. Those are significant red flags.
But what surprises you about this case?
Well, what surprises me about this case is something that we see all the time in relation to intimate partner homicides, but it's something that I continue to be surprised and annoyed by, and that's the kind of language that we use when we're talking about it. So often we'll focus on the victim's behaviour. So a lot of the media reports that I've read around this case are saying things like, why did she stay with him? Why was she giving him second chances? It's not her behaviour that's the problem, it's his. He's the one who decided to do this. So I think we should be focusing quite heavily on him.
Michael Roberts used social media to conduct his extramarital affairs, and Vicky used it to uncover his betrayal. No one guessed Roberts had the potential for such murderous violence. But when the truth came out, those who knew him as a cocky phone salesman found out all about his dark side.
I was absolutely gobsmacked. At first, I didn't believe that he'd done it. I thought there must have been some mistake. My heart goes out to Vicky's family, totally. To think what Vicky's mum must have gone through. It's heartbreaking. And the saddest thing is, when Mike gets out, he's still got his life ahead of him. She's got nothing, and he's took that away from her.